scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Frail shit. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Frail shit. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Frail shit. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Frail shit. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Frail shit. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale, that they weigh the whales with, that they weigh the whales with. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale. Cause when my coat come in, they gotta use the scale.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
Is
a doubt.
going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or criminal
Poli-sci, political science,
poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice? It's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What's popping?
It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stamp. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Bro, what's good?
What's good? Yeah.
You alright? What, you nervous?
Tuesday afternoon. Nervous
You
about
alright?
what?
Huh?
Nervous about what?
You know, you gotta go one-on-one with me and shit.
Brother. You do got them bam bam hands. I wouldn't fight you in real life, but
brother.
What's good though? How you?
I'm good. It's Tuesday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting closer. Got that oldest child graduating soon.
Shit like that.
Where's she going? She decide or what?
Decision day is May 4th or some stuff like that, but she'll have a decision April 25th. She got about 200,000 in scholarships, 8 acceptance letters.
All right. Any full rides?
Yes.
Needless to say, though, those the in the top picks.
Yes. Yep.
I'm telling you, the first school I went to, I had to pay no money. I had to get out of there though. Like the fit is important. I ain't gonna hold you.
I think the fit fits her. I wouldn't send my son there. He definitely didn't like it, but I definitely I see her going there. She likes it. I think it's diverse for her major and for her.
Well, tell her we love her and we proud of her, man.
Absolutely. Graduating with an associate's degree as well.
So
big things.
Shit like that. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Lucy was popping. Jerice was good. Lionel in the building. Mel, you already know. Was good. Who else we got? Impress, of course. He knows was popping. Knight and Bishop was good. Quincy, I see you. CC. We'll see. CC will be here soon, I'm sure. Was popping. Was it this Rick Judah? I don't know. What was goody though? 501, what's up? Lauren was good. Rock Solid was popping. Thank you for being a member too. Great T was good. We are here, man. Top Cat, I see you. Emo, I see you. King, I see you. Jordan was popping. Nightis was good. We here, man. Like, share, subscribe. Get the likes up. I'm getting over this cold. I feel good, but I think it's in my voice, though, right? Yeah.
Shit like that.
Be like that, man. Josh was popping. We are here, man. Everybody get in here. Uncle Rick, you already know. Mr. B was popping.
Shit like that.
Vince. Let's do it, man. What's up, Miss Valerie? We see you.
Hey, Valerie.
Red G, Almanage. We here. I like it. Swai was good. Yeah.
They must ain't got no job. They
got a job. Now, why do y'all say the worst things to the patrons?
I'm just curious what they do during the day.
Same thing you do during the day, but except they at work, you podcasting.
Wow.
Shice D was good. Come on, man. You on the damn internet for real. They just listening in. Look at Empress said, nigga, we at work.
We appreciate y'all.
She left out the nigga part. Tell her, Darren, we at work. Look, now they flexing on you.
We appreciate you.
Look at Uncle Rick. You call me? Oh. Yeah. You hit me? Miles, when you hit me? I'm gonna check. You hit me just now? Pause. See, look, everybody working. See, now
Good. Y'all get some of these kids some jobs.
Okay, nah. The first thing they need to know before y'all hire any of these badass kids, they need an apology.
I apologize. I said good. I apologize. Y'all working. Get these kids some summer jobs. They need them.
Man, shit. You know where these kids need to go work at? A prison.
You can't work out of prison unless you're 18, I don't think.
They need to make some exceptions. Look, now they mad at you. Tell y'all know how to do it. See? Damn. See, Lady D, that's not right. That's not right. Get the likes up, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. It's 5 p.m. in Europe. Let's do it, man. So, bro, I tagged it. Do men want reform or do they want to just complain? Do you have any numbers that can enlighten us in terms of this statement? But it is a question.
So what you want to start off with? How many male versus female Black people are registered to vote?
Okay, that's interesting. Go ahead. How many Black men versus Black women are registered to vote?
We have 69% of both sexes out of everyone in the United States that's registered to vote. Black people make up 69%. And the males make up
69% of what?
69% of registered voters.
We comprise 69% of the registered voters, bro.
That's what it say. I'm just reading the stats from the census.
Are you saying 70% of Black people are registered to vote, period?
Yes.
Okay. So out of 100% of Black people, 70% are registered voters.
Correct. So when I read it, I'm reading for registered Black people. That's it.
Okay.
So added at 69%. Well, how do we break that
Why
down?
did you say you had numbers and you didn't look at the damn numbers?
I'm looking at the numbers. I just want to break this down. So total 18 years and over males, 65.2% are registered. And out of the 18 and over females, 72.2% are registered voters.
So 69% of men and 72% of women?
65.2 of men.
Okay.
72.2 of women. That's 18 and over.
Are registered. Okay. What's up? And who actually votes, though?
Females as a whole, and that includes all races. Females are, and with us as Black females are more, they're the ones that vote.
Okay. So females vote more. At what percentage? Does it give you that?
70% more, 70%.
70% what, bro? What are these numbers?
70% women compared to 65% men are voting.
So only 5% more women vote?
As far as our race is concerned, yes.
You guys only outvote us by 5%?
Correct.
What?
I shared the link in the chat, Hemp.
So y'all outvote us by only 5%, and there's only a million more of you guys than us. So I could argue
Why is that hard to believe?
Well, that means we voting then. Who
said y'all wasn't? Nobody said you guys weren't voting. It's where people. So that's when people listen. When they listen to the news and the pundits or whatever they are, they usually say that Black men. They don't say y'all vote. They say that you guys vote Republican and y'all were leaving. They didn't focus on the fact that you guys actually go out there and vote.
All right, so
there is a difference.
Hold on, let me look at this shit real quick, because I'm trying to understand what it is that you're telling us, because that's not what the video says. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, let me look. This is Black people here. All right, give me a second, because you throwing me off. All right.
2020, it says, where we at? Historically, voter turnout has varied significantly by race and ethnicity. White and Black voters more likely to report they voted than Hispanic and Asian. In 2016, 64% of eligible Black women said they voted. I'm sorry, it's 64% to 54%. It's still the same percentage.
Okay.
So it is not a big gap. It just shows, as I've said before, when it comes to when we're listening to the news will make it seem like Black men are not voting. Black men are voting, but they just choose to focus and make it seem like they're not voting. They are voting. And the video stated that the reason the video focused on men leaving the Democratic Party and voting Republican. It did not say they weren't voting.
Okay. All right, hold on. Nah. So 18 years and over, 66%. No. So 18 years and over for Black men is 54%. 61% are registered. 54% voted in 2020. For females 18 and over for Black is 62%. So it's like 8 points higher just for Black people alone.
Right.
So is 54% good?
It's better than what the news will make it seem like, because the news will make it seem like they're not voting at all. They'll make it seem like y'all not involved, like y'all not part of the process, and you are part of the process.
Yeah, I think Asians vote the least, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so it says out of the 61%, 54% voted in 2020. So is it the allocation of vote?
What do you mean? Specify your allocation.
Yeah, so is it allocation of vote? Is the issue what then? So if we're getting out there and voting, we can quell that argument. Now we understand that is 2020. Would there have been a spike in voting because of what was going on in the country at that juncture?
Well, no, because again, if you let the news tell it, the numbers went down because, and then they're going to go down even further this time around because of the non-interest of what Black people deem important.
Okay, so where do you think the interests of Black people lie?
I think it's different for male and females, and I don't know if you shared the clip in the video. The correspondent, the lawyer, explained that for Black men, their priority is more focused on, can I provide for my family? How is voting going to help me provide for my family? How is voting going to cure the
you have the timestamp so we can review it?
I put the timestamp in the chat. I think it's 2:18.
Here?
Yeah.
Why it's happening. You know, Ali, I think part of that makes sense. What Jasmine Crockett mentioned is that, you know, it doesn't take you being excited to stand up and be mission driven. You understood the assignment. You understand what's at stake. You look at the other side and see the hostility or perceived hostility from the right wing and Donald Trump. But there is another part of that I think should be concerning for those who pay attention to these kinds of things.
My issue is this, right? When he says, he points out an issue with the right and Donald Trump, right?
He says the hostility, though. He
talks
about
but why is he? So is he speaking from a left wing point of view?
I don't think so. If you continue the video, he actually breaks down why Black men vote.
It's that if you don't have enthusiasm, if you don't feel connected, if you don't see, someone that is speaking directly to you, offering you something better, something substantive, then you might take that off ramp. right? You might not vote at all. And so it's not just enthusiasm for enthusiasm's sake. It's not that, folks don't understand always what's at stake, but if they don't feel connected, don't feel a part of the process, if, as Jasmine Crockett mentioned, if black men are an afterthought, then you're going to get this. But also the idea that when black men are expressing themselves politically, and you just don't want to hear what they have to say, and then they are attacked. And then when they don't show up in Milwaukee, and they don't show up in Philly, and they don't show up in Atlanta, end up blaming this subset of black voters for the losses. And so I think it's important for folks in this moment to really pay attention and really listen to the voices of black men in particular, because in so many ways, they are actually mirroring the polling that we're seeing. This dwindling excitement, these dwindling approval ratings, right? Black men are reflecting that. And so it's not any different than a bunch of other people. But when it comes to black men who we are so often politically mischaracterized and misshapen, and then you end up getting the blame when things don't go the way certain folks want them to go.
Charles, first of all, you and I are hardly.
What do you get from that?
Just what I said earlier. The news, no matter the channel, portrays black men as if they don't vote, and that is not true. That misconception right there puts an eye on them to say, y'all didn't vote. So that's the reason why, when really they are voting. We are voting technically at the same rate. We are involved politically at the same rate. And I think that is exactly what he was saying, is that there's a misconception right there where black men are misconceived to say that they're not involved in the political process.
Okay, so what is it though, right? Because I have a question scrolling. So if you're saying we're voting, are we voting for the sake of voting? Are we voting the same way our women are voting? What do you deem the issue to be?
Now that I'm not sure. My idea is that, again, it is reflecting on, he said, based off of what's important for the black man. For the black man, and later on in the video, they talk about different, I think Al Sharpton is, Reverend Al Sharpton's interviewed, and Benjamin Crump is interviewed, and they're saying criminal justice reform, being able to provide for your family, and entrepreneurship were the top 3 reasons why black men vote. Not necessarily because the women are voting, but those priorities for them, they deem important. And so that's why they are part of the political process.
Why would, if those things are key, right? Especially when you mention entrepreneurship, why would the hell would we be voting Democratic if that's the case?
Well, let's just, again, if you look at everything, I believe that there is a generational thing where black people vote because their grandparents voted Democratic for whatever reason. But I, in my opinion, the foundation of us are all conservative. The foundation of us is conservative. And so I believe that now you're starting to see more black men and particularly vote Republican based off of that concept of thinking that Republicans are about entrepreneurship and small businesses and so forth, based off of historical results, I should say.
Okay. So when I'm looking at these numbers, then, so why is the propaganda so loud? Even when we were talking about reform and things of that nature, right? On another show, it was followed with the fact that black men aren't involved. Are you saying that we're also involved in local government?
I think there's been a decrease, Ham, to be honest with you. If you look at, I believe, I want to say 5 to 10 of our major cities are ran by black women mayors at one time, maybe during between the 2020 election cycle. And so now, like, for example, the mayor of Atlanta is a black male. I think there is a shift going on, but I think that there's been a decrease of black male involvement as far as running for offices like mayor, governor, and so forth. And I think that has been an issue as well.
So let me see. So when you look at some of these major cities, you see this? Is it too small?
I can't see. It's too small. Put the link in the chat so I can pull it up.
Just looking. It says Scott, Little Rock mayor, also serves as the president of African American Mayors Association. 14 of the nation's 50 most populous cities have black mayors, including London Breed of San Francisco, Eric Johnson of Dallas, V. Lyles of Charlotte, Cavalier Johnson of Milwaukee. So what do you think?
Got elected, right? In 2020, right?
It looks like, when did this article come out? I'm not sure. Yeah, I would assume it's new. I would assume it's newer. So what do you mean? What do you think?
Well, I think there's a transition happening where when you talk about why is propaganda so loud and we are not, I just say it's because we don't speak loud enough, right? We don't speak loud enough about what is going on. I have a friend who has no idea that there are so many black mayors. He had no idea. He was thinking he was still living in the 1990s, I guess, but he had no idea that there were so many black major cities with black mayors.
Okay.
So I think that there's a lack of information and just not being aware.
So what do you think when you look at the internet and things of that nature? What do you think this is? Do you think it's men looking for reform? Do you think it transfers over to what you see in terms of voting, or do you think it's mostly marketing? Marketing can be substituted for complaining, because there is a point in reform where you have to tell people what the issue is,
right.
You know. But at a point, marketing can transition into something like complaining negatively if you don't do anything with the traction.
That's kind of an interesting question. I guess we can break it down generationally, right? Our grandparents and our parents were so vocal about the issues. They were involved in the issues. My generation, Generation X, we kind of sublined the issues. We didn't really start focusing in on the issues until we had our own kids who are teenagers who are now of voting age, because those things affect us. But the younger generation, I see spots of them coming out and speaking out, and running for offices on the local level. You have a 27-year-old that's running for a council seat in Atlanta. You have which you just would have not seen recently in the last 10 years. You have the young men that are in Tennessee that are running for or already in their offices, but still getting, sidelined or discriminated against, even if they already have the state seats. You have the mayor of Baltimore, Brandon Scott, who's young, who came in off of the Freddie Gray situation. I just think that it really depends on the generation. There is not enough of them that are out on social media speaking out. And I think that that's kind of, again, that does a disservice.
Well, and looking at the numbers, the people that vote the least are the younger people.
Correct.
So 18 to 24 and 25 to 44, they're voting between 42 and 48%, while the older generations are voting. So is that the issue that we continue to perpetuate because the older generations are stuck in their ways?
Not only stuck in their ways, but dying in their seats. Passing in their seats. That is a disadvantage to us as a culture. And what I mean by that, for those that don't know what that means, we have congressmen and women that have been in those seats since I was 17 years old, and I'm 43.
So the disparity also 25 to 44 for women is 60%. For men, it's 48% from the 2020 census. 10 points is a huge swing in my opinion, right?
It is.
Could that be the overarching issue where the people who are voting are older, so they're voting the way they have always voted, and then the men my age and a little bit younger aren't voting, and then they're being outvoted by the women upwards of 12 to 15%.
It is. It
Um,
is.
and it's less than half of those people in that population.
I agree.
So think what I'm thinking is, if you have the boomers still have the most people, right?
Yes, they do.
Right. And so if they're voting democratically, right, or just how they've always voted, and then you have the women outvoting the men by, 12% or so, there's a disparity,
Yes.
right, to where you continue to get what you've always gotten,
Yep.
because
And
if
they don't.
men,
Yep. And they don't speak up. And so, I have been for the last couple of years while in the community, getting people to understand where responsibility lies.
Mhm.
It lies with your Congressional Black Caucus. I've said this before on social media. I've said this before. Your Congressional Black Caucus are your representatives outside of your representatives that represent your your zone or your constituency. Those are the people that sit in Congress, no matter where they come from, and they make decisions for us as a culture. And if we have 60-year-olds and we have 50-year-olds that are making decisions for all of us, where does that put us?
Okay, so this is where I understand that makes sense, right? You also, you essentially have to wait for them to die off, right? And people are not running against them. It's like people are grandfathered in,
Exactly.
So here's what I'm thinking, right? Those people are grandfathered, thinking and voting in old ways, right? To appease. These are the men and women that put a lot of these things into action, right? The things that you would argue started to separate families and things of that nature a little bit, right? And then with the disparity of people my age and a little bit younger, not voting at the same rate as the women's agendas seem to be winning and working out, because men are saying, listen, as long as I can take care of my family, pay my bills, work for myself, lower my taxes, then I'm cool. Because when you look at the Asians, they vote the least, but they're also the most prosperous because capitalism still works, even in this climate. Is that a good logic? It's a logic to gain money and be successful, but how about the things in which we talk about on the internet? Is it a good logic there also? Families, women, everybody coming back together. What you think?
I think it's a good logic to speak on that, but we need to be on every level coming together collectively. We cannot have older representatives voting in the same way, and then we're over here and outside of that not able to benefit from their constantly making the same decisions when we're asking for something new. We can't benefit from that. So the real life issues are the real life issues, which are, like you said, are we making money to provide for our families? Are we able to be entrepreneurs? Are we setting up a good education system for our kids? Those are all real discussions, but when it comes to legislation, it is not clicking for some reason. And that is an issue, because if we're not clicking on all cylinders like a car, or as you like to use football, if your quarterback can't throw the ball for the wide receiver to get it, that messes up the flow of things. You're not winning a game. You're not, and that's why we're losing, because we're not all on the same page on all cylinders.
Is it because we've been set like topsy-turvy, upside down?
Example.
So in terms of like the consensus is that we're under a matriarchy, women are leading, etc. Is that an issue that we're now butting heads as opposed to there being a hierarchy that seemingly works for other cultures?
As far as, are you saying politically?
Well, politically, right? Because if women are outvoting us,
I would actually agree with that, because I believe that when we have moments of like the Million Man March, when we had moments in the civil rights movement where we had men leading the charge, we were okay with following them, because even though, let me clarify, women did have a say so. We were involved, but for the most part, what you saw were Black men.
Yeah.
And so, yes.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Jarice was popping and says, hey, mom, look, Uncle Hemp is on YouTube. Son, kid, Shalom. Zagu was popping, my brother with the 2000s. What's up, Hemp? It's Zagu. Ro going to work. Ro going to work later. Yeah. Bravado was popping with the 2000s. Of eligible black voters, not all blacks. Yeah, we understand. And it was still for people reported registered voters.
It was still 8% difference.
Yeah.
Registered
18 and over, it was 64% for both sexes, and then 58% of the 64% voted. So we get that. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, so that means men vote for the laws that are in place. Why are they complaining? Well, that's actually a great question, right? I guess the follow-up to that is, have men been beaten too far down at this point? Right? Do you think that the YouTube space is smaller than the real world?
Yes.
And so are men just saying the hell with it? Like, you see the negative, I don't know if it's negative, it may be realistic. Golden Link, Jarice is saying black men are not even smart enough to get to the finish line. Golden Link is saying it's over for black people. Is that sentiment louder than a sentiment like, you know, we can be better? And if so, is that why you have men not voting, men voting whatever way, men voting how they always voted, because they just so to the point, like, you know what, it is what it is?
I don't subscribe to the whole, I think this space is smaller. I think that people use this space just like pundits use their avenues to incite different issues to divide us. I just feel like we need, as a culture, leadership that can lead us in a direction where it makes sense, where we're growing. That's what I think we need.
Say it
I don't know who that person is. I don't know where it's going to come from. I believe in us. I believe that we're capable of doing it. I think over the existence of the world, we as Black people have always been able to overcome things. I just think that we need leadership that are willing and able to maneuver around what has been going on now and really put us in the forefront of progressing.
What have we won?
You said, I didn't say win.
Like, I'm saying, what have we broken through? Like, we did, like, what do you mean?
What I mean is, we
lost every war. We lost all the wars. We got put in chains, and then we were enslaved, and then white people had issues with other white people, so we got out of it.
So I'm saying the small victories here. We still got the right to vote.
Traffic sign. Like, what are we saying? Like, where? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just challenging the thought. Where is our power? Where do we exhibit raw, true power that we are alleged to possess?
I believe that over the history of the United States, we have been able to come together and have victories, small victories that have been able to catapult us to a higher level. Now, does it stay? No. But again, that goes back to what I said about, it's almost like when we get somewhere, we stay there for so long, it seems like there's no growth.
Like what? Like, see, the thing is,
I'll I'll use an example, and people can say what they want about HBCUs. I believe that there was a opportunity for HBCUs to service our children, right? And be in a way where the children were coming back into the schools and into the communities to build up the communities that the schools were in. I just believe that we got stagnant and did not think about the future as far as being and thinking in an advanced way. So we got the HBCUs. They talk about they want our kids to go there. Affirmative action is no more. So now when you have a senior who wants to go to a HBCU, the HBCU wants to go to.
Yeah, bro. It's just babble.
I'm just saying, I'm using that as an example.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
You remember this, bro. Why did you, let me ask you a question. Maybe you changed your stance since then, but you literally told men, if he dates you, he can't vote for the president of the United States. No, you weren't joking back then. You changed your stance. Okay, when you weren't joking, what made you say that?
I honestly was joking. I can't tell a man not to vote. Come on, guys.
Really? You said, no, you didn't say you can't tell him not to vote. You said you wouldn't date him if he voted.
I did not say I would not date him because he voted. That was a joke. I did not say it. I did not mean that.
Are you serious right now?
Did I say that?
Yes.
I said I wouldn't date him because he voted?
Yes.
Or did I say I would not because it was a presidential election because they're not that important? Did I say that?
You said if he voted for the president of the United States of America, then you would not date him.
I was joking, everyone. I am backpedaling. So go ahead with the meme. Go ahead.
I mean, what are you doing here? Why did you say that? What was your reasoning back then? We understand that you knew it was.
I didn't mean it. I did not mean it like that. My point in saying that was your local elections are the most important elections. And a presidential election, if we are arguing and fighting because he want to vote for Biden and I want to vote for Trump, if we're fighting and stuff like that, then why would I be with someone that wants to argue over something that is your choice?
Well, I guess the question would be, because we're talking about structure. Why would he want to be somebody who would want to argue about choice?
Well, I wouldn't vote. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't argue about that because I wouldn't want to date somebody that argues about that, is what I'm trying to say. Well, I would not want to sit and argue with somebody that sits and dates somebody that wants to argue about how you vote.
It's not important enough.
If you vote, I want you to vote. I don't care who you vote for. The point is to vote.
What?
What do you mean, what?
You saying just vote for anybody as long as you vote?
Vote for what's best for you. If President Biden is what is best for you, then vote for President Biden. But it's not the most important. The most important election. Is what. Think
about this though. You have 14% of the population, right? So if you guys are voting a different way in which we're voting, we won't get the benefits because we already don't have enough numbers. And look what we've gotten since, like you said, black women been outvoting us. We saw it in the numbers. Men are just apathetic at this juncture. And so what have we received since then? Like how does a Joe Biden get in office? How does a Joe Biden think so little of you guys that he interviews Cardi B to represent you guys to garnish the vote?
Well, I think that has always gone on throughout our entire political process. They've used people to get to a demographic so that they can get and make sure they have the vote. Am I saying that it's perfect and it's right? No. They all do it. It's not just President Biden that's done it. I mean, look at President Obama. He had a whole event surrounded around hip hop. They started going to the White House.
But think about it though. Think about it. Think about the last one. They put Kamala Harris in front of black women. right? Joe Biden went on Breakfast Club and said, "You ain't black if you don't vote for me." They put Cardi B in front of y'all, right?
But I don't
And
think
then
those,
wait,
I don't think
and
those are
then
why
and
him
then
are
and
voting for
then
Democratic.
and then they told y'all they're gonna forgive your student loans.
I don't believe that, and so I think that that's a
What
mistake.
about those things though, bro?
What about them? I
They
think that
put
they
Kamala Harris in front of y'all, and she's an AKA. They said you ain't black if you don't vote for me. The Breakfast Club, which sucks, by the way.
That's
and
true.
then they said, "Oh, look, we're gonna forgive your loans." How does this happen?
How
Because
does
like
what
you,
happen? Them choosing those different
then they
avenues to
put Cardi B in front of y'all. Men don't ride around listening to Cardi B.
again, I don't know why they do that. I just know it is what they do. And every political party forever has done it.
I know, but when you're saying, because I noticed, you know, you were just talking, not just talking, but you were just describing a situation, right? But you said arguing in the house. Look at the results. Look at our cities. Is it time for us to vote the same way? Is it time for us to see what's actually beneficial? Like in Tennessee, right? They're trying to pass a law that says you have to have a mandatory DNA test.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think women see that?
As a mother, I would hope that they see it as beneficial.
Or are they saying, why you need a DNA test? You know this your kid.
If they saying that, then I don't agree with that. And I would call them out on that if that's what their argument is. And if there was a legislator that brought that debate up, I'd be looking at her sideways too. Why would you debate giving a man a DNA test?
Let me ask you a question. Do you agree with the sentiment that the dad was removed from black families back in the 70s and 80s and women benefited from it with the different social programs? So if you remove the dad, the husband becomes the government, and now women can get stamps and Section 8 and etc. and it's continued to be perpetuated. Do you agree that women understood that benefit?
I do not believe that they were aware when it was happening.
What about 40 years later?
Yes, I do think they're aware now.
And here's what I'm speculating, right? Because look at this, right? So Tennessee, the paternity law, right? So real quick, can you see this?
A little bit.
Better?
A little bit. I'm blind, I can't see.
So it says, did the Tennessee pass a new paternity bill? What to know, right? This is back in September. A bill proposed during 2022 legislative session aimed to protecting against paternity fraud is making the rounds on social media. State Rep Antonio Parkinson, who is a black man, seen here, retired firefighter, Lieutenant Shelby County Fire Department, retired U.S. Marine. Regular guy, right? He just got involved, salute to him, right? So Antonio Parkinson, Democrat, Memphis, filed HB 2698 after talking with a constituent who was ordered to continue to pay child support despite learning after 5 years that the child he believed to be his was not. The bill proposed that an unmarried man would be required to take a DNA test proving paternity before he could sign a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity and have his name on the birth certificate, right? Now, do you see women voting for this? Let's be, if we being sincere, do they see the benefits, or is it better to have 30% of children not being the man's as what the stat is currently, and you still benefiting from child support even after 5 years? Because the men who get caught in those situations, I've never seen the women cancel it and give their money back.
So I'll say this, Hemp. I believe that the majority of women, based off our voting statistics as being older, would vote yes for that bill.
Now, did HB 2698 law pass? No. The bill was filed at the beginning of the 2022 legislative season and passed through one subcommittee before being deferred and placed on the Civil Justice Committee calendar 3 times. Ultimately,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Ultimately, the bill was deferred to summer study where it died.
So what that means is it didn't go to the public yet. It's still with the legislators. So if you want to look at the state of Tennessee legislation to see if they have more women than men, I doubt it, because I don't think that Tennessee has a lot of women in their legislature.
Well, it has more women than men just generally. I guess probably every state might, but go ahead.
I don't think their legislation does, though. Not Tennessee. And I only say that because of those 2 young men that were sanctioned, basically.
Okay.
It did not look like they had a lot of females in their legislator.
Looks like older white men based on these names.
Yeah.
So here.
Yeah.
House of Representatives.
For the state of Tennessee.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of females in that legislator.
Mm-hmm. Well, think about this. We considered people who are pushing this has been men, right? Would they be called simps in today's terminology?
Would these white men be called simps?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would.
Mm-hmm. I think simps may be the culprits for the reason why we are how we are.
And I'll take it even a step further.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they not want young men to know the DNA
Money
of their child?
Money.
Why wouldn't you pass that bill?
Money, right? Here's what did pass, because we were on this show stating how this was going to go through, whatever the case is. Let me show you this. Can you see it?
Yes.
So did the parentage fraud bill pass into law? Yes. Parkinson filed a similar bill to the HB 2698 during the 2023 legislative season under the current 113th Tennessee General Assembly. So this is the new one. HB 253 SB 331 was signed into law by Governor Bill Lee on April 24th. The law says that anyone who establishes a person as the biological parent of the child with intent to deprive the actual biological parent from their parental rights is guilty of a crime. The law makes this specific form of fraud a Class B misdemeanor.
So what that says is,
I know what it says.
Okay, go ahead.
You gonna tell the crowd? Go ahead.
You tell them so they know what it means.
Go ahead. You started. Go ahead.
It means that basically, if the person is found that they have to pay child support and they're found not to be the parent, the mother can be charged.
Say it one more time.
If it comes out that the father or the man that's been paying child support is not the biological father of the child, since that other law didn't pass, the woman who says that the man is the father, she can be charged.
No, but it don't even got to do with so anyone who establishes. So here's what's happening. Women are saying this man is the father.
That's what I said, mother.
Well, I just want to make sure it's clear. So she hypothetically says he's the daddy, right? And then he can't see the child, right? That's a Class B misdemeanors, A, B, and C. Because women are just pointing men out, getting child support and depriving them of their parental rights. So this is great. Yeah. However, what should be before this was a DNA test. So you don't even need this shit in the first place. Because the only way to establish paternity would be by blood DNA, right? That should be the way.
So the other law was saying we're gonna make it a law that you have to mandatorily ask for. You have to take a DNA test regardless. Where now it says you should just go ahead and ask for it if you're not sure.
What do you mean?
It puts it back on you. It puts it back on the man to ask for a DNA test.
Yeah. And there was one more piece. Let me see. Oh, he also tried to get HB 2699 that did so. Parkson also passed a separate bill in 2022 that did remove a 5-year statute of limitations to challenge any acknowledgement of paternity test on the basis of fraud, duress, or mistake.
Yeah.
So that's great that you can still challenge it in 5 years. Isn't the statute of limitations to where now you stuck with a kid that ain't yours that you've been defrauded. So that's 2 wins. Involvement matters, to your point, on a local level, right? And us men, because when I looked at the rep, right, you would agree, when I look at the rep and what he did, he sounded like a pretty regular guy, right?
And anybody can run for a local office. I don't know if people know that. You can run for a local office. Anybody can.
Yeah.
At any time. There's no age limit on maybe there should be, but there's no age limit on on running for your local offices, your state legislature, your council, all of that. There's no age limit on those things.
Yeah. And there's the key is I just want to make sure it's clear. The mandatory paternity test did not pass.
Did not pass.
That did
So
not
now
pass.
I have to ask for it because, and you should do that because the new law states that, number one, if it comes to find out it's not yours, basically, if it is yours, she can't deny you of your rights to see your child, and a court can't either. And then the other one is you should be asking for a paternity test to make sure that you're not down the line paying for a child that's not yours.
Yeah, facts, man. Let me see. AFR was popping.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Appreciate you. EBD was popping with the 2000s. Black men are dealing with misandry, other men don't. AFR with the $5 says, roll clowning. Kelvin Cook with the $5 says, do what's best for your household. Stop holding on to dead weight, what everyone else is doing. You can't enter 5D with a 3D mindset.
True.
I think he's right. And I also think this is an issue, right? It's because it's saying only police you and yours, let everybody else worry about themselves. And then you need numbers, right? You need people to be on the same accord. But this is what black men are essentially doing, right? Because they feel not included. So I'm gonna worry about my family and my money, right? But men are suffering around you, even if it's not you, and you can always become subject to some of that shit, right? Right? Let's say you married and you get divorced. Now what? Now you in the same boat them niggas is in. So I understand it, Kelvin. However, I'm worried about this mindset. American First Rifleman with the 2000s. Roe voted for hip hop nigga pandering. TJ Tim Smooth, what's up? He said, what's up, DJ Hamp and Roe? What's popping? John the Baptist.
Shit like that.
John with the 20 ball says, feminism vote no. Food stamps vote no. Welfare vote no. Section 8 vote no. Automatic DNA test for married and single men vote yes. Automatic 50-50 child custody vote yes. No alimony for a spouse that files for divorce vote yes. How you feel about John's bill?
He always gotta say something extra. I'm with you up until I'm with you on the automatic DNA test. Everything past everything automatic DNA test for married and single men. Yes. Automatic 50-50 child custody. Yes. No alimony for the spouse that files for divorces. Yes. I agree with those things.
So what you disagree with?
Feminism, and I'm not a feminist, so I don't know really what that is. Food stamps and welfare and Section 8. Women only get those things when y'all not involved. Women only get those things when the father is not identified or not involved. It's true.
Beans got Section 8.
How he get Section 8 by himself?
I'm just saying there gotta be. I don't know how he got it, but he got it. John the Baptist with a $2 says, also vote no for baby deletions outside of grape.
What's that?
If so, a woman is taken advantage of against her will.
She's what?
Great.
What's
Just
great?
if you remove the G.
Oh, okay.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
What did EBD mean by the misandry that black men are experiencing? The manosphere, correct me if I'm wrong, was created by white men. So the EBD, what do you mean? The biggest manosphere, red pill components. I mean, I would argue that the white men, kind of came through first. So we had a couple different arguments. He's saying black men deal, but then they're saying it's just women in the West. So I wonder what he means by that. So what do you think? What do you think? What do you think needs to happen? Well, I was just kind of talking to him. I dropped the link. So,
oh, okay.
What do you think overall? Are men voting? And if so, are the right men voting? I think maybe that's the issue.
Men are voting. We proved that with the stats. It is a certain group of men, which we know are the older generation, your Generation X on down. And they're voting how they typically have been voting their whole existence. And they are in offices and positions that do not assist with us growing and maneuvering through growth. Okay, that's what's going on. We're stagnant right now because of the people that are voting the same people in office.
Okay, so for the men that are voting, right? What do you characterize their voting as? Going through the motions, uninformed, not deliberate, or like what do you so because things aren't going men's way, and I just wonder, right, when we want to support men and push for men, how much are men doing outside of talking? Because at a point you are just complaining. We understand that we have a voice. What do you do after people hear your voice? Or is it people are hearing us, but we're being misheard? And therefore you have to keep articulating your marketing until people hear you correctly before you can do actual implementation.
I don't think the right voices are being heard enough. Little things that you guys may not know make a difference is if we have black male teachers in K through 12. Those are important things because they influence the children. They influence the black boys to cut out issues such as what they call a pipeline to prison. Having black men on.
Black men can't be teachers.
Yes, they can. I'm also giving you other examples. You all can also be on county councils, city councils. All of that is where black men's influence is apparent, and it is effective because ultimately that is your voice.
What I'm saying is they can't be teachers, right?
Why they can't be teachers?
Because if EBD is correct to any level of misandry, women aren't dating you if you make $45,000 and $50,000. Remember, right? There's no money there.
I be seeing football coaches at the rec league. They get all types of women, and they don't make that amount of money.
Yeah, I mean that's sex, sure.
Okay.
But let's say misandry's real or not, right? There's a whole structure that this has the mindset might need to flip. You know what I mean? Like, what's a high value man? Because I can tackle people, right? Because I can tackle people, right? Or I can rap well. I'm more high value than the firefighter.
Not for real world people, no.
Well, yes, because money is highly tied to men's value. Remember on the podcast, we argued it through. Ro, you and I kept trying to get it off of money and all the 6 other ladies kept going back to man's value being largely tied to his money, right? We say we respect things like teachers, police, and firefighters, right? But then because of their income level, they ain't shit.
Well, I disagreed with that. Because again, we have seen over time, we have had many political figures have multiple women and multiple situations where they've encountered women for different reasons. And I don't know, I know for a fact that politicians, they do not make a lot of money. They definitely don't make as much money as a rapper or an athlete. So,
But bro, you're speaking anecdotally. We know that if a man, here's what would you agree here, right? Men that have money have more options in terms of women.
Is it money or power?
First you get the money, then you get the power. And then when you get the power, niggas will respect you. You seen Scarface.
Right. So to answer your question yes, I do not agree with it, but I believe that women do look at it that way.
Yeah, and we just having a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
But
so,
I also believe that some women, I believe that a majority of women are if they're with men in those positions, is not about the money. It's more about the influence and the power.
What positions? Because you said teachers, which is super duper key, right?
I'm going to say powerful positions. I'm going to say congressmen. I'm going to say councilmen. I'm going to say judges.
What do they make though? What do they make? They make $100,000, right?
That's true. A teacher's average salary is 50, correct?
50 probably, if you encompass the whole, the U.S. Because in DC you can get a 80, 90,
right?
But you in the city. Go ahead.
Right. When you talk about a principal, superintendent, when you get into those type of positions,
they make good money.
Yeah, they make very good money.
Yeah. And again, we're just talking through it. It's just like, what comes with the position that you hold, and what we exalt as dope and great, right? We probably need to reassess, because I guarantee I could do a lot of good as a teacher, but it doesn't pay enough. Not even about being high value. It just simply won't pay enough, right? Which is unfortunate. Well, I guess because of the strides I've made, like just being an entrepreneur, I don't know if I could be like, I would take, that could be problematic too, though.
But you could do both.
Yeah, maybe. Then I wouldn't be able to
make a great teacher here.
Maybe I did pretty good at coaching, so damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Big Bad Boy with the $5 says, as much as Bama's complain about child support, why in the fuck don't they stop smashing randos raw then? Very simple solution. Big Bad Boy with the $5 says, are black men really strong solution-based leaders, or are we just a bunch of whining crybaby victims? Damn. AL with the $2 says, women vote more than men by over 10 million voters. Thanks. I needed that stat, AL. Good shit. AL with the $5 says, rappers and athletes aren't in the category of high value by default. They often don't fulfill the other parts of high value. Okay. I like that part, and I agree. Let's break this down, AFR. But I agree. I just wonder if anybody considers the other parts, Oftentimes,
I don't think they do it until they're involved, until they meet one or date one or marry one. Then it's something different.
Word. And don't get me wrong, right? We'll say you need money to get women, right? And then we'll also say Pookie and Ray Ray get all the women, right? With no money.
Right.
So we try to figure out where we are, in the whole argument thing. Scam was popping. I got you, Ava. Scam, I can't hear you.
Muted, my bad. What's going on? What's good?
What's good?
Wow, sounds like a lot of stuff, but a lot of stuff that, in my opinion, most of it is a bunch of nothing that means nothing about nothing.
Which part? Give me one specific thing.
I'm not really political. I find most of it to be a waste of time because the very problems that people are talking about solving, the child support, the women's, the men's, all that, these are relationship problems. Like they got to do with the men and women don't even like each other, or somebody's lacking, or both are lacking in actual relationship skills. Relationship problems need relationship solutions, not way after the fact, after they beat each other up, threw the baby out the window, and all other crazy stuff. Now let's go get the attorneys and try to fix something. Like, you live in, I don't know which state you're in, but does your wife know the laws in Arizona? Does she know the laws that just changed in Memphis? Does that have any effect on your relationship?
No. However, let me give you this.
Ahead.
So in Texas, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, I'm sure they will, but in Texas, the max you can get for a kid per month is $10,000.
And then also in the state of Texas, if you're pregnant, you can't get a divorce right away. They won't allow you. And you have to stay separated, I think, for 6 months or something like that. So there is room for
like
counsel.
Healing. Also in DC, you have to stay separated for, I think it's
a year.
So they do have those things in place, Scam. But here's how, like child support, for instance, they'll take, like, so let's say you and Ro had a kid, right? She goes, you initiate, you do slightly have the upper hand. I think Rose says that a lot. You have to go and file, right, for custody or child support, and they take your numbers and crunch the numbers
based off of the state's every state is different, off of every state's individual calculation that they got for child support.
Regardless, right? They crunch the numbers and they spit out, this is what you owe, this is what you're going to pay. They can come for you for arrears if you didn't do it on the books for so many years. I mean, there's just so many things that incorporate once you get to the system. Because Scam, you're right. However, we would be foolish. We would be remiss to think that people won't get to that point. And so when you get to that point, it seems to be very, very flawed. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm just more like, where are the conversations? I'm gonna say it.
You mean beforehand?
The biggest thing is relationship skills aren't taught. They're not. Like, ask white people, black, even though I went to Colombia, Panama, ask people.
He didn't even do shit.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
T.O. What? T.O. $30 says, Scam need a break. He been working too hard.
Wow. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out
At
of here.
least he was serious this time, because he usually comes on and crack jokes first.
AFR, what up, though?
Hey, salute to you, Risky. What's up, brother?
Good, man. I miss you, man. How's everything?
Everything's going well. You know, I just been watching in the background or whatever. For some reason, I thought I still had my membership, but it elapsed or whatever. So I restarted it up or whatever. So yeah.
Appreciate you.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy.
You thought your cousin wasn't? Salute.
Hey, shout out to T.O.
Damn, man. So what you think?
I was just mostly getting triggered off of what Ro was saying or whatever. But are you talking about the paternity thing right now? Paternity thing?
Whatever you've heard so far.
I'll go into the paternity thing. I mean, I get what Scam was trying to say. It's a relationship thing and you need relationship solutions. But unfortunately, these relationships are the structure of society and civilization. So they have a legal, I guess, like there's a legal importance to these things. So that's why I think the state needs to intervene as far as making sure a man doesn't get fleeced for years and have his life ruined because one party wants to lie. So and plus it's just fair. It's a fairness thing as well. So I just think it's a great thing. And this needs to be adopted actually all over the country until we get a handle on people being decent to each other and relationships in this country. we need to have people held legally accountable.
You talking about Tennessee?
Tennessee's and countrywide, but I just think Tennessee is a good test case on how I think this can be successful countrywide.
Did you see the bill? If I'm not mistaken, it passed. Was it Florida? Where
I think Florida had a similar bill.
Well, there's a different bill. Pardon me. Somebody will get it in the chat where you can get child support while you're pregnant. Or you can get child support in the arrears for the months in which you were pregnant.
Oh, where?
Somebody will say it. Let me. Was it Kentucky? Oh yeah. Top Cat. That's what it was. It was Kentucky.
Kentucky. Wow.
You could get retroactive child support for your pregnancy.
Well, I mean, black men, you better vote or get out that state.
Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy.
But and the thing about it, black, I think, and this goes into the vote thing. Like you were asking, like, why do black men vote or whatever? Is the apathy or whatever? No, we pander and do it to appease black women. Let's just be honest. That's most of the reason why. We're mostly uneducated. We don't look into it, but I think it's just to appease black women. So, we get our little coochie at night.
AFR, would you say, and I'm just trying to understand, would you say ignorant or uneducated? Ignorance is lack of knowing. You know what I'm saying?
I'll just say ignorant.
Okay. All right. Or did you mean uneducated? I mean
ignorant. I'm not going to even get into that one. I'll just say ignorant for the sake of this.
Yeah. Okay.
You're saying black men are ignorant, and that's why they vote, because women vote?
No. Well, it's a little bit of both, but if I had to choose one, it's the main one is appeasement to black women, and the other part is they're just ignorant about politics. I mean, it's most Americans too, so I'm not putting that onus on black men themselves, but they're just the most apathetic out of black women and black men. So,
but that doesn't, like Camp said, that how does that help with us as a culture, and how does that validate you all in your ability to feel heard, seen and heard?
Well, we got to get seen and heard ourselves. We have to do the work ourselves. Nobody's going to do it for us. So black men need to get together, and there are some black men that actually are, maybe not the numbers we want or whatever, but the culture changes. We have to think for ourselves and stop shaming each other, because the biggest thing is, like, as soon as a black man steps out, and like black women too, but as soon as they start saying, Trump has a point, and that's when it begins, the shaming language, and you are this and you are that, and that's whatever you call it, the Willie Lynch letters, or the white man, bred that into us, or whatever you want to call it. We need to stop that and actually have a conversation instead of trying to Jones, because people say jonesing and shooting the dozens on each other. That's our culture. It's like, well, maybe we need to leave that behind and be more critical and actually have more serious conversations if that's a part of our culture. So, but that's just my opinion. I get called all types of names for that one. So,
well, I mean, I think men, as Hamp said, in this YouTube area space, men think that. And so, to Hamp's question earlier about what's real and what's not. So again, as I said earlier, the news puts out there that y'all don't vote at all. But then when we looked at the stats, you are voting.
Well, it's gone up. But black voter participation has gone up the last few years. And I think maybe it's reflecting in the numbers that way. But let's just be honest. Black women not only have, I think, the most political power, they have the most influence. And I think that influence gives them an advantage more than the political power they have. Because there's plenty of men in legislatures around the country, and they're in Congress as well. But I just think black women have more influence over one national party than black men do. So,
yeah. And AFR in that. Hold on. This ain't everybody, that's for sure. But even in that number, when we're looking at those numbers, black women have a 10 percentage points over black men in voting. and then the majority of the black men that are voting are older. You know, so
Old
I think
Democrats.
yeah. So I think those two things keep us in the same perpetual state. You know what I'm saying? The old guys, for lack of a better term, simping out, doing what they've always done, and then black women have 10 percentage points more, right? With it, I think with Lynn to your argument, we still ain't voting.
No. Well,
People our
also
age-
too.
Go ahead.
Well, there's a, not to cut you offhand, but there's this vein in black political thought, if you want to call it that, is like it doesn't matter what you do. You vote that way, you vote this way, ain't nothing ever gonna change. And you know, racism, whatever. And it's just like, no, voting does have consequences. Like we see the majority of the voters that are black women. And I'll put this on the feet of black women. Y'all can get mad at me and get triggered, but y'all vote for the very consequences we're seeing now, as far as the high levels of crime, the immigrants coming knocking people over the head, how black people are getting evicted out of their places to make room for the new people, if you know what I mean. So black women in droves voted for this, okay? And there's a couple that have buyer's remorse, but the most of them, they have no remorse. They don't care or whatever. So, and that's what I'm saying. Like black men, if we actually voted for our interests, then things would get better. But the thing about it is, that's why I don't get, like I tell like black men or people not to get mad about what we're seeing right now, because what we either didn't vote or this is what we voted for. And like I said, I try to tell black men, okay, you say voting doesn't matter, but you see these constituents in this test case in this place literally voted and they got what they wanted. And you can present these test case all over the you know, a whole bunch of these to black men, and some of them, they're just impervious to these facts. So I don't know what to say. Me, I see my congressman, my freaking, I'm a part of my county political party. I'm a PCP. You know, I'm known by my congressman. You know, he's a douche, or excuse me, no, she's good. My new one, sorry, she's good. So, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm an outlier kind of, because I stay involved. Okay, but like I said, you know, black men just gotta, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not upset about the results we have as black men because we don't get a gauge. That's why I don't get triggered over stuff.
So that's why I said, like AFR, normal people can make a change in your local politician area. You have
I see it all the time. And one thing I will say, and this is the fault of black men, all the black political initiatives or services that are from the ground up are mostly run and created by black women. They're funded by white folks and Jewish folks that are mostly, you know, gynocentric, like, you know, pro LGBTQ, pro mothers and family, you know, pro single mother, pro sex worker, pro. It's just all the Marxist. No, I'm just saying this is the whole
is run by black men right now.
No. The community is run by black women. Like the black community in the local Portland area is run by black women.
What area are you in?
I live in the Portland area in Oregon.
Oh,
so yes, it's a super progressive area, but I just see a lot of whether it's like Don't Shoot PDX, run by a black woman that had her idiot son get deleted. People like that, and I'm just gonna be honest, because a lot of these initiatives do nothing to help black people, and they are run by black women. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, black men aren't really involved. The ones that are involved, they actually have organizations that work, but they're very small and they get no support. But a lot of the ones that are run by, hold on, let me finish. And a lot of the ones that are started initiated by black women over there, as long as they're progressive, they'll get funded by every non-black person, and it never helps us.
Are there a lot of black men in Portland?
Quite a few. I mean, this is where most of the black people are in the state, in this area, but they're here. Like we're almost like 3% of the state, so no. But like I said, like black men are here, they just don't do anything.
Wow.
Gunny with the 10 ounces. In Texas, you're either married or divorced. There is no mandatory separation time. Scam with the $2 says, T.O. proved the point. Back to complaining. Steppenwolf, salute.
What up, buzzing, if it doesn't. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Big Bad Bull with the 10 ounces. I raised my 3 kids. X was ordered to pay $180 per month total and never did. It would have been cheaper for me to give her custody and pay $600 per month in support. Tired of hearing men complain about child support. Jeremiah.
Wow.
With the 100 ball, he says, understanding the person you are dealing with will help with the child support issues. Complaining won't help. We men need to do better do what is best for the kids. Be like Miss Rowe, headstrong, selfless, and gorgeous. She's a rare breed. There should be more like her.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
25.
Salute Jeremiah, man. Hey, you better at least go on a coffee date with that nigga.
Thank you. Let me be quiet.
Hey,
Romello. Romello with the 2000 Mario Bros. That's all I like. AFR.
Remember, I'm supposed to be Luigi because of the green. I wear green, so I'm Luigi. But anyway, can you highlight a comment that TCGO put up there? He said,
it's free.
It's free, but I can pay you.
All right, hold on. Calvin Cook with the 2000 says too many burnt bridges. No more accountability. Time control was popping. Appreciate you for becoming a member. Welcome to the family.
What up, buzzing, bird, flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you got your cousin, wasn't?
Salute, cuzzo. Appreciate you. All right, hold on. Let me do this AFR. Let me get Callie Bevan. Let me find the comment. Callie was popping.
Hey, Callie.
What's up, you guys?
Callie got her bonnet on. She at work.
Put him in the fucking bed. Get him out of here. Come on.
That's like wearing drawers on top of your head. Go ahead, Callie.
What?
Well, I ain't oil my locks, so they looking a little dusty. All right, fine. I didn't think it was that deep. But look, it almost sounds like y'all want daddy government to come in and fix y'all problems that y'all could have stopped in the beginning.
Like which ones?
The main one is this child support stuff.
Yeah.
And also, I find it kind of funny how we're supposed to vote in our best interest, but then complain about the single moms who do rely on government assistance or who have to rely on government assistance. Y'all mad because they voting in their best interest.
Mad or are we talking?
Well, upset, irritated, annoyed.
Well, what I was addressing, Callie, was we continue the separation. And do you believe in the pun, we're better together?
Yeah, we're better together.
Do you agree that a family, a 2-person household, is a faster way to get wealthy, so to speak?
Yeah, 2 incomes is better than 1.
Do you agree that if we're not on the bottom, we're pretty close in terms of income and children being born out of wedlock and things of that nature?
Yep.
So with all those things being true, because we hello, I got a delay. Oh, okay. So if we agree there, because I agree with you, if women are voting, if black women specifically, is that what we're talking about, are voting their best interest, but not our best interest, we're going to continue the separation, and everything we named is not beneficial. So don't we need to come together, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Well, they're already separated. There is no together with those situations. They already separated.
I know, but what I'm saying is if men have separate best interests, we will never come together, right? So shouldn't we say stop voting in your best interest and vote in our best interest?
Well, the interests don't align is the problem.
Why? Is it selfishness?
No, because I mean the baby is crying now. So either either I go ahead and I get these benefits to help supplement the income that's not there, or you know what I'm saying, or we have to, you know, make up or whatever the situation was. If the relationship is salvageable, then we have to come together and raise this kid in the same house. But if that's not a possibility, then
Let me ask you a hypothetical, Callie, and then AFR. You got the comment in your head at least. You know where it is. Okay.
Yeah, it passed by a couple times. It's the everybody thinks it's good until the CGI whatever cartel show up to your neighborhood.
Oh no.
And it goes into what I was.
Yeah, but that's all right. All right, give me a second. Give me a second, because I still gotta hit. I'm finished with Callie and go to Joe. I got you. I just want to make sure you knew where it was. That's all.
Yeah.
Callie, hypothetically, if these things weren't there, would people be apt to leave and separate? So what if there was no Section 8? What if there were no single woman benefits? What if there wasn't just a almost guaranteed child support? Do you think that people would be less likely to just separate? Or do you think because there are safety nets, people are more likely because the risk isn't very high?
well,
Just asking.
no, because I'm not giving up my man for no benefits. You know what I'm saying? You don't give up no whole entire income for no government crumbs, because that's what they are. They're crumbs.
Okay.
The Section 8 waiting list is so long, you might not never get that. So that ain't no guarantee. You ain't guaranteed no daggone housing. You know what I mean? And then at the same time too, if we are together and we need benefits, if we meet the income, if we are not at the income ceiling, we'll get the benefits as a family. So it's, you know, you don't have to trade one for the other. The only problem is that I think, yeah, I've seen the income level. You have to be darn near dirt ass poor.
Poor, not broke, poor. Like broke is like you can pay your bills. Poor is like you in trouble.
Well, I know what it is. I know what it is for a single person. I would expect that the ceiling is pretty low for a couple as well. Because I remember when I tried to get Medicaid and everything, I made too much money to get Medicaid, but I didn't make enough money. Like I made too much money to get Medicaid, but I made too much, and I didn't make enough to qualify for the one where I have to pay the state a premium every year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so I think the laws need to be changed in that aspect, but to just throw out the whole baby with the bathwater and just cut off the benefits altogether, absolutely not.
Okay.
Anything for the white man to keep taking care of us.
Well, no, but the dude is not there, so who is supposed to supplement his income?
Of course, the white man. Look, it's the white man's job to take care of the children.
All right, hold on, Callie. There's one follow up. Oh, hold on, y'all. There was
yours.
Hold on, Callie. You dropped off. You know how the phone will do that sometimes.
No, it's my Android. You know.
Yeah, you know what's a fix for Androids, right? Throw that piece of shit against the wall.
I'm an Android girl too, Callie.
Throw that piece of shit against the wall. It'll work better. Callie, damn, there's one question I wanted to ask. Oh, so you're saying that a government check wasn't enough for a woman to say to hell with they men, right?
Right. Welfare did not kick black men out the home.
So what are you alleging? That black men just left? Black men just weak? What are you? And I'm saying alleged.
I'm alleging.
Go ahead.
I'm alleging that they weren't there in the first place.
God damn. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm alleging that they weren't there in the first place. There was no relationship. That was an oops baby.
Wow. Callie, was your grandparents together?
Do oops sound like this?
Your grandparents were together though, right?
Mm-hmm. My grandparents were together. My parents were together.
Yeah.
On both sides of my family.
Oh.
So that means that he was there.
No, that's my family, sure.
But you want other women to be in financial bondage to the government and their children and generations of subservience.
No, what I'm saying is that for those people who are in that situation, there was no relationship, there was no family or whatever like that. And then to top it off too, the dude can still get put on government assistance if she even applies for welfare. So he could be in the house. Y'all could need welfare. The only way y'all can need Medicaid. The only way to get Medicaid is to name who the father is. Now the father is put on child support.
So you mean people that are not married? You're just saying co-living together,
cohabitating,
and having children. You're talking about those people. The man was never really there in the first place because they're not married.
He's not married.
Can I say something? How about a man with no children, such as myself?
Sorry. Don't run it over.
Sorry.
Don't run it over. I just want to make sure she get her full thought out. That's all. Interesting, Callie. Interesting. Are you good?
I mean, that was my situation or whatever. We had to rely on CVS Minute Clinic. You know what I'm saying? Because when I went on ahead, by the time it got around to my second born, because they're like 6 years apart between my oldest and my second born. By the time I got around to my second born, when I went down there to go ahead and act like a hoe and apply for government assistance and act like I wasn't married and stuff like that, right? Apply for Medicaid because I, with his income as well, we wasn't gonna meet the threshold. So I acted like I didn't know who the daddy was and all that kind of stuff like that. Apply for Medicaid. Then when it got to the paperwork said, like, who is the father? I'm like, well, shit, I can't, you know what I'm saying? If I go ahead and I apply for this, then they're going to start coming after him for the daggone Medicaid.
Money back.
He can get put on child support for that. When I went on ahead and tried to apply for food stamps, he can get on that. And then I'm like, okay, well, we're married to the state on paper, so I can't necessarily lie and say that, you know what I'm saying? I can't lie and say that I'm not married because it's on file at the state. So couldn't get it.
Okay. AFR, you want to? Go ahead.
No, well, for one, I was gonna say, I love you, Callie.
We need reform for the welfare system so it's more accommodating to families, sure. But to sit here and say that, she chose government crumbs over me and kicked me out the house, I think that's bullshit.
Okay. AFR, you want to respond, and then let's get Joseph.
First thing, Callie Bev, I love you. You smoking on that good gas, but don't give too much out or whatever. Just not too many details. There's too many people that like clipping stuff on the internet. And also, one thing I'm gonna say is, me as a man that doesn't have any bastard children and I pay my taxes, I don't want to pay for yours. And I'm not saying you're, women on the panel, but just like in general, I do not feel obligated, nor should men who bust their butt like me to get everything I get, because I don't get anything from the government to support y'all bastard kids. I'm sorry. Now, I'm all for paying taxes for the general welfare that, like it says in the Constitution, but not for all these really inefficient social services that literally haven't really uplifted Black people and made us do any better anyway. So I'll just say peers then. I get it. I understand. Y'all let the dudes that'll not be around hit. Not you, but a lot of Black women don't have standards for the men they have sex with. So this is where we are. So and another thing that in the and I was gonna go into the voting thing, and I'm probably gonna get off and let you fine folks have y'all say. Shout out to Joseph. Thank you for being patient there, brother. When I said like the voting thing about how Black men are changing their voting patterns, is because we're voting about things that actually matter. It's not, people keep going into y'all doing the left-right paradigm, or y'all love the white man on this side more than the white man on that side. Listen, we have a system of governance. If one white man literally says, I'm going to get murderous, criminal immigrants out of your neighborhood that are competing with you for resources and housing and everything and political power, and I'm gonna sweep them all away so y'all can have what's actually yours, that's actually yours, I don't see what the problem is. We're supposed to vote on policy, not a color, or vote on who I like more, or who got more swag, or who makes me smile, or feel good on the inside. I go off of He said, I'm gonna make your taxes lower. I'm gonna make your, like, you know, if you're a black small business owner, you want somebody to say you low taxes for you. It's common sense. So I don't know why y'all keep saying why y'all could even consider looking at the other side when the other side is literally speaking. I'm about to land a plane, is literally speaking to what we freaking need. And we need child like this reform that's being presented. It's mostly, you know, even though a Democrat proposed it, Republicans supported it. And I'm landing a plane. Those immigrants already pushing people out of their places. All these little government services that black women are getting now, these little vouchers, they're pushing them aside. They're pushing them aside for these newcomers. And I land a plane. Thank you, Risky.
That's that New York stuff. That's what's going on up in New York.
It's happening all over the country. Illinois, New York, Cali.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all over 3 states. Okay.
Well, that goes to.
I'm being an asshole. I'm being an asshole.
We were talking about earlier today. Each party is going to pander to whatever it is, whatever the case is, because when does the politician talk about the black communities when we have little kids running around here robbing people and stealing cars? Right. So it's all about what's best.
You vote for them to get out of jail, Ro.
No, what we probably do is vote for them to put back in place and fund these extracurriculars so they have something to do instead of cutting after school programs and cutting these parks and cutting the extracurriculars in the schools so they have something to do.
And so this is an example. This is an example of what I said.
But, you know, lower your taxes, so cut all those programs so they be outside.
When AFR talks about voting what's for you, AFR, you're a single person with no kids. Somebody like myself and Callie, we got to vote for our kids, right? So there's in my county, there's no community service area for the kids to go to even play the bowl. So at the end of the day, we're going to vote what's best for our community, and I'm landing.
All right, can I just ask y'all real quick? I know it's
Joseph is up unless he's gonna concede the floor to trigger Mike.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. Good afternoon, panel. Good afternoon, Sir Amp. I can't stay long, but I was writing down some notes while I was listening to this, you know, and I wanted to kind of touch on the reasons. I want to first go into politics because that's my that's my MO. I have a degree in political science, bachelor's degree. Also, I want to touch on the 4 problems with the modern child support system. First and foremost, with the reason why politics don't work for Black people is because it's the same reason why Black men overwhelmingly don't participate in it. The same reason why they don't participate in the church, because men are driven by knowledge. Men are on a quest for knowledge. Women are on a quest for feelings and emotions and image. You know, it's that goes back to that narrative. How do you feel when you come out of the wilderness? You know, men overwhelmingly know what's going on. It actually got exposed during Obama's era, where politicians, you know, appeal to the low vibrational part of Black people, the dancing, the partying, the subsidies, the set asides, you know, and there was really no tangible. It was really nothing tangible. It was all lip service. And then when these things were initiated, then they included these all-in programs for everybody else. That's why they use the term POC, which means people of color. So Black people were, were lulled to sleep thinking that, Obama's going to do everything for only Black people, and then before you know it, Asians, Arabs, South Americans, they got all of the stuff, and we got the crumbs from the off the floor from the table, right? So politics is really not our strong suit, because they don't really appeal to us. We want something tangible. We want something substantive. We don't want no lip service. And also, too, 4 problems with the modern child support system. It's unfair child support payments. It's the deadbeat dad myth. The current system actually fixates on enforcement and ignores involvement. The problem with this is 29% of families in the system live below the poverty line. Many fathers sincerely want to do right by their children, of course, but simply don't have the means to do so. When unpaid payments accumulate, this snowballs into another issue, which is called parental alienation. Now, research has shown that there is a link between debt and involvement. Some men even get incarcerated. Now, since states treat incarceration as voluntary unemployment, payment debts accumulate while they're inside. Also, too, there was a documentary back in 1986 that CBS produced called The Vanishing Act. There was a father of 6 from New Jersey who gleefully explained on camera, gleefully bragged on camera that he doesn't provide financially for his 6 kids. Now, the government had got a wind of that, and then they had installed initiatives to basically, enforce child support more. They actually did that to, make child support stricter. And during the 90s, Bill Clinton actually doubled down on it. That's the reason why we got the 3 strikes law. That's why they call black men super predators. Read it. This is all research that I just looked up this morning. See, I'm not as lazy as y'all think I am. Also, too, there is no way in fucking hell that for one child you should be paying money like this. Give me 30 seconds, Hamp. I promise you, I'm gonna finish up and then I'm gonna get the fuck off. Tyrese Gibson, he pays $11,000 a month for one child. Blake Griffin, $32,000 a month for one child. Russell Simmons, $40,000 a month for 2 kids, which comes to a grand total a year of $480,000 a month. Why the hell do they have to pay so much?
Because they're millionaires.
It doesn't matter.
What are you saying? You're not making. I mean, come on.
$32,000 for one child.
Your child support is based off of your household income.
You don't see anything. You don't see anything wrong with somebody paying that kind of money a month for one child.
I mean, yeah, Joseph. That's going to be circular. We already know where this goes. Okay, it's going to go circular. All right. Yes, they are millionaires.
Why though? Why Trigger Mike? But why can't we mine that out though?
So we can mine it out, but the millionaires part of it, is it right for we understand the law, the technicality, and why they got to pay that much. But earlier you said, are we incentivizing this bad behavior? People leaving because of those incentives. It's absolutely an incentive to think that when you separate, you're going to have control. Because I'm gonna give props to Cali Bev. You did say something that needs to be really canceled out. Women didn't just leave for a government check. That's only a small part of what was going on. All right. You left for autonomy. That's what y'all really want. Autonomy over the family without his say-so. That is very attractive to women even today. All right. I get to do what I want. I get to make the rules for the kids. I get to pick where they go to school. I get to pick what they eat without his say-so. I am the primary parent. And as we know, that is what is really attractive to women that want to do that. Now, yes, they pay way too much in child support, these athletes and people. I personally believe it is an incentive for too many women to leave their families and break them apart, because it's not what the court says. They use this term, is in the best interest of the child. All right. I believe that a man's provision should be attached to him. If my children aren't physically with me, something sacrificial or suffering should occur. If they need money for me to pay out for their dwelling, they need to live with me. It is completely unrealistic for a man to be expected to provide for 2 households. In every country on earth, the average man cannot do that. Families were not meant to be split apart.
Trigger Mike, you're right. Families that decided to get married, when you are having children out of wedlock, you don't get to say, you can because you're married, right? You even can, if you go through the process, God forbid, go through the process of a divorce, you still have a say so. But when you're talking about men that never got married, they're just creating children and not actually homing into their leadership and their provision. I mean, that's not an incentive. It's like Callie said, they was never there in the first place.
They take that into their own hands when they have children out of wedlock. They take the court system. How do you gonna blame the court system when you decide to have sex without a condom? How you blame the woman when you decide to have sex without a condom? You can't blame the court for telling you what to pay when you haven't decided that you wanted to actually be married to the woman. You just
didn't
want
greet
to.
anybody, HQ. You didn't greet
You
anybody.
didn't say hello or anything.
I didn't even.
Shaved it hot.
Were you raised by wolves or something?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Forgive me. Hello, everyone on the panel. Thank you for having me. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is you can't blame the court for making that determination as to what you're going to pay when you didn't make a determination about whether you wanted to give this woman a baby or not. You take all of that into your own hand. You take that all into the court's hands when you decide this is what you're going to do. Now, it's based on those millionaires. Those are millionaires' money. Millionaire, we get that. That's a lot of money. We look at it as a lot of money. But a lot of men don't pay child support. They very rarely pay child support. They don't have it right now. I know people who pay $12 a month for child support. So the men are not paying the overwhelming amount of child support. That's just the reality. Okay, they don't pay $700-800 for one kid. That's not how it goes. And it's not our fault if you decide to have 3, 4, 5 different baby mamas and you got to pay all that child support. That's your fault. That's not the court's fault.
Yeah, we're not even arguing fault right now. I mean, and those aren't a majority of fathers of any race.
No, the majority of fathers are not paying child support. That's
whoa. Almost 70% of men on child support pay their child support and on
not black fathers.
Oh, can I get the stat, please?
I want to hear the stat of 70% of black men.
No, men. Period on child support.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the bulk of
remember. Hold on. Child support is taken from their check. It's taken. It's not like they got a choice to pay. It's taken from them. I'm a director at my job.
It is true.
Child support order comes to HR. Hold on. Come on. It's already fixed in the system. When I hire somebody, that I have to give. I've gotten alerts from HR that this person has an order for child support, and you have to alert them like, hey, this is some extra coming out of your check. So there's no way for some men to, I know what men you're talking about, those men that jump from job to job. So before the child support hit, that's not common.
Trigger Mike, have you ever paid child support?
Never. I'm never going.
Let me explain the system. When you are taken to court for child support, if y'all are married, it goes through your process of divorce or whatever. You have an initial meeting to decide how you're going to pay it. It does not automatically be taken out of your check until you are not in compliance of paying. That is where they will make a decision, and they will start to what's called take your money out of your check, basically. By the time you
that's state to state, though, bro. I think that's state to state.
No, I don't think it's state to state.
That is state to state.
Once you get ordered child support in most states, like this state, it doesn't matter how you want to pay; it's getting taken out
of your check.
I think it's
in every court. In every court.
My question is, you can just avoid it altogether and get paid under the table. You know.
I mean, and then think about this, y'all. Do y'all know the number one employer of black men in the United States of America? Public administration, which means they work for the city, the TSA, the government of some sort. That shit's getting taken out of their check.
So why are you making an argument for them not taking out it? I'm confused. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be taken out of your check. So they don't volunteer to pay the money.
You said they don't pay. I said
I'm saying overriding that 70% you said. I'm saying the 7% you said is not the bulk of black men. That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying that most men cannot avoid paying unless they job hop and they don't keep regular jobs.
So
unless you're going to say most black men don't keep regular jobs, is that what you're saying?
Are we arguing that they shouldn't pay? What are we arguing here? I'm confused.
I think you're moving the goalposts to stop from being wrong, HQ. I think you're doing that because I think you kind of.
I'm not trying to be right or wrong. I'm trying to figure out what the point of the argument is. There's not a lot of men who pay child support. Period. So you say 70%.
When you say, okay, I think I got you. When you say not a lot of men that pay child support, are you saying that?
No, I'm sorry. There's not a lot of men who pay extremes amount of child support. They have child support to pay,
I think
but
the
they
average
don't pay
payment is like
extremes
$400
amount.
some or something like that, right?
You said what?
Has everybody heard that? So yeah, that's not a lot, I guess. I guess that's not a lot.
So why
It's
why are
relative.
they balking at paying child support if it's like average $400?
Listen, let me tell you right now. I don't think anybody wants to be told what to pay for their kids. Male or female. I don't think anybody wants to be told.
Then make a concentrated effort to stay with your children.
I would say most people want that, but it's not always up to them. They can get left. So
But
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Keeping the family together. I was going to say, keeping the family together is paramount.
He's got his hand up for a while. Can't allow Savage Red to speak. Thank you.
Your audio, Savage. Your audio is like we can't even hear anything. It's like shush, something like that.
Hit the audio automatically adjust button and it'll fix them. Oh,
hey, thank you, HQ. Thank you for saying people should stay with their families. That's what I wanted to say to Cali, Bev, and Bro. Instead of me paying my tax dollars for your bastard children, the father of the children should be taking care of them. That's where we're at. That's where a lot of black men are at. Y'all need to take care of y'all own. Go back to the man who fathered and sired that kid. I should not have to pay a dime for y'all. Okay?
You can't go back to something that don't exist, but all right.
Savage, you good?
Well, and what do you mean paying child? What do you mean you're paying for bastard children? What do you mean? What are you saying?
He talking about the $5 that come out of his check. That's what he talking about. He talking about them $5 to $7.
Are you talking about public aid? You talking about their public aid money?
Taxes, yeah, taxes. Taxes from single people that don't go out there and have. I don't have bastard children out of wedlock. I should not pay for anybody else's, your nieces or your cousins. I should not be paying for that.
Sir, you ride on you don't ride on roads that you have to pay taxes for. What are you talking about?
I pay for look, my demographic gets fleeced for everything in this country. Okay, from roads to bastard children to gender reassignment surgery in Pakistan. Just like rich people pay for it, middle class people, I pay for it too.
Please don't bring in the conspiracy. Some of that
everybody who gets a check, they pay. Everybody who gets a check, they pay for it. So
okay, guys, we're waiting for Savage. Enter the Black Dragon. You were next. How you doing?
EBD.
I'm doing all right, but I'll concede to Savage if he's got his sound up.
I don't think he has a sign up yet. You can go. He hasn't have his sound up yet.
All right. Well, just real quick. I mean, yeah, I've been through child support, and yeah, they take it out of your check, and no, you don't get no option about how to pay it neither. You don't get an option about how much you pay. You don't get an option about how you're going to pay. You don't get an option about whether you want to pay or not. It's a court system. You get it. You get served. You have to appear to court on time. They give you a bunch of paperwork for you to review and sign. And then that money comes out of your check for the next 15 to however many years. There's no tax deduction on it. There is no saving grace. There's no kind of refund. There's no kind of anything. It's just money that goes into the ether. And nobody say what?
Sorry. When you went to court for your child support, they didn't ask you how you were going to pay?
They didn't ask me shit. They don't ask you anything. Are you Mr. Such and Such that's been served with this subpoena? Yes or no? Yes, you are. Here's your paperwork and your documentation. They filed for divorce and this and that. They're filing for child support, this and that. Sign here, you're out. They don't ask you very much of anything just to confirm your identity. And after that, all the things are in place before you get to the courtroom.
Okay, so that must be a state thing. You're right. Okay.
So why are we complaining about? Why are we arguing about whether we pay child support?
Hold on, no. Everybody just get a chance to speak. Aaron, how you doing?
Doing well. How are we doing, panel? Can we?
Doing okay.
My audio. Oh, okay, good. Mr. Hampy's somewhere. Hi. Listen, this is all unnerving. This is alarming. While we're having this discussion, welfare has to go the way of the dinosaurs. It has to go. And there's a way to take care of people Kelly Bev was saying, you would just put a timer on it. You say a year from now or a year and a half from now, this thing goes away. That way, anybody that's pre-existing that has children or in situations, they'll be able to finance their lives. But we should never ever get comfortable with accepting government handouts. You never want your food to come from someone else. You don't want to rely on the government. That is a path to tyranny. That is a path to destruction. It happens all the time. It happened to us already. It nearly killed us, and it's trying to kill us now. Oh, we're pointing the finger at, well, he should put a condom on. She should close her legs and all. Yeah, well, everybody do that. Close your legs. Put a condom on. I don't care. Do it. Get rid of this shit. I'm a stepfather. I pay capital gains tax, earned income tax. This is keeping us apart. This is crazy. We need to vote this shit out of office. Tell them to put a timer on it so that the people that are here are taken care of. Get aspirin, which is the best contraceptive, to be held tightly between the knees, okay? And start getting married. It's really simple. Like, we're pointing fingers and this is crazy. We're going to kill ourselves. This is black people going down the fucking drain.
So,
everybody want to win. What? So, pardon me, I was handling something with my guys. Can somebody give me a brief synopsis, 30 seconds? What I missed?
Still on the child support issue.
Child support.
Okay. And I was complaining about single people paying for social assistance as well.
Oh, so like you contributed to it and you don't have kids?
Yeah. And
so do you feel like? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, let me just say this. I actually came up because something Kelly Bevan said about assistance from the government, and I'm really on Aaron's side on this one. Why are we asking the government to do the job the community is supposed to be doing? Why? So we already wrong, and I think you kind of checkmated yourself a little bit because that's the issue. We need community assistance. No. If you're talking about the government and community, those are two separate entities. I learned this lesson this school year when my daughter started at a charter school. This charter school, the parents are the most involved beings in the school. That parent involvement is how you get smart and capable children. If they need something, they don't go into the school budget. They ask the parents for it. Somebody's oil and gas company donated it. They need $50,000 so the kids can go to trip to Orlando to do community service. Somebody paid for it. The parents do this before they even touch the school budget. The community has always done the work. We don't wait for the government because they're slow. They don't really care. And it is always a caveat to their assistance. They want something back in return for it. So we're supposed to do this work, the parents. And the first and foremost thing, this is my whole thing, is that you stay together. That's the point of all of this. Go ahead.
And man, run for office. Run for office. I just left the campaign trail with my best friend last year. He won. He is in office right now. He might come up here. Run for office. Get in there. Stop this shit. It's killing us.
I was going to ask AFR, do you think that your property taxes shouldn't pay for schools too?
Well, for one, shout out to Trigger Mike, always on target. Everybody loves this man. Look, paying for schools, for one, the structure of paying for schools is local taxes anyway. So if you have a functioning neighborhood or hood that actually has functioning businesses and healthy communities, your schools are going to be funded very well. And you're not going to be begging to the white man and like, y'all don't fund our schools, y'all hate us. But there's crack houses around your school. So I don't mind paying taxes for that, but we don't even exploit the structure that's even in place before us. Everybody else does. But then we always cry to the federal government they need to bail us out every year.
Well, you laid out the premise that you don't want to pay for nobody else's kids because you don't have any. So I just wanted to see how far you went with it.
Why should I?
I didn't ask you that. I just wanted to see how far you went with it.
Sir, you pay for roads you don't even ride on. What are you talking about? It's the social contract that we as Americans have.
That has a benefit. Roads that I don't drive on are actually a benefit to everybody. That's not your bastard children.
Why you keep saying that bastard kid gonna be your damn doctor one day when you sitting up there with your booty up in the air trying to get some damn help.
Well, I have a Nigerian doing that. Thank you very much.
You have a Nigerian doing what?
I have a Nigerian doctor.
He got your booty in the air?
You're gonna have to clean that up, AFR. You're gonna clean that shit up.
What's happening?
I reject that. You don't do that.
You know, y'all know them gowns is open in the back and y'all booties be out. Stop.
Why do Negroes always go to gay stuff?
No, we don't. Exhibit A with the 50 ball was popping. Welcome. He said, this AFR black dude is right. You blacks are silly and have your women public behavior is outrageous. Black men allow your women to publicly disgrace you. Jesus Christ. I hope black men keep not voting. This is fun to watch blacks fight each other.
We already dismayed that black men do vote. Stop saying that.
No, we don't.
Under the blood, Jesus, you can cover me under the blood. In the morning when we wake up, and the blood that Jesus me take up. And when me feel like me, I go break up, put the blood on me face just like a makeup.
J Rag with the 10,000. I don't know what that is.
He's a foreigner, so his opinion doesn't even matter.
Democrats and Republicans. One party believes the healthcare reform and the other wants to ban books that make the white folks feel bad.
His opinion does matter. You said you got a Nigerian doctor. Foreigners matter.
Right.
That's a Colombian peso.
Salute the Exit A became a member. Appreciate you. Exhibit A.
That was Colombian peso, that currency.
Okay. AL with the $5 says, we talk about two-parent household. Well, it's really better to have a multi-generational household. A family from top to bottom should be in sync together. AL with the $5 says, the benefits shouldn't be cut off cold turkey, but should have a scale or time limit. Also, Droid Nation, we eat apples. Exhibit A with the $5 says, black women are genetically engineered to pick the worst black man out there, but crying they are raising criminals on their own. Maurice Clark with the $10 says, we don't want government assistance. We want them to stay out of our way. We also don't vote our own interests while degrading and incarceration others. No Chaser with the $5 says, what is this? Legend of Wukong? When did absent fathers become a myth? AL with the $2 says, two books I recommend: Color of Law, Color of Money. Ranger with the $5 says, I'm not stupid as y'all think I am. Hey, AL with the $5 says, child support shouldn't exist except for extreme circumstance. If there's 50-50 custody automatically, then they shouldn't have to pay anything. Noble Tyrant with the $5 says, the modern woman is not responsible enough to manage their womb. Take the responsibility out of their hands. Ogun was popping with the $10 says, Ogun Network coming soon. Okay. With the $10 says, ma'am, it's state to state. Some give you the option to pay, but in my state, they leave it to the parent receiving support to decide if they want pay directly or garnishment. Exhibit A with the $5 says, this old woman just said, make a concentrated effort with a group of women who hate and disrespect their men. All this women babble. Steppenwolf was popping. Salute. He said, bullshit. I was paying $1,198 a month when I was making $2,960 a month. Back then I got custody, and now my boys are grown and gone.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. EBD, did you have a chance to give your 2 cents?
I sure did.
You were saying that when your experience with what? Was it child?
Oh, with child support. Oh, okay. Just to summarize it up real quick.
No, you said it already, right?
Yeah, I did, but just to fill you in, it's just that from state to state, he was right. Child support, you don't get to decide, how much you pay, how it's going to be allocated, whether it's me paying, it's just garnishment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's how I've always seen it. It's straight garnishment. Why would they? Man, nobody want to pay that shit. They don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
So, Trigger Mike, here's my concern, Trigger Mike, is that we've done a lot of marketing, a whole lot of marketing, right? Where we're saying, here's the issue. And then when you look out in the earth, what are people doing to change said issues? One is obviously legislation, right? But other is giving back to the community. I've heard it a million times. I think maybe AFR might even said it. I'm not going to the hood fucking with them niggas. Fuck them little niggas. I'm not giving back. I'm not endangering myself. I'm not endangering my life. But then we complain about them little niggas not having any guidance, and then we don't go and guide. So I'm trying to figure out, there's marketing, there's an issue, and then you articulate the issue. But at a point, if you just continue to articulate the issue and not do nothing about it, you just complain.
Absolutely. I think what AFR, speaking of what AFR is experiencing, is actually what a lot of men are experiencing.
Yeah, I know.
We're realizing that even the Black Panthers, at the time that they were active, had a majority of homes intact. The majority of Black homes were intact. I think over 60% or something like that were intact family. They were fathers trying to help each other's families and the kids. That's why I said it is very easy for 8 out of 10 dads in a community to help those 2 children that don't have fathers. It is very hard for 2 men in the community who are the dads to help the other 8 kids that don't. That's what we're dealing with right now. And the issue that we're experiencing is that you cannot really change men. You got to raise them.
You got to raise them. Yeah. That's what I was saying in terms of giving back. Hold on one second, y'all. I got to get better at this. Vito, are you a real person? Vito, are you a real person? Vito, can you hear me? Vito, give me the middle finger pause if you're a real person. Vito, give me the middle finger if you're a real person. I can't hear you, Vito. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on, y'all, because I got one of those bombings last week.
Damn.
All right.
Of all the fucking pictures.
Is that
Vito.
Ricky Lake?
Ricky
Vito.
Lake.
Ricky Lake.
Unmute yourself, Vito.
When she was pretty.
Hold on.
90s Ricky Lake.
Yeah, hold on. Vito, unmute yourself.
Yo, Ricky
You
Lake.
muted. There's a button on your shit. Yeah, you muted. Unmute yourself.
Is she still alive?
Yeah, she's just fat as
Yeah,
hell.
Ricky Lake's still alive.
She just fat.
That's what I'm talking about. Get the hell up out the spotlight. We ain't seen a picture.
I don't think she's been fat for a long time.
Damn, like 25 years she's been out the game or something.
So the kids that we complain about that are coming up in these homes, and we can continue to perpetuate bad habits in our community. Like Jeree said in the chat, he not risking his life to help block Tavius.
You like to that point, what we're learning is a terrible lesson. Mentorship cannot replace fatherhood. We cannot mentor these boys
into
submission. So that comment I made earlier about that school stuff.
Yeah.
When people say give back to your community in the Black community, it means go mess with those boys in the hood. And I think it was like Sean Antonio that made he said a boy that has to carry an 8-ball in his mouth every day ain't gonna listen to somebody who ain't never done it before. He ain't gonna listen to us. He making money. He not gonna listen to me.
Oh,
you see what I'm saying?
mouth?
An 8-ball.
Eight-ball of
dude got to carry drugs in his mouth every day and sell them and hold them on the corner. He's not listening to. He gonna think I'm a square. He's not gonna listen to me. And that's something that we realize is like, how can we even help these kids? And what we realize is, in your community where your children go to school is where you serve. Can nobody say I don't serve my community? Because when the school needs something, I'm there. I'm putting up chalkboards. I'm there at the food drive with my own children. That's where I serve. Where my children are.
8-ball in his mouth.
I don't know what the fuck an 8-ball is, obviously, man. I don't know. Y'all help me out. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, you ain't never seen drug dealing kids before him?
Yeah, but
it's the white kind of drugs.
He mean 8-ball up under his sack. That's what he meant.
8 ball in his mouth. That's stupid as fuck.
I know.
That's what I'm
He didn't
saying.
know. He didn't know. He didn't
All
know.
right, go ahead.
No,
Go ahead. Go
but
ahead.
you made my point. If I go there trying to say, "Hey man, you carrying an 8 ball in your mouth," they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this nigga talking about?" See what I'm
Trick
saying?
Mike, you gonna be high as fuck if that hoe dissolve in your mouth, nigga. You gonna
That
OD
makes no
on my mama.
sense.
You hear me,
An
Cali?
8 ball in your mouth, bro.
Yo,
That's dumb
Yo.
as fuck. That's what niggas just don't say anything, bro.
Yeah.
3.5 in your mouth. That sounds fucking crazy.
Overdose. Listen,
Where'd you
are
get that from?
meant-
Training Day with
My
Snoop
fault.
You
Dogg?
are meant
My
to
fault.
serve.
But niggas just
Yeah.
be saying anything, Mike.
But-
now
but-
hold on. Let me get this straight, Mike. You said that or he said that?
Now I gotta go back. I don't know if he said
All right,
that.
all right, correct that shit. Because somebody
I don't know.
wilding. I'm gonna tell you that.
No,
now.
blame that one on me. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, but the point, don't let the point get missed.
All
He
right,
said,
yeah,
if you don't
let
live
it
the life
marinate.
they live, they're not going to listen to you anyway. You just a square. You ain't like me, right? And when we talk about community service, we are all meant to serve where our children are. That's where we can serve, because it's not a community is not a group of individuals. It's actually a group of families. So it's you and another group of dads. You see, like we thought the cornerstone of a community was the women. It's actually the men. There is no community where men aren't present.
Man, Hemp, look, bro. I understand.
Did you say
I
hi
was
to
I was
anybody?
about to say hey to everybody. You know.
And also, it's not
How
your
y'all
turn.
doing? Okay.
Savage, are you back? Is your phone working?
Can I go real fast, Savage?
Savage, can you hear us? Sap, go ahead, Detail.
Okay, how y'all doing, family? You know what it is. It's D-Town. Y'all all right this Tuesday? But look, check this out, Hemp. Y'all already tried to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I had a stepdad. You know, I know a lot of friends, because I'm 30, okay? And I know a lot of dudes that I grew up with me that had stepdaddies, okay? That's out the door, fam. They done made all type of memes and songs about stepdaddies, bro. We not doing it no more. I'm sorry. Okay, Hemp? Now, too, that's not my responsibility to be going to go take care of somebody else's responsibility. You know what I'm saying, Hemp? And then I got my own 3 kids. I ain't got time to be trying to help this other girl out. If something go on with my wife, I ain't got time. I don't. Help. I'm one check from being up under the bridge. Okay, you get what I'm saying? So I don't have time. I'm gonna put all my effort, all my love, all my passion into my kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's my prerogative. You know, that's what I can do. Like, because I'm here for my kids. So for us to change this, we have to stop. You know, I'm country. Enabling, is that the word? We gotta stop doing it, because now the women, that's what they say. And HQ say it all the time. She didn't even have a stepdaddy or stepfather or whatever, but she say it all the time. These women gonna find somebody to come play stepdaddy. That's the problem.
Yo, no,
that's the problem.
So D-Town, I'm not arguing any of the points you made. They're valid, and I would venture to say the majority of people would align and agree. I also deem that is, be safe, Trigger Mike, slightly problematic when we continue to complain about these boys, understanding the circumstances in which they come from. So all I'm saying is stop pointing fingers at them boys if you're not willing to do nothing about it. That's all I'm saying. That's when it turns into complaining. So if you look at the young boys that I coached, did you see how they presented themselves on the panel? Is because that 4 years under my tutelage, with them having a father or not, it made a big difference, and you can ask them that yourselves.
No,
because you'd be surprised the impact you can make. So all I'm saying is shut the fuck up complaining about them boys if you're not willing to put no pain in to at least see if your mentorship can help or not. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I agree with you 100%.
All right, Vito, you back. Are you a real person, Vito? I'm not good at this shit.
So you
go ahead, D-Town.
And I agree with you 100%. But then I gotta go to the point, like Trigger Mike is saying.
Sure.
The young boy gotta be willing to change, gotta be willing to hear an OG out. Come on now, Hemp. That's just what it is. If them young men would have never listened to you or seen you out as like that big brother or that father figure, you wouldn't have been able to get to them. And that's just the facts. You know what I'm saying? So we still got to have some type of cooperation between the youngins. But at the same time, I'm not about to tell my youngins, just go get a step baby mama. Nah, bro, that ain't no. I'm not doing it. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is.
What is what I'm saying to you, D-Town? You said if they didn't see me as a big brother, if your aunt had a dick, she'd be an uncle.
I got you. You right.
You know what I'm saying?
You sure would.
So until we try it, we just assume it, and we need great men who are real fathers to go because they know what it looks like.
Right. And when you show that love to your own children,
we need men like you,
yes, sir,
who've gotten themselves together, propped themselves up, married at a young age, etc., to be an example.
Yes, and I'm with you. Yeah, and I'm with you on that 100%. But just like I'm saying, I'm going to love mine unconditionally and so much that the kid that don't have that father or whatever, they can understand what a man truly do and how a man move out here. But at the same time, I'm going to love my children first off. That's just what it is, man. I got to love mine, you know? And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Go ahead, AFR.
Thank you. The thing I wanted to, I guess, add a caveat to, and shout out to Trigger Mike. He articulated very well, and I think men like me and him would be, and other men like myself would be more inclined to help if there was not as much hostility to us personally, or hear me out. You know King Randall X, right? Everybody's familiar with what that young man is doing in Georgia. He's doing a spectacular job. He's taking he's young himself, taking a lot of young boys that are out in the wind, and he's making them productive citizens. So that we already see what a good black man can do with vulnerable children.
Sure.
Okay. But the thing about it is, you see how we kind of go at each other in these spaces, like say just me, AFR, and my personality, or maybe my beliefs, or whether they're good or bad. If I present them to some of our people, say if I go to the local hood in Northeast Portland, because that's where it is, and I go to random black people out there, and you might think I'm just being like dramatic AFR, or I'm being anti-black, but there's a good percentage chance I will be physically attacked just by communicating, because I'm not communicating in the way, because you know how you got to go down to their level, you got to dumb yourself down and talk to them, because that's how if you want to help them, you got to do that, which I understand, but I'm putting myself at risk. You see what I'm saying? So if there was a mechanism or a hollowed ground in the hood to where I can come and give my services and not fear for my personal safety or legal implications after that, I'd be all about it. And also, by the way, on my own initiative, I actually am trying to put together a kind of like science camp for kids out here. It's kind of in the works, but there's some other black men in like New York that has kind of a model. And so I'm trying to get together resources. I'm trying to get a couple other black men locally that are going to be about that. So hopefully I can get some traction with that. But it's just like I'm going in a place where I'm not going to have to worry about, you know, what happened to Cam, what Cam, you know what I'm saying? What's his name? The football player guy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think if we think about those types of solutions, we can get more black men into the process of helping.
No, I got you.
This nigga's scared.
I would say your solution.
I'm gonna be alive.
Hold on, y'all, real quick. I'm just
go ahead.
AFR probably the most equipped to go out there and keep it a buck. Savage, can you hear us now? All right, hold on. Vito, can you hear me? Give me stick your hand up, Vito. Wave or something. Wave like this, Vito. I'm about tired of Vito ass. I'm not getting bombed today. Fuck that. And Savage, your mic sounding crazy again. Unmute. It's terrible.
Well, I heard that. Oh, really?
I mean, and everything. All right, hold on, y'all. Let me try one more time. Oh, that's not big. Oh, here you go. Vito.
Right.
No, it's better. Hey, Vito, can you hear me? Vito, can you hear me? I can see you. I can't hear you.
Hold on.
Hello? You can hear me? I don't know. I can't get this thing right. Go ahead, Savage.
Sound like Doctor Who.
Throw it out the window. Let him try his headphone. Damn, man, people in the car doing bad today. EBD, what you think, man? Do you think that AFR is right? He's too nerdy to go to the Jacks and make a difference?
I mean, I don't know about nerdy, but I mean, if you're going there with like a bias already, thinking that who you going to see is, you know, inferior to you or less than you, and you think that you're in a position to tell them what's what, yeah, they're not trying to hear that, and they're not gonna respect you either. You're just gonna come off like some douche, trying to put someone up on some kind of whatever. Now, for me, I have two minds about it, because when we talk about the hood where violence happens, I did grow up in that, but I didn't stay in that. So, I mean, it's one part of the hood isn't your whole life. That's a very small, minuscule minority, because people make it out of the hood all the time. You hear it, you see it. I was this, now I'm that. But if you're going to do it, I think a better way of doing it is you want to reach the children, because the adults aren't trying to hear you, because they're already setting their ways into making money in the ghettos or in the hood. It's the children that you need to like extract and put on the bus into another neighborhood that says, this is a good way of making money that ain't going to get you killed. You don't have to look over your shoulder. You can have a nice life, a nice this, a nice that. You have to give a child like options and then let them decide, right? Adults can do the same thing, but if you live this life 10 years hustling, you ain't trying to, I mean, what option is there for you really? You know what I mean? That's what I would say to that.
You know that, Vito, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me, DJ?
Yes, sir. All right, cool. You good? I had to make sure you wasn't like a meme or whatever. People be doing wild shit up here.
Okay, it's fucking up. Drop me down. I'll try to sort it out somehow.
No, you're good. You're
thank
good.
you for having me on.
You're good. You're good.
Oh, I'm good. Okay.
Yes, sir. I was just making sure. That's what I was saying. In the back. Hold on a second, Vito. You'll be up in just a second. I'm gonna turn you down a little bit too.
Well, hello everyone. First of all, thank you for having me on. And I just wanted to say that men do not really need a reform. Men need to actually retake their place in the society in order to have a functional society. That's my take.
Okay.
Because
is it like a rejuvenation?
I say maybe 30, 40 years.
He can hear.
We have been told that yes, you need to do this, you need to do that, and we stopped being leaders. We have become followers. And for men in their natural position, I don't think it's the right way.
Gotcha. So we got to take back the ground that we lost.
Well, just, exactly as you said, DJ, because I believe that,
he dropped off. He'll come back. Now, EBD, what if I told you that was almost 100% propaganda? Everybody out there selling drugs and doing X, Y, and Z. You know that's not the case, right?
No, because no one can do the exact same thing every single day, right?
No, what I'm saying is, if you had 100 people in the hood,
right?
5 people were hustling.
Right.
People are caught up in it because they live there, right? But the majority of the people going to work and coming home
and not doing the damn thing.
Yeah,
minding their what they're doing is they're minding their business, and they're staying out of trouble for as much and as long as possible until they can make it the hell out of there. Because no one who works a 8 to 10 hour job or whatever wants to live and go back to a shit shack in the hood somewhere. You're trying to make it out of there, and or at least sustain to where you live in peace relative to your environment.
Yeah. And would you venture to say, I'm just using AFR because he spoke, right?
Yeah.
People that aren't going back are the same people that are minding their business when shit is going haywire. Do you feel like if you had the ability to go back but you don't, you're slightly complicit, or it ain't your business?
That is a good question. I see it as if you're going to say that there's this problem within any community or the Black community, that's fine to first see that there's a problem and call a thing.
Sure.
The second part is, okay, so then if this is the problem, what's the solution? That's the second part of it. And then the third part is implementation. Are you going to have your hands in any of this? Because if you're not, then you're just paying lip service.
Yeah, that's all and that's why I have it up there. Do we want reform or do we want to complain? And Vito said we got to step up and take back our rightful place for all intents and purposes. Vito, I'm gonna come back to you. Let me see if Savage phone is working.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's poppin'?
Okay, not too much, Ham. So I got a question for you. So if you see 6 teenagers on a corner selling crack and don't say anything, are you complicit?
Me? Yes.
Okay. So the people that aren't selling crack in the neighborhood but aren't telling on the people selling crack, they're just as complicit even though they're not doing anything?
Yeah, they would be complicit, yeah. If you keep your mouth shut, you're part of the problem to an extent, for sure.
Okay.
Doesn't make you
Now,
criminal, but it makes you, go ahead, my bad, go ahead.
No, so I wanted to address something earlier when it came to the child support thing, because I love how how people that aren't in the child support system or haven't gone through the child support system have no idea how it works. So based on minimum, like here in Ohio, based on minimum wage, if your minimum wage is like $9 an hour, you can still be paying $600 for one kid. Which, if you do the math on minimum wage jobs, that's like half your income.
Yeah.
After taxes. So even though they're not paying $45,000 a month, when you bring home $1,200 and they take $6, that's still a big chunk compared to $45,000 for a guy making $2 million a year. The other issue that guys have with the child support system is there's default judgments where you can be claimed to be a father and they give a quote-unquote address and you're never served, and then you're paying child support for a child that's not yours. The other issue is during a marriage, if you get divorced and the kids aren't yours, you still pay child support. The other issue is your child support is always going to be increased every 3 years. Even if you're a single dad, like you had a one-night stand, the chick got pregnant, you never had a household, every 3 months or every 3 years or whenever she wants, if your income goes up, somehow her income needs to go up. You have to offset her income even though you are never a household. So the problem is the system itself is disadvantaged all the way through. Like if my great-grandfather left an estate to my uncle and my uncle dies and I'm on child support, that now becomes part of my child support, even though there was no way for me to know this was coming, or I had it, or he was going to die. Like, women are disingenuous when they talk about this, and then they say the comment like, well, it was your fault. You should have had sex with her. Yeah, well, I'm sure if one of these women were dating a dude and she said something foul to him and he turned around and punched her in her mouth, she would also say he was still the bad guy, not that she should have ran her mouth like that. Like, it's always funny how it's always the dude's fault in every situation, even when the woman's wrong. And women just want us to sympathize for them and pay for their stuff.
Or do you? And that's the thing. So remember when just staying on that point when they said he yelled out he's rich, that's why his child support is as such, right? Do you guys think there's a way to compute how much it would cost for a child to live in a given state? Like average,
Yeah, so there is. The child support has The child support system in your state comes up with a number.
No.
So in a lot of state,
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
a lot of states, they come up with their own number that what it would cost for a child to what it costs for a child to live in that state.
Yeah.
So there is a number.
Average between 17 and 30%
of what?
17 of your income.
No,
30%.
So HQ, here's what I'm asking. I think Savage understood is you can go to Alabama and say to raise a kid, let's say middle class, per year is going to cost $15,000, right? Let's just say, if you can compute a number, why is child support so far over these numbers? Regardless of him being rich, how much does it cost to raise a child? Not how much money does it make, so therefore he has to forfeit that amount of money.
Because it's not about the child.
Well, that's what I'm at. That's like, well, I'm asking. See, Savage, I know you understand, but in terms of the lady's standpoint, what do you guys think about that? Regardless of how much money he's making. Just interested to get you guys' thoughts on that.
The only other thing I can think of is the overages. Overages would be the administrative costs. Other than that, I don't know.
Like, so you agree?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
40% of that money 40+% of that money that should be going to the kid goes to the state. So that's another problem because the judge and everybody gets a cut, and a lot of those people are women.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty problematic, you know. But
do they get?
Well,
I'm sorry.
Here's the main issue. 30% of men don't pay child support. 50% of women that are ordered to pay child support don't pay child support. But you don't hear the narrative about deadbeat moms. Also, if you go and look at how the child support system worked, it became more powerful in the 90s because they took private child support and public child support and they merged it. So while you're in the court system, you're fighting public and private child support. So the systems merged. There's actually a video if you want to go look into it for Just Pearly Things interviewed a guy that worked in the child support system for 20 years, and he breaks down how the law came to where it's at. And the part that people don't realize is the whole point of the person that makes more money giving money to the other party is the idea that the other parent that's getting the money is also supposed to be responsible for the money of that child. And when these women were talking, you can tell that they had no idea or had any idea about the woman's part. Because if a man's paying a woman $45,000 a month, you're not going to tell me that woman she's also spending $40,000 a month out of her money for that child.
Yeah, it's not comparative at all. Now, to be fair, do you guys think men need to speak louder? Because, right, this is where I'm assessing complaining. If we lose rights to whether or not that child is born as soon as we bust a nut, do we need to address our responsibility or lack thereof during intercourse?
I can answer that after somebody else goes.
Absolutely, it should be addressed. It's the man's first. I always say this. It's the man's first choice. He makes the choice to walk into that room with or without a condom. He makes that choice. She can say wear a condom or not, but he is the person that ultimately makes the choice to wear a condom or not. So therefore, he's complicit the first time that anything goes. So why is he complaining if he's walking into a bedroom without a condom? But later on down the road, you have child support. You shouldn't hear anything about it if you're not willing to keep your sperm in your body or in a condom. Period.
Aaron,
Here
Aaron, and then EBD. Go ahead.
Here we go, assigning blame to decide who's going to be responsible to fix a problem that shouldn't have existed in the first place, and then to clean it up, you're essentially using a shovel to clean up something you spilled. It doesn't make sense. Child support, it has to go. It has to go. We need whole households. All right, tell you what, when you have sole custody of a child, right, that child, they tell you got to be in the house of that child. You got to take care of the child, unless you put it up for adoption, right? You can't leave the child out in the street. Can't. Okay? So if you can do that to a sole custody parent, why can't you do it to two? You two want to have a child? Fine. Both your asses in the house with the child. I don't give a shit what you're doing there with yourselves, but both of y'all in the house with the child, just like they say, mom, you're in the house, or dad, you're in the house. Somebody got to be in the house. You're going to get the child up for adoption. Both your asses are in the house. You made the child. Simple.
They got lit.
You don't want to deal with that? You don't want welfare and all this shit to save you? Aspirin, knees.
They need
Saran wrap, Roscoe.
So they got to live together?
They have to. Must.
Not realistic.
Hey, Aaron, no, they want the
Not
white man's
realistic.
government to take money
Not
from
realistic.
everybody and give it to them. That's what they want. They
What's
want they want the white man's government to take money from all of us and give it to them so they can live like queens with their little kids.
They who? Hold on. Even HQ. They who?
I'm saying not all of us.
They who?
Hold on, HQ. Hold on, HQ. Hold on.
Not all of us women.
HQ. Hold on. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
They who?
I'm saying not all of us
I'm
women.
talking to
HQ, let
AFR.
him talk to AFR. Yeah.
They who? You said they want. They who?
The women that want the outsized benefits of the welfare system.
Who wants this?
A lot of these women do not
I don't give
want.
a fuck.
And
I don't give a shit. See how that works? I don't give a fuck.
okay, cool. Okay.
I'll say this. I'll try and keep it brief. Yeah. Well, to HQ's point, well, not really a point. I mean, to the blame game of men wearing condoms as if that's the crux of society and our problems as a community. It takes two people to be complicit to make a child, and the problem is every time you keep saying, well, it's a black man's or it's a man's choice to wear a condom or not. You know what? We do actually want kids. Men do actually want kids. So if that's the intention, which is a lot of our intention because we're invested in our offspring to carry our name, we shouldn't have those rights stripped from us just because we didn't wear a condom. To the contrary, what law needs to change in order to fix not only the community but society as a whole is if that child is recognized as that man's biological property. The life comes from the man into the woman holds it for 9 months and gives birth. That does not and should not make that child her sole asset, meaning she should not be able to financially benefit just because she's able to biologically have a child, which is what every mammal can do on planet Earth.
How is she financially being benefited?
That would be child support now, wouldn't it? That would be housing, wouldn't it? That would be government assistance, wouldn't it? That would be job. Wait. That would be getting off of work early so you can go take care of your child, wouldn't it? That would be providing child care, wouldn't it? Now, wait, because I know you want to say something else, even though I rattled off a list to answer your question. So let me get back to the point. The point of the matter is, if black men are going to actually be responsible for children, then the court system and the law and the federal government need to get on the same damn page and say that men who father children, it's their property. If it's their property, then that means that we have 100% investment in said property or in said child to raise it correctly. If you're just giving it over to a woman who has no interest in a relationship or marriage or loyalty, but only can see a financial benefit, we have to remove these things. We have to remove these things. Whoever leaves a relationship or a marriage gets nothing. No entitlement, no benefit, no alimony, no check, no gold star.
You abandon the ship, you drown.
I thought we were getting
So
solutions. I didn't know we were getting
right, how are you going to prove who
It
left?
is a
How do you prove
solution
that in
because
court?
people are going to be
You're gonna get a
accountable.
private investigator. You're gonna get a private investigator and investigate who left the relationship to see. You know, we're gonna go back to that.
Whoever leaves the relationship gets nothing.
How do you prove that in court?
You can prove it in court. If your woman's filing for divorce, she gets nothing. She walks away with nothing.
How about
Okay,
who
so
has
that's what you're talking about. We're going back to before we had no fault divorce, which is why they kind of put in no fault divorce because it was too expensive to divorce.
Yeah, I
How
mean, you
about
can
the
leave
person who
you
has
can
the
leave a
children?
relationship if you want to. That does not entitle to my
What difference
resources
does
and
it
my
make
money
whether
for
a
18
woman-
years.
What difference does it make whether she leaves? She still has the children. What
She's
are you
breaking
talking about?
up
Wait,
the home.
wait, because nobody's listening, right? So we probably got to go to other people. But EBD is actually talking though, HQ, and I'm not sure if you considering what he's saying, right? So if you can initiate something to break up a relationship and benefit from it, right? So like for instance, HQ, you ever lost a job? Your old ass, I'm sure you lost a job before. All right, so
Sure.
but when you quit a job, you don't get unemployment. But when they fire you, if you can find cause, you get unemployment. So think about that. So now you quit a marriage and then you get unemployment and all these benefits. Does that make a lot of sense? Because it doesn't actually work in other constructs.
Yeah, but then you would have to consider why the person quit. There are various reasons why a person quits. You can't just say,
Well, that would
I mean,
be up to us.
if you're beating me in the closet and I leave, I'm not entitled to some kind of payment. I'm not entitled to some kind
Well,
of
HQ,
support.
that wouldn't be quitting. That
Well,
would be then a injury that was caused to you by your employer. So then
No,
employee insurance would kick in.
I'm talking about in a
Employee,
relationship.
hold on. If we're
I'm talking
going
about
with the analogy that was given, if we're going with the analogy that was given,
One-sided divorce.
That analogy is
one.
not correct.
Hold on, one
How
thing.
is that analogy not correct?
It came
We're
out of
not
your
there.
mouth.
No,
See, it's
HQ.
not.
What would end up?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. So his ghetto point of view, Gunny, OG. What we like to do is say hello here before we start talking. I know you guys were raised in the jungle. No pun intended to the black people.
Raised in the jungle, brothers.
But salute to you guys. You know, usually AFR never says hi, so he don't give a shit what I say. But you know, HQ. So what were you windmilling? I mean, what were you talking about?
What I'm saying is there's still children to be taken care of, regardless of whether he leaves or she leaves. There's still the children that need to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
So even if she walks out the door, you still have children.
Let me ask you a question, HQ.
Right.
Two people are going to the store, right? I'm going to this store. You're going to this store, right? The kids want to go to the store too. I got the money. Who do they go to the store with?
They go to the store with the person who got the money.
So think about this though, right? You don't got no goddamn money, but they got to go to the store with you just so I can cash app you money to go to the store.
Yeah,
like,
but
why don't I just keep the kids?
Yeah, but 90% of default, 90% of custody defaults to the woman. They both agree. 90% of people agree that the children go with the mother.
That's a lie.
So 90% of you guys agree that children go with their mother. Why wouldn't you be paying if 90% of y'all
That's
agree?
not true.
No.
Yes,
Change
it
the
is
default.
true.
Let it be true.
Most
Change the
cases,
default.
most cases.
I knew it. HQ, I thought at least you would listen to me, but you don't give a fuck what I'm saying. Okay, all right, cool. HQ, do you mind if somebody else talk or?
Sure, go ahead.
I think I appreciate it. Jesus Christ, man.
No, I
Aaron,
thought
you
the
wanted to say something
majority.
quick, and then I'll get who came up first? Was it OG or his ghetto point of view? I can't remember.
OG came first. Let the
All right.
OG go.
So we'll go. So Aaron give 2 cents. OG, his ghetto point of view. We'll hit Gunny. Go back around. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I was just going to say change the default. There's nothing that says we're married to that way of adjudicating law.
Yeah.
You just revamp the way you make that decision. Because it's a child.
Yeah, interesting. Something to consider. OG was popping. You low.
Everything is nice, but I don't know why you turn me down every time I come up here. You windmilling on my microphone, I guess.
I didn't turn you
But
down.
anyway, we'll get it straight now. I'd like to say good evening, everybody. That's
going on?
number one. And number two, everybody is right and wrong at the same time. You say, how is that? You have all the answers, but you got them so scrambled up that you can't even get traction. And that's how these conversations go. I heard my brother speak on this many times, and I wanted to get on with him and tell him the things he is saying is true, but these things are not in every state and every jurisdiction. And number two, he brings up a lot of stuff. First, we got to understand what family law is, how it's built, contractual, corporation, civil law, and criminal law. There's 3 laws put together to make family law. And if we don't understand that, then all this stuff can be very, very confusing. And I'm trying to turn up a mic at the same time. Y'all know I'm old. I might get a little confused. But
I turned you up on this side. You
sound good now, Go G.
It sounds good now. Okay. I didn't want the Jesus mic today because I didn't want to talk over nobody. Since it's Ramadan, I want to be peaceful. But anyway, so the problem I have with my brother, the way he laid things out, he takes the worstest scenario.
Which brother?
And let me see, not him because he always have a mustache. You'll know his name. Savage. What was that? The S-H-A. Okay. Oh, okay. Mr. Red. You lay out a good foundation, but you lay out a foundation when it has a traumatic experience behind it, and there's a whole nother level. Before you start shaking your head, don't get a crook in it. Listen to me for a second, okay? I belong in one of the second largest organization. My child say daddy. It's out of California, all right? I don't know about where you at and where your laws at in your country, but can anybody look it up right now and tell me where is anything in family law says woman, or do it say parents?
Parents.
Now, it say parents. So that means both parents, right?
Yeah.
In most states, when there's no custody order, the father has just as much right to the child as the mother. And I'm talking about 90% of the states. Look it up right now. See, this is where when I came into YouTube and I started to try to teach younger guys how to go in that courtroom and maneuver in that courtroom. And this is why I say you can say things can be true and false true and wrong at the same time. Because when you scramble them up, that's what you go get. Some soup every time. Let's stay on the course. The course is, and this is anecdotal, but I got my daughter, and the mother wasn't crazy. She wasn't on drugs, and the baby still was on the breast milk. And I walked out of the courtroom with my daughter. So, what I had to find out is information. And this is what the major problems in all this discussion is, understanding information. I'm not going to go into much, and I'm not going to windmill because I know this plane going to run out of gas sometime soon. But somewhere down the line, I want, a DJ, I want you to have an expert to come on here, not a lawyer, because a lawyer is a mouthpiece. He's going to keep y'all fighting in that courtroom until you drain your bank accounts on both sides. But let's understand this. When you're married and when you're single, there's 2 different things happening at the same time. One, if you're married and you stand in the household and you ask the question about the sums of the money, just like anything else, you have to keep the standard of the lifestyle of that child as if you was in that house. And that would be man or woman. You don't believe that? Look at the actress, what her name, she had to pay child support when the father got her kid. What was her name? The little skinny, beautiful.
Halle Berry?
Halle Berry. So let's just take that case. And this is why I said don't say man or woman, say parents. So what I'm saying is, if you live in a lifestyle and you're spending over $500,000 a year with your bills and stuff, and you live in a mansion or whatever, that's the lifestyle the kid is living in. You got to keep that child in that lifestyle. You can't be out here doing cartwheels with your finger in your mouth, balking at the moon and having a good time while your child is living in a lesser lifestyle than you. That's something you signed up for. So you got to understand that. So I would like to after you get through all this windmilling and back moonwalking and all this other stuff and this kind of discussion, I would like an expert to come on and the chairman of the organization I'm in, My Child Say Daddy, who can break this stuff down so men can go in this courtroom and maneuver in this courtroom and start getting physical custody and getting custody of their children and stop playing Xbox in their mama's basement or people telling them they can't do this thing. Because when it really comes down to it, if you can present to the court the best interest of the child, you're most likely going to walk out of there with a winner. I don't care if you get 49 and she get 51. You go walk out of there winning, but you can't do that sitting on the internet complaining about it all day. You can't do that by being at home and don't showing up in the courtroom. And you can't do that without the knowledge of understanding. Even Fantastic will tell you he got better results when he fired his lawyer. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
His ghetto point of view was popping, my brother.
What's going on? What's going on?
Everything's everything.
Salute to the panel. Great discussion, man. See everybody up here. A lot of very intelligent people dropping some gems, and you know,
yes, sir.
I
So
can contribute a little bit. What's good?
No, always. So here's get a point. So we talking about child support, right?
Mm-hmm.
But overall, we're talking about men airing their grievances, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm looking at reform, looking at voting numbers, looking at men who pursue custody or fight the child support, etc. You know, and the numbers say that, and also is our speculation that it's rather low. We complain about our neighborhoods, but we often don't do anything to change them, right? So it's, you know, what are we really doing here? You know, when we talk about building up men, who is mentoring young boys that want to be better, not just the boys that's out in the street hustling, but who actually giving back to the boys who's looking for a guidance, like based on like what if they say they want to do what you do for work or a living, right? Like who's available to these young boys, you know? Or is it all just lip service? You see what I'm saying? But you can go in on whatever you want, whatever you heard. I'm just painting the picture.
No, that was great. That was very helpful. Just to piggyback off of what you said, like I do agree with you that there's far more complaining going on than actual practical, tangible help to the hood, and that's not going to fix nothing to help nobody. There could be twofold reasons for that. There could be a lot of the people that we're now expecting to help are still broken. And they haven't taken the time to fix themselves. So they really not no use to helping fix nobody else just yet.
Mm-hmm.
As crazy as that sounds, I think that could be half the problem. And then the other half is the few people that are able to help, they have such a huge burden in front of them that the ones that are doing stuff, that got the programs and stuff going on, it's only a drop in the bucket compared to what really needs to be done. So we need far more people to do more helping and less talking. But unfortunately, some of the people that we do need to lean on to help, they still kind of got to fix themselves first so they can be a better example to the next generation. So we got like a multi-layered issue going on, in my humble opinion.
Do those people know they're broken to that extent?
No, some of them do not.
What do you think? Minority, majority?
Majority do not know they broken to that extent.
Okay.
In my humble opinion.
Do you think, let's say we went into a particular neighborhood, right? Like, I don't know, what's not super gentrified? I guess we could use the whole Bronx, but maybe like East New York. I don't know, whatever.
Is gentrified now, though. Some of it.
A little, but that shit. But right, you go there. Would your brokenness help you resonate?
To a degree, but like, remember, you gotta be having the conversations about men having control of their emotions.
Sure.
So it's like, look at Cam Newton in the situation he was in. If Cam Newton wasn't a brother who had more control of his emotions, he could have really hurt some of them coaches and players that day.
Yeah.
And when you in those type of situations, you know how it is, Ham. You'll have kids who's really hurt, and those be the ones who really need the help, but they'll say something crazy to you. They'll go left field, and really inside, they crying like, yo, please help me. But they might say, yo, bro, I'm about to go get the ooh-wop, and we gonna show you ain't a thug, and you need to get off our block. And in reality, he's saying, please, please, please help me.
Yeah.
But if you ain't got the mental capacity to kind of like cipher through some of that, because you're dealing with a lot of your own stuff, you might go left.
Yeah.
And any good initiative you was trying to do on that block could completely be thrown away.
Yeah. And it's easy to get there, you know? Yo, because some of them boys, man, I definitely said once or twice, your uncle picking you up today? I'm a dog walk that thing. Like, you end up calming down, right? Because but you in the moment, you like, yo, but yeah, nah, that's real shit though. That's real shit. When you hear certain things, man, it just
it could take you to a different space.
Hell yeah, and you can't get there. Like, you're right though, because those was grown men Cam was tussling with initially.
Yes, sir.
If he would have dog walked them, can you be mad at him? But you be like, damn, Cam. But you can't be mad at him. But you still hit him with the.
But they going long term. They're gonna be like, oh, come on, we don't want you to do the camp no more. And then all the good stuff he trying to do, it's just gonna go down the toilet.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, right? With great power come great responsibility. That's still true.
Come on, sir. You ready?
Shit like that.
Gunny, what's popping?
Greetings, DJ Hamp. Greetings to the panel. Hello, everyone. Semper
What's
Fi.
going on?
Yeah, great conversation, brother. Great conversation. I did want to offer some solutions.
Sure.
Camp, we've already we talked before. You know what I'm involved in right now, and what I'm doing. So in my peer group, because family law is the direction that we're going.
Yeah.
We came up with a couple of solutions, and I'd like to throw out some of those solutions. And for the panel members, if it's trash, please let me know. Because if we don't have solutions yet, we're just complaining. You know what I'm saying? We're just complaining. All right, solution number one. We know that parental alienation is a big thing. It's a big thing, but it's ignored so much in the public eye that it's almost criminal. The fact that it's ignored. And for those of you that don't know what parental alienation is, that's pretty much when one parent restricts the other parent from spending time with the children. Sure. Whether talking on the phone, spending time with them, whatever the case may be. That's a big deal. It happens all the time. So a solution to that is a system. Are you guys familiar with Teams or like a video chat type of system?
Microsoft Teams, yeah.
Yeah, like Microsoft Teams. Have like a team, like a system like Teams where the time could be actually enforced and it could be monitored. Because what's happening is a lot of these parents are paying child support, but the enforcement of time is not there at all. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
The enforcement of time is just completely void. So we have a system that's actually monitoring whether the parent that's paying child support can actually spend time with the children.
Yeah. No,
receipt, yeah.
You need the receipt, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mentioned that on a previous show. It actually went viral because they were trying to adopt something where, if single mothers was getting child support, they have to have an itemized list of what they're spending their money on, and they couldn't spend their money on certain things, or else it was going to reject the transaction. And you should have seen it, bro. It went viral, bro. It damn near shut the internet down.
Right. So that's two things right there. We have an itemized list of what the parents are spending with the child support money, and then we have a system where we can monitor and make sure that both parents are able to spend time with their children. Another thing that men can actually, you can write your local congressman, your local representative, state representative, federal representative. A standard child support order is an 80-20 split. Think about that. And for the dads and the moms and to be honest, a lot of fathers are going through this. For the men that are going through this, 80-20 split is completely unfair. So the mom gets to spend 80% of the time with the child, but the dad only gets to spend 20% of the time. Who does that benefit? That doesn't benefit the child.
Nobody.
It doesn't benefit anyone. So that's one thing that men can advocate for, because the standard child support order is grossly unfair.
Yeah.
Grossly unfair. And one more thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Advocate for a program that gives fathers more parental rights. You guys talked about earlier, you were talking about having a mandatory just brain fart. The test, when they test to see if the baby is yours or not at birth.
DNA test.
Right, DNA test, my bad. Yeah, so what's wrong with that? Why is that? I don't understand what's the problem in that. Why not have a mandatory DNA test so when the child starts off from infancy, it's known who the mother is and who the father is. That way, if someone needs to pay child support, then it can be enforced correctly. That's what men should be advocating for that. Men have no parental rights whatsoever. If a woman gets pregnant and the woman decides, you know what, I'm going to terminate this thing, it's her choice. The man doesn't have a say. If she says, well, I'm going to keep it, can the man opt out financially? If he wants to, the man can't opt out financially. He can't do that. So men have no financial rights, no parental rights whatsoever. These are the things that as men we could advocate for, the changes that we can try to implement.
Gunny, question.
Yes.
How much of this is alleviated when married?
What do you mean?
Well, parental rights as an example. The assumption that you don't have instant rights to the child, things of that nature. So for instance, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but the states I was, so my kids right now, that they're in the house, I can take them, we can go to Connecticut if we wanted to.
Right.
And their mom can't be like, I kidnapped the kid for all intents and I'm being hyperbolic, but you see what I'm saying? Like,
it absolutely changes if you're married. It absolutely changes if you're married. But that question came up a little bit earlier. You asked a similar question. The problem is, I think HQ said something about it. The problem comes in is that we have so many unwed parents. We have so many unwed folks out here having children.
Yeah.
We have so many children being born out of wedlock that it definitely benefits if the couple is married. That's great, but that's not the case with a lot of folks out here. It's not. And then what do you do in a situation where you got a guy that's got 3-4 baby mamas? Then what?
Yeah.
It's a multitude of problems, but we can clearly see what is fair and what isn't fair. It hands down, it's clear and it's right in front of us. And our scumbag politicians, we keep voting for the same crap over and over and over again, and our citizens continue to get screwed over.
Yep. I got a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is it fair? Are you saying it's unfair for the woman to get child support when she has custody of kids, or are you saying it's unfair for how much you pay for child support? Is that the only complaint? Is that how much you all pay? Because if we went across the board,
HQ, let him answer.
No, it's not a matter. It's not a matter of how much you pay. It's a matter of what's best for the child. That's what it's a matter of. It's a matter of what is the best interest of the child. So if the child is living in a 6,000 square foot mansion, it's not the child's fault that it's living in a 6,000 square foot mansion. Of course, the guy should be paying $10,000 a month in child support because that's the lifestyle that he presented to the woman that he chose to have a child with. I'm perfectly fine with that. But at the same time, you have to provide that father with the same amount of access to the child that the mother has. And a lot of times that doesn't happen.
So why is it that 90% of men default to the female for custody?
That's not true. That's wrong. That's false.
That's according to U.S. Census Bureau.
Men do.
That's not true.
Can you share some information about that in the back chat, HQ?
Sure.
Because I got statistics. I'm not sure about you.
I've never heard that. 90%.
The court
90%
defaults to the
woman.
woman.
Female custody. 90%.
90% of the men consent to giving custody away, or 90% of the court cases go in the favor of the woman. Well, that's a different conversation.
People don't do custody. Most people don't have to go to court. Most men just walk away from the family, and the woman takes care of the kids. The woman has
that statement. You cannot quantify that statement. That's false.
Where are you getting these numbers
That's
from?
impossible to quantify the statement that you just made. So it's wrong. Ghetto point of view. You'll be waiting till the cows come home for.
So you're saying
for
51% of men who are fathers have abandoned those children and wanted no rights over them. You said most. Most is 51%. No.
I didn't say abandon. I said default to the female having the custody.
So maybe that's where I'm confused. What do you mean by default? If you could just break that down.
He wants the children to live with the mother.
90% of fathers want their children to live with the. Can you show me some? Can you show me?
No. We're not talking facts. These aren't facts. This is her feelings. This is her feelings. These aren't facts. These are not feelings. These are not facts.
That's a very serious statement.
Well, can I say something?
You can't ask her to back it up. It's feelings.
So what I'm asking is, are you guys saying that in most cases the man is fighting for custody or some kind of joint custody, joint or sole custody?
Oh, I see what she's saying. Oh, I get it. So men don't fight. Is that true, Gunny? The majority of men. Sorry.
We're talking about a Big Mac. There are layers to a Big Mac. There's the burger, there's the lettuce, there's the cheese, this system is so complicated. What do you mean by fight for their children? You have to be specific when you're talking about that. Because you can't make a general statement. Because if you're making a general statement and saying that most men don't fight for their children, that's patently false.
It shouldn't even be a fight.
And it's intellectually irresponsible to do that.
No, what I'm saying is there is no fight.
Data that shows how much men are spending when they're going to family court. Isn't it around $30,000 that men are spending to defend themselves in family court? So how could that data even exist if 90% of men are just defaulting to not even fight?
The data doesn't exist. The data doesn't exist. This is the
problem
sometimes with these
on average like 30 grand is what it said. So
it's intellectually irresponsible to throw out numbers like this because we don't do anything. What we do when we do that, we feed into a bigger problem. We start labeling men for what they're not as opposed to what they are. If we're going to get down to the specifics and the nitty gritty of things, then let's do that. But we can't overgeneralize men and say, well, most of them don't fight for their kids and 90% of this and 90% because it's wrong. It's not true. It's not. And this is across all racial boundaries. It doesn't matter white, black, yellow. It doesn't matter who you are.
Well, I guess what HQ was trying to say is that the custody is decided by both parties before it even gets to that point of a judge having to rule. I think that's what she was trying to get to.
How could she prove that?
No.
She proved that in every case they decided that before they went to court.
You can't quantify that because if those couples are not reporting, if those couples are not reporting to the law,
because it was. I don't know how she got the numbers. I was just speaking to what she was trying to get at, what her premise was. But I would say that when I say that it's decided by both parties before it even gets to a judgment by a judge having to do it, is going off of the fact of with divorces, more often than not, the custody is decided in mediation before it even gets to like an actual fight before a judge because they can't agree in mediation as to what to do with the children.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Let me ask you this: how many of y'all have y'all been in child support? Has any of y'all been in two people? But the people who hasn't been speaking like they know it all.
Well, to be fair,
I don't understand that. How does that work for y'all? Okay, y'all never been in it. Y'all never been through the hell of the high waters of the situation. So let me tell you about what can also happen. If you sit there and say, HQ, you sit there and said 90% of them just turning children on. No, it's not the case. But it also depends on the living situation. Now, if they're living together or shacking up, as we like to call it, then most of them don't just walk away. Now, if they're not living with them, it's 9/10 of the law. It's called whoever has the child is going to have ownership, like property. That's what they consider them, property.
They're part of that parent's household.
She got custody of it. I got majority. I'm gonna have to say so. You're gonna have to find some way, figure out some way to fight for you to get that custody. So a woman could go in there without a lawyer because they're gonna be represented by the state. I have to go in there with a lawyer, or I could go in there without a lawyer and take my chances. But they already got free legal representation, already on their side, already with them. Well, I got to get me a lawyer for whatever it costs me to get them, $500 an hour to get a lawyer to go in there to argue and just get joint custody. That's not in full custody, but joint custody. That means I want to get at least 50-50.
You're going to spend in excess of $20,000 on a lawyer.
Easily.
$20,000.
And I see we talk about now. It's totally different when you're married. When you're married, that's all settled in a divorce decree on how much you're going to pay, who's going to get custody, and all of that. That's got to get settled there. Like you said, it goes to more And guess how much you more than likely pay in mediation? About $300 to $400 an hour.
$500 a second.
2 hours.
Yep.
Minimum.
$500
is
a session.
2 hours. And if y'all can't come to
$500 a
some
session.
understanding, now you got to go to court. Now that's more money.
You got one family in one room, one family in another room, and the judge and the lawyers high-fiving each other in another room as they're counting your money. $500 per person. Just to sit down and talk about something as parents you should already do. They're in there high-fiving each other, all of them.
You got a situation like this where the two parents living together. They know they about to get divorced. A woman can go in there and file an EPO on a man to get him out of the house. So now she has the right. She gonna have the full custody because the man's no longer in the house. But he's not in there because he left. He was forced out because she got an EPO out on the man.
What would you
Now
guys?
he can't be around her no more. So now he's no longer the resident, and she gonna get primary custody because he's no longer there for a certain amount of time. You have situations like that. Some of these women do dirty things in order to get what they want.
Majority, minority.
Like HQ looks like the type of woman to do that. Put a man out.
Majority of women do dirty things.
You said what?
Majority, minority of women.
Majority.
All right, real quick.
My
So
fault,
we.
my fault. You're right. I did say something. That's my bad.
No, it's all good. Majority. So we need $5 for the extension. I'm gonna read these super chats. If we don't get it by then, I'll see y'all tonight. Let me read these super chats real quick. Kelvin Cook with the $2 says, "Stop blaming self-accumulated debt on the system." Will with the $5 says, "47% of recipients of government assistance are paid to the elderly. Are we suggesting that we cut these people off?" Maurice Clark with the $2 says, "Incarcerating others." AL with the $5 says, "A woman was on Dave Ramsey mad because her husband had to pay $2,500 a month to his ex-wife for child support, and he only made $52,000 a year." Zoe was popping with the $2 says, "You know a man wants reform by our action." Jawar, salute, bro.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Welcome to the family, cuzzo. OG with the $2 says, "What brothers saying is not true for every state." Stepping Wolf with the $2 says, 442 watching, 194 likes. Get the likes up. Yeah, man. Come on. Them shits is free. Fifi with the $5 said, "I've seen others say the state doesn't take money unless the mother has applied for government assistance, so it must vary by state." Marcus Evans with the $5 says, "How about women make the men wear a condom? I thought women are the gatekeepers of sex." Flora been a member for 2 months. She says, "So they want to trap women with them." Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, "Men are not leaving women and kids. Women are getting pregnant by men who were never there!" Exclamation point. Who never gave her commitment or showed responsible traits. Chocolate Bunny with the $5 says, "Christian Rock HQ. Not all women are fit to be mothers. Let these fathers have their child if they want them." Marcus Evans with the $2 says, "HQ and Cali don't like listening to facts." AL with the $5 says, "Let's have a monthly receipt statement on how a child support is spent. Of its reasonable cost, $1,000 a month, then that $500 owed on each side."
Bravado was popping with the $5. HQ is proving that these single mothers are bottomless pits of bad integrity and greed. So need the salute for becoming a member. You heard?
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin wasn't.
Welcome. Gunny. It just says cousin a bunch of different ways. That's why. Music man, salute my brother. Thank you for being locked in for 2 months. Malik, I don't know what you meant to say, but appreciate you. Oh, there you go. Malik with the 20 ball. He says, what is he saying? You know how I read it?
Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslims out there, man. Ramadan Mubarak.
Word. I'm glad you was here, bro.
Shit like that.
Salute, Malik. I gotta play this for Malik one time.
Sends his regards.
Yeah. You know how I love money. Come on. Amazing film, by the way.
Hell yeah. Matt P with the $5 says, Hank brings some strength to this conversation. Bully ball these niggas, and we coming for Field Brothers accepted. Juan Solo with the $2. In Georgia, unless you're married, mothers have custody. Damn. Salute Miss Jilly for the extension, even though it's not the Cash App, but because it's you, I'll take it. EBD with the $5 extension fund. They don't pay. Y'all don't no instructions. Just fuck that nigga. I do what I want to do. Give men custody of their children so we can raise a better class of men, women, and mature adults. We instill discipline and respect. Cheeky was popping. He said, "What's good, fam? Stopping by and heading out, my guy. Have a good stream, fam. Thank you, Ock. Appreciate you." There he is. Salute, my brother. And then, hold on 1 second. Y'all can hop in. Give me 1 second. Let me clarify the room. Okay. All right. We good. Appreciate everybody who donated. I'll put you guys in the tagline for sure. Joseph, before you go, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Maybe you can answer it, but it might be slightly rhetorical. Why is it that it seems the women are on the opposite side of the men in this conversation regarding child support?
That's a good question. That's a question that I was just about to ask too. Is because of these women are incentivized to make poor decisions, and they actually have the government's backing to help them make their poor decisions. My question that I was going to ask to all the women, the ones on the panel and the ones in the chat, if a judge, it's red pill, blue pill time. If a judge gave you a one-time option to say, hey, this man is going to pay you, but you have to give custody of the kid. If you want to keep the kid, he signs his parental rights away, you get nothing. What option would you take? I'm interested to hear what the females are thinking.
Say it one more time.
If a judge gave a woman an option to say, hey, he pays you off, you don't get the he pays you off, but you don't get the kid. Option one. Option two is you get nothing, but you keep the kid. But he signs his parental rights away. What option are you taking? Option one or two?
They say they're taking option two. They're keeping the kid, right?
That's fucking bullshit. They're lying on here. They're lying.
What do you think they're gonna do?
They don't ask me no questions.
They're gonna take the money.
We just told you the truth. You don't believe us.
How much money is it? How much money is it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If
Nah,
they get
give us a number.
It doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter. That's what you don't understand.
If they would get a one-time lump sum payment for that father to sign over his parental rights, I'd say 99% of women would do it.
No,
because it's not even about the kid. Because you know what, Heathen Queen, you're honestly, for somebody your age, you really piss me off. You know what I'm saying? Because you act like you're naive and you should know better with somebody who has grown kids.
Yeah, I'm very.
You're
naive.
over here talking. You're over here talking like you're a child. You know what I'm saying? Because you,
you asked what we. No, you didn't ask us what everybody else would do. You asked what we would do. So don't ask me no personal question if you don't want no personal answer.
And you don't know all women's thoughts.
truthful.
You
Come
speak
on,
as
man.
though you know all women's thoughts.
I
Stop
don't.
speaking for women.
I don't. But the thing is, you come up
Stop
here and you talk like
speaking
a
for
child. So when
women.
you mention child support, in my mind, you're including yourself. Because honestly, that's what a lot of women do. Y'all see yourselves as children. That's the reason, why y'all always play victim. Y'all see
HQ, you
yourselves
too old
as
for that
helpless,
shit.
helpless children.
Y'all too old for this.
No,
Y'all too
man.
old for this.
Because we can't even
I
have
believe the
we
women.
can't even have an
I believe the
intelligent.
women.
No, we can't even have an
We tell
intelligent
you what we
conversation
think
because you're
and you
always
don't believe
operating
it.
on
I
naivete.
believe the
You're
women.
always operating on
Yeah, man.
naivete. You do it, Love do it, Ro do it, Dana do it. Y'all all
We
doing
do.
it.
We're
It really
so
pisses me off.
immature. We're
Y'all
so
really piss
immature
me
than
off,
you.
yo. Like I'm getting PTSD listening to y'all talk sometimes. Real.
God
I got
damn.
a headache already.
What
I got a
what
headache
just
already.
what happened? What happened?
I
This
don't
shit
know,
is
man.
crazy, bro. Y'all act like y'all fucking stupid.
They're
But then
saying
y'all
You act like
this.
you stupid. You act like
Joseph,
you
Joseph,
stupid. Like you don't know how to talk to people. Talk
I
like
don't
you
give a
Joseph,
got some
fuck how I
sense.
sound.
Joseph,
Don't give a
Jo-
fuck how you
Educated
sound
y'all are. Y'all
either.
can't.
You don't talk to
Joseph.
anybody any old kind of way.
All right,
All
so
right.
Joseph, the question is this:
We talk to y'all like y'all
they're
children because y'all act
they're
like fucking
saying
children.
they're saying that they would elect to keep their kids as opposed to taking money. Why don't you believe them? You're on mute.
You muted.
Because women they fit into that narrative. They don't really understand that they contributing to an illegal activity. Do you understand child support is actually a violation of the 14th Amendment due process? Do you understand that child support is actually a racket? You're committing racketeering. You don't even realize it. Y'all talk about criminals all the time. Y'all committing mass criminality every fucking day.
Okay, and
They're
so
taking money out of our pockets, putting and sending it to other communities. The average black person, the dollar stays in the average black person's pocket for 20 seconds.
Mhm. So you saying that the money has shown to be the motivation?
It is the motivation. I'm sick of these.
Yeah. Damn.
I'm sick. I'm sick of them.
Now, question.
Then go talk to them hoes. Then
Yo,
go
my
talk to
brother's going
them.
through some shit like this.
All right, I'm gonna
He's
just drop.
21
Well, then go
years old.
talk.
Don't have a driver's license because.
Let me drop them in the back so they can cool off.
Can we try more calculated touch?
It's her fault too.
Well,
Yo,
HQ stopped. She was the guy that you know how in football you hit somebody, you hit them back, you get the flag. That's what HQ
Yeah, she
did.
got the, okay. Yeah,
So
Second,
Jonathan,
got called.
when
I got
you-
you, Camp. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so she hit her hand. Joseph, what did you expect?
I'm expecting some fucking honesty. For once in my life, these women always talk about they want somebody to be real with them, and we up here being as candid, we're being up here being as transparent, as real as we can, and they still want to play victim and act dumb and act naive, like they don't know what the fuck is going on while contributing to the problem.
Let's see. Let me test one theory.
Yeah, me.
Joseph, do you think that men are pro-choice? I mean, pro-life?
Men are pro-choice. We're adults. We should have a choice. If I can't, you understand this for a second.
Men are pro-choice?
Mercedes Benzes and Maseratis, BMWs, those are high maintenance cars. If I don't have the means to perform that maintenance and keep that upkeep for that vehicle, I don't fucking buy it.
Okay.
So y'all women are up here talking about y'all want kids, but then y'all asking motherfuckers to support y'all and pay for shit that y'all made the choice to have.
Savage.
Hey.
So salute to Savage. He paid the biggest chunk of the extension. It's only right that he get a chance to talk while he working on the customer clock, and I hope the customer hear us arguing. Go ahead, Savage.
So this is what I find to be disingenuous. So OG came up here and said that there's nothing in the law that says gender, but the majority of states in the United States are mother states, which means they default custody to the mother. That is a fact. Also, when it comes down to him saying about there not being gender in the law, there's the way the law is written and there's the nature of the law, the spirit in which the law is practiced.
It's interpreted. Yes, there you go. Fred, kick it.
So when it comes down to the law, if it's based on what is best for the child, whoever's with the child the most is going to have custody of that child. And seeing as most people expect men to provide, men are not with the children the most. So that would default to the person with them the most. And this whole idea of, oh, well, men don't fight for their kids. When you go through a divorce, you're legally obligated to pay for your wife's attorney and your attorney. While you're also paying for the household, you still have to keep all the bills going through your divorce. Women don't have to pay for the household things when they leave. They don't have to pay for their attorneys. When it comes down to most men, your attorney will tell you that even if you fight, you're not going to win custody of your children. The other issue here is when these women talk about joint custody just means that you both have a position of custody. So you can have joint custody and your child's mother or your ex-wife has 99% custody in joint custody and you have 1%. Joint custody does not mean that you have any stake or any authority in that custody agreement. I hate the fact that women come up here and talk about I hate how women come up here and talk about how they don't know nothing about what they're talking about. Like, it's unfortunate, but you just don't know. And women, if women were always the victim, Drake wouldn't have to put hot sauce in his condoms. There wouldn't be a plenty of dudes up here that know women that said they were on the pill that weren't. We wouldn't know a dude that was taking care of a kid that wasn't his. Like, if women weren't disingenuous, then the system you could make the argument that the system was fair. But the fact that if the woman's disingenuous or genuine, you still end up with the same result is the problem with the system.
Yeah. So
want to try it?
But
let me ask y'all. Well, hold on. Before we start arguing again, let me just ask y'all a question. Do you guys, everybody in the panel, do you agree that if both parents are capable, a child is born, you agree that they should have I guess kids are possession, right? Possession of the child equally.
Yes.
So it should be it should be default 50-50 custody.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
50-50.
I'm asking, does everyone agree with that?
It should default 50-50.
If they can work it out that way, I don't see a reason why not.
Yeah, the birth certificate should be the determining factor. He's the father. He has rights.
I'm just asking yes or no. I'll be real. Yeah.
Yes.
Ham.
Yes.
So, but we got.
You want to see a funny tell here?
What?
All the brothers said yes. The women wanted
The funny
conditions.
tell is Callie said Callie said if it can work out that way.
Yes.
Guess what?
That's important.
Guess who has the most legal position in custody? Women. Guess who usually drags out divorces and custody battles? Women. So again, they have a leveraged position, and then their whole thing was if we can work it out, which is contingent on how she feels and what she wants to do.
No, he's gonna tell me why. Just go ahead, let him finish telling me why I said that.
Real quick, because y'all not listening well. I said the qualifier was everybody's capable in the situation. That was what I said, Callie, just in case you didn't hear it. So in that aspect, you agree that the child should be split down the middle. Not like Solomon did, but like 1 week. HQ, do you also agree?
I'm sorry, you said do I agree to it should be 50-50?
Yes. So he or she should spend whatever was 22 weeks or 20 weeks, 21 weeks with his daddy, 21 weeks with his mom.
Absolutely. Yes.
No, that's wrong. 26 weeks, right? Yeah.
6, yeah.
Yeah, 26 weeks with each. If that be the case, you agree that you can do away with child support at that juncture also.
Yes.
Okay.
But you still gonna have an issue though, because there's always going to be somebody
whistling or something in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. The kids is practicing their instruments. I'm gonna go, y'all. My fault.
I was like, they doing a hell of a job with that recorder though.
I thought it was the ice cream man. It sounded like the ice cream man.
Yo, appreciate you.
But but like it's gonna be really hard because somebody's gonna have to be primary one way or the other because of
in the current
whoever's gonna have to make medical decisions and things like that. Maybe other decisions for the kids.
In the current construct, but what decision should be made regarding the kid that shouldn't be a joint decision?
All decisions should be joint decision, but they may feel one way about certain things, and they may, or me as a parent may feel another, and we may not agree on where our kids say go to school at. I may say, yeah, I want my kid to go to public school, but she may say, well, I want him to go to private school. So now we're forced to make that decision because she may have primary custody because she got that 51 compared to my 49.
That's what I'm saying. So if it's 50-50, essentially what you would have to do, since it was back at the courts, is go prove your point. Here's why John should go to private school. Here's why John should go to public school. And if I'm leveraging private school, I better leverage private school money. Like, right? Like, you can't make independent decisions and put somebody else's feet, you know what I mean, pockets in it. Like, it's working. Like, how it works, it just doesn't. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, but unfortunately, it's not the case with what it is right now.
No, I know it's not the case. I'm just trying to understand what everybody's logic, you know?
Yeah.
That won't be the argument women make. The argument that women will make is he makes all this money. Why shouldn't he benefit the child? What's best for the child, I think, as a mother, is private school. What I think as a mother of the child is best for the child, which I am the mother. He's got the money. He should be driving the Ferrari. I think what's best for the child is that I have all this and all that, a nice house, a nice life, a nice whatever. So make the argument. It's never, well, I'll take it upon myself as a responsible parent and adult to put the child through private school. It's always on somebody else's dime in the courtroom.
But then
because they know the women know that it's government sanctioned extortion. They understand that.
But you have to make the argument that they shouldn't go to private school, right? Aren't we talking about 50-50? So if I go to court and I argue that they should be in private school, you should go to court to argue that they shouldn't be, that you can afford private school. Don't just put it on us that we make the argument. Isn't this a scenario, right? Aren't that what we're talking about?
The argument is that you pass responsibility onto the father and you don't take any yourself. You want the assets, you want the money, you want the protection and provision beyond the relationship. And then you use the child as leverage to extort more money.
But that's not the scenario that Hamp presented.
But bro, did you want to be a father in the first place? That's the question.
Most don't.
This is wild.
I'm not sure.
What do you mean?
Trigger Mike, you there?
What do you mean by most don't?
Most be back at 4:50.
What I'm saying is, say most don't. They wouldn't even. A lot of them. I mean, we're not talking about marriage. We're talking about a different level. Let's just talk about just having sex, and then all of a sudden she pops up and she got a baby. All right.
But bro, you're dating a woman.
Excuse me, sir. There's no white privileges over here. I was talking.
Come on, man.
I can say what I need to say. Okay.
Come on, man.
Okay, I got that. I got that. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. We joke with each other all the time, and all of a sudden I say something is out of bounds, right?
Don't go.
We nudge each other all the time. Okay, let's stay with the point. Let me stay with the point. So what y'all are saying, y'all didn't even listen to his question. His question was if it was a 50-50. I think what was said in that was giving accountability of both parents who can make the argument in the courtroom. That's number one. Y'all act as if the woman just go in there, start talking, and y'all have to shut up and y'all can't say anything. So what I'm saying is, you can go to child custody anytime you choose to. You can have an emergency hearing. You can go in that courtroom anytime you want to. It's not final. As long as that child is not 20, I think it's up to 25 now in some states due to the fact that she can go to college or he can go to college.
Yeah,
but most states, it locks in at anywhere between 18 and 21. So anytime between 18 and 21, you're not satisfied with something, you can always walk in that courtroom with a lawyer or without a lawyer. And so y'all act as if she just get to speak and y'all don't get to speak. The problem is, I don't care how many tools you got in your pocket. If you don't know how to use them, They just wait.
Let's get
What I'm trying to tell guys is get the information how to maneuver in the courtroom. That's my best interest for males. I'm a male. So I want to give male information how they can maneuver and do things correctly.
Yeah, let's get up. Vito, what were you?
Okay,
Go
but
ahead.
how many girls did you tell that do not fuck a woman without a condom for about 6 months before you actually show that she's the one? That's the question. That's I was gonna ask.
Who does that, Vito? Nobody.
Well, my own example, DJ. I'm
Yes, sir.
like, I meet a girl,
Mhm.
I like her. Okay, we go out and stuff. You know, after 3 dates, you know, we get down to the business. But
Sure.
I would never sort of either is the condom of pulling out or pulling out, and that I would just not use because I am not sure. You need a time as a man. You need a time. Okay, you can fall in love instantly. That's fine. I accept that. But let's talk about the time period where, you know, you're dating this girl, you like her, everything, and you're sort of in a relationship. Let's say after 6 months.
Mhm.
But I would never, you know, sort of my own experience that I would never sort of, even after a year, I would still pull out because, you know, I'm not really sure. And
You said pull
I
out or
think
wear a
that,
condom.
or that, yeah, condom or pulling out. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. But
Not the cap.
Vito. After a year, you ain't wearing no condom. Now we might pull out, but
yes, I get
Vito.
it. I get it, DJ.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Let's say wearing, let's say condom, first couple of dates, maybe 2 or 3, you know, if she wants to, you know.
Yeah.
But then again, you still need to get to know that person, you know, habits, behavior and stuff like that. And not just behavior like when she's with you and she loves you and you're all loved up, but you also need to understand how she reacts in a stressful situations, you know, confrontations and stuff like that. So to me, personally, I think that it should take a longer time before you actually decide to procreate with someone. That's my only take.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree.
That's
there.
fantastic. That's fantastic in the perfect world, but we don't live there. We live in the United States where people have sex after meeting each other one time without a condom. That is the reality. People don't like wearing condoms. They hate it.
So
women don't like filling condoms. They hate it too. That's the reality that we need to deal with.
So let's stop complaining about paying child support if you don't want to wear a condom.
Oh shit! Here we go.
How about we stop having sex altogether? How about
How about that?
Yeah,
that's
Mike,
a great
that sounds
solution.
nice. It's not gonna happen.
Just
so we
don't
gotta
have
work.
sex
We
with
gotta
anyone,
go
ever.
for it. It's gonna happen. Motherfuckers gonna be fucking. So the pull-out game doesn't work. I don't know why y'all try to do the pull-out game. It's called pre-cum ejaculation. A heifer could still get pregnant on pre-cum ejaculation. In case y'all didn't know that.
The conversation begins after conception. That's where the conversation should start. All this other stuff about what we should be doing and getting to know the woman and all that. That's just come on, man.
So look at what we broaching, right? The pull-out method doesn't work, etc., etc. Take a look at the tagline. That's why HQ sound like she be windmilling for sure. But it's hard to listen to complaints when you don't take preventative measure. Like that's how I see like just life in general, generally speaking. You didn't do what needed to be done. You surprised you lost the game. I always get thrown off like that. Like you know what I'm saying? I played next to a linebacker who never watched film after we watched film with the team. And he wondered why he's always late. I'm like, bro, they ran that play 20 times last game. If you would have watched the film, you would have seen that fullback pivots his foot a little bit to the left so he can take the proper drop step to get to the hole. But you laid his shit because you didn't study. And he's surprised why coach taking him out the game. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make sense to me.
It's
And
almost like
Can I
people
speak to
are
that?
rushing.
you can speak to it.
It's like
Vito
people rushing.
hold on one second. And Vito also said men have to take back power, right?
Yes.
And then Gunner, you could go. Now we can't. Violence is no longer an option. Things would be a lot different if violence was an option, but it's not. But preventative measure can be a way, and I don't know if we do it that well. Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, I think the complaints are justified.
Okay.
And I understand the examples that you're trying to use, but you go out and you commit a crime, you're going to go to jail. Okay. You're the only one that has to pay for that crime. You pay for that crime. But the end result of you not using protection or you not vetting the woman properly is an innocent child, is an innocent human being that eventually turns into a taxpayer.
In one facet, yeah. I'm addressing a bunch of things that we go back and forth about, not just kids. But go ahead. But no, I concede the point. Let me first acknowledge this. I concede the point when it comes to what Gunny just presented, point blank. So you're right. You ain't no studying. When kids come, nothing you can fucking learn, bro. Kids, man.
But when it comes to the sex, back to the sex, there are multiple forms of birth control.
I don't want to go back to the sex. That's the thing we trying to win. HQ ain't fucking folding and Cali ain't folding.
No, that's fine. That's fine. We're not talking about folding, but we're talking about facts versus the feelings, because it ain't just on the man and a condom to prevent childbirth. There's preventable childbirth on the woman's side too. But we don't talk about the mutual accountability of creating the child. She want to stick on the man creating the child.
Hold on, HQ. Hold on.
I thought we just talked about taking control back. Ain't that what Vito said? How we take control back?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Take control back. Go ahead, Vito. Oh, and that's what I'm trying to understand, right? If Vito made a good point, men got to take back control. Why relinquish it at all? Especially when it comes to something you had a deficit in. I don't understand it. I don't get it. If we say we are EBD, do you believe that men are the leaders of society?
Yes.
That part, that's where I get confused.
Right. We have more ownership and responsibility. Yes.
Do you think that women are the weaker vessel? And that's not shade. It just is what it is.
Right. It is what it is. Yes. Reality. Yes.
And then are women and this is all things that we say, are women as rational as us?
No.
Are they more emotional?
Yes.
So why do I have such high expectations for her to prevent a thing when all four of those things be it true?
Because if she doesn't want to be impregnated by No. It's true. No. I'm conceding I'm conceding all of your points, but it doesn't remove all of those factors. Don't remove accountability for her own actions or home decisions.
Can I get in there?
That's what she said, Mike. Go ahead.
Indeed. So, something just came to my thoughts just now. I think a lot of us men mistakenly think that the problem is with just women. The problem we really have as men is with simps. It's with the people who enable these women to behave the way they do. Because when everything Ham just said, they're not as rational. They are the weaker vessel. We are the leaders by default. We don't go around beating our chest that we're the leaders. Sometimes there's just shit to get done. They will retreat back to being women, and the men just have to do it. That's why we are the leaders by default. So when we see their behavior, them using the government and different things to drive a wedge between us and the family, they're leaving their men. We need to have a problem with them. We need to, tell the world how we feel about it. But we also need to have an issue with the men that side with them. Though that's who I really am going to turn my target. I'm going to put them in my crosshairs now. The men that enable this behavior to continue are the problem with the community.
That's what we vote for.
Yeah.
That's what we vote for. We vote for the politicians. We vote for the politicians who capitulate to the people who do not have our best interests at heart. That's as men, that's what we continue to do. And we wonder why we are still stuck in the same position that we're in. We keep voting for these people, opposed to voting for people who are going to put the best interests of the greater good instead of the opposite.
Aren't the enablers the ones that are skeeting?
No, so think about what the enablers. I'm sorry. You're right. That's a part of it. But the largest majority of the haters are using women. Don't even know they're being used for some other man's financial benefit. Every single person that simps for you is selling you a product. You don't even know it. Every single one. They selling you something, and they're using your hatred for black men or your beauty or your self-hate. They're using all of these things to prop you up. That fat ass lady with that who the hell did I marry shit got a deal with CAA. She's not a actress. They're gonna use the fuck out of her. You see what I'm saying? So
it is a war that black people have lost a long time ago. We've lost the war. We've lost it a long time ago. The plan is so complicated. It's so complicated. Most people don't even see it. Most people don't even see it. They prop black women up. They call them strong black queens. They make them the leaders of the community. It's all an elaborate. I'm not a big conspiracy theorist. It's an elaborate plan. It's an elaborate plan that's meant for our destruction. It's an elaborate plan meant for our destruction. It is what it is.
But if we lost the war, why are we talking? If the war is over, I say we lost some battles, and we lost a lot of battles. But the war is never over unless you just stop fighting. How many men on this panel, this is not to boast myself up, how many men on this panel know how to get a bill sponsored? Now, how you go? If you don't know that, how you go ever change the court system?
Hold on.
If you don't,
JP. Let me say this because
can I finish?
Yes, I'm sorry. My bad.
Can I finish? What I'm saying is, I would have never came back up and nobody called my name. You can't call my name and say I said something I didn't say, and you damn sure ain't gonna put no icing on some bullshit you trying to say. So my thing is this way. My whole thing to coming into this space is to help men. And see, Mike, the problem I have with you saying like the simps, we can't even determine what a simp is. We point our arrows at everybody. If you disagree with something a man said, you automatically call him a simp. Not even listen to what he's saying. If it seemed to be siding with a woman versus making men have a different understanding how to attack a problem, we got to be sipping with women. First, we got to define what that is.
Simp is a man doing something for women, not in getting the results he wants or anything equivalent to an equal return.
Thank you. And so with that being said, when I came up here and said the things that was going on in the court system, I seen 1,000 people say that I always simp for women. No, that ain't my job. My job is to teach men. Women go do what women go do. And what I try to do is make you think about things different. Look, Hamp always say this, and y'all never really listen to this. If somebody have a better idea and say something better than you, won't you just shut your F up and listen and fall suit? But the problem is everybody wants to be better than the last person because it always start off with but. But mean anything said before that, you didn't pay it a damn bit of attention and you go add some other shit onto it to make that what he just said or what she just said non-void. We got to start listening and educating ourselves with the system we trying to deal with. It's very complex, like my brother GJ say. All right? It's complex. But we haven't lost this war, man. Only thing we have to do is come up with a better strategy. Learn what ovulation is. You ain't got to pull out. Most of you have been with women, you don't know when she's ovulating. She can only have a baby in between the time she's ovulating. And that's a very short period of time. If you don't know that, then maybe you should keep your thing in your pants.
OG. If that sperm could stay in that vagina area for years on end, why would you still take that chance?
No, I'm not saying taking a chance, but look, wait a minute, Hink. Every tool you can bring to fix that car will give you a better chance to fix it, bro. I'm just giving tools out there. And if y'all just go deny it like they don't mean anything, that's science. Y'all always talk about actual facts. A woman only ovulate for 7 days, all right? So if you don't know that, that means that you don't know when you're supposed to be having sex with her if you don't want to have a kid.
But OG, let's not just worry about. We keep talking about getting a heifer pregnant.
No, I'm not talking about that.
He's talking about
Them
life.
STDs, you eligible for STD 365 days.
I got you, Hank. What I'm trying to say, if you want to ride around with penicillin and antibiotics in your glove department, taking chances with women out there, you crazy hell in your first place. All right. So that's number one.
You want
So
to go in there and take a head because they are.
no. Listen what I just said. What you say, Hank?
I see you talking about them going in there neck and head because they're not ovulating at the time.
No, I'm talking responsible people in a relationship. I'm just giving you more tools. Responsible people in relationship.
I don't want to talk about women getting pregnant no more.
Okay, let's talk about.
There's so many things, like Vito said. Men have relinquished power, acquiesced, not standing up, talking about the things that we don't have. I'm asking, are we looking for real reform, or we just want to talk about it?
We're doing this.
Yeah, it's back and forth. Statistically, black men have voted for the policies that have not benefited our community over the last 60 years. That is a fact that you can look up. So it's just talk. It's just talk.
One comes before the other. Usually the conversation is had extensively before there's any legislation or bills passed in order to resolve an issue that we have in the community or society or what have you. Bills don't just come out saying, well, popcorn, when we're going to make it yellow and sign a law. It has to be addressing a societal issue in order for it to get the garner the attention of legislation.
That usually come through organization, though. Wait a minute.
No, wait, no. So, ABD, what do you think about this? So there was trash, right? When my house in DC, we lived. It was cool, but it was black neighborhood, so we had a Kentucky Fried Chicken, AutoZone liquor store, right? On like the main road. My house is on like the side street, and it was always trash. A lot of niggas standing out there, And so I called like, "Yo, can we get street cleanup?" Whatever the case was, right? So I said, "Call the, you're supposed to call, right, etc." Boom. I said, "Okay." So I started picking up the trash, right? And my daughters would go with me sometimes, right? And that softens it, right? When they see two little girls, the older ones, and they, oh, my bad, OG. I'm like, I'm an OG? God damn. And they start picking up the trash. As soon as they see me coming, they start picking up the trash. They see the girl, But it was little, just in this little block. But now the block look a lot cleaner. Like, I'm just trying to understand. There's a lot of talk, and I understand you have to market it. 100% you have to market it, and then you have to get things legislated. But at what point do we get out there and show to be the difference? And I'm just imagining if I do it and Mike do it and OG do it and Joseph do it, would it look different? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could be totally delusional, though. I can admit that.
Now, are we talking about, in your analogy, are we talking about being the change that we want to see in legislation? Is that what you mean? Kind of, sort of?
Hold up, BBD. Let me say this, because
go ahead.
Before we skip over that point, we got to remember the first thing he said, and that part can't be missed. He was present. A man was present in the community. So he's present in his own household to bring his own daughters along with him. That's the part we keep skipping. So firstly, him and his wife were dedicated to one ideal, and that was staying together so that could be possible. So that's not possible. And the reason I don't want to skip that part is because for some reason we have this idea that the black community is a bunch of individual women and their kids and a bunch of individual men coming together to make change. That's bullshit. That's never going to happen. That's why it's called individuals. A community is not actually a group of individuals. It's a group of families. All right. So if you're not going to stay married to the family dynamic, to that ideal, we can't even start the baseline to even have a functional community. And we also need to stop talking, not completely, but we need to at least partly stop talking about legislation so much. The Asians came into this country. They have the lowest percentage of representation in Congress, state, and local government. And they are number one in the economic middle class. Number one. They didn't need anybody to write shit for them. They used the laws that were already here because they stayed loyal to their own values and ideals. They said, fuck everything else. The Indians right behind them. Fuck everything. They ain't got no laws with their name on it. They don't give a damn. So you can do this shit all by yourself with your people. your values, your ideals. You don't need the
But
law for shit.
but Mike,
community.
Mike, the strength showed that when they did needed a bill or to have the illusion they needed a bill, they got it quick. And this is what I'm saying is
money.
When you are when you are represented on whatever financial whatever organization, our problem is we want to do things totally as individual. The bill we got passed, My Child Say Fathers, that allow fathers to go in the courtroom and fight against child support written in a case that you was never notified. We got that totally reversed. We got a bill sponsored. But we had to join. I had to join an organization to even have these kind of conversation and have senators and congresswomen and men to come in and explain to us how we go about to do it.
Was that a state bill?
Yeah, it was a state bill. State bill right here in California. So we was able to help fathers out who never been in touch, and the girl was getting public assistance, and now he's got 50 and 60,000 in the rear.
Well, OG,
so
what are you saying different from Mike? What Trigger Mike said?
Huh?
What are you saying different from what Trigger Mike said?
It's important what Trigger Mike. I go with him what he said 100%. I'm only supporting what he said.
Yeah, you need a collective, but the collective have to be made up of the right structure. That structure being family of the same mindset.
Yeah,
I think is one thing about the Asians, for like I saw where was it, near Detroit somewhere, where like that rainbow flag and all that shit did not go up in that city. I forget what it was called. It's a city. I think the city's like largely Indian or Arab or Pakistan. One of my brothers from Detroit will know what I'm talking about. But they also have the same mindset. We sit up here talking about to each his own and shit like that.
And that's why I support what he's saying in the bigger scheme of things. If we can have the conversation together, we could be 500 and 600 deep on the web, thousands on the web. Why can't we collectively get together and start moving towards not the conversation, but the action?
I'm gonna tell you
we
real quick.
want to be able to reverse.
Sweeney, I see you. Give me a second.
Let me tell you, OG. Let me just say this.
You're gonna need a backing of some women too, and some guys who no longer in the child support system. We're gonna need their back. Because right now, you got guys who's no longer in the system. They like, man, I ain't got to deal with them more. I'm not willing to put myself out there.
Yeah,
that's one of the problems.
And OG, you said that they get legislation passed quick. That's because when one of them go, all of them go. Yeah. And the way they got anything. Some shit happened here in Houston near Chinatown. They all went to City Hall, and that shit got dealt with in the day. Okay,
we ain't showing up unless it's a football game. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So that's why. So it can happen for anybody. If they think they're about to lose your tax dollars, or you're going to raise enough hell that where they're going to be primaried on re-election, yeah, they'll listen to what you have to say. Now, here's the one thing that black men especially need to do. To your point, black men need to stop acting like they need the consensus of black women to do any fucking thing. If you, your brother, and this dude feel like it's what's best for your children and your family, go do that shit. My wife don't tell me what to do. 9.9 times out of 10, we agree on everything. But that 0.01% that we don't, I'm going whether she likes it or not.
Mike,
somebody gotta take the lead.
Trigger.
All right.
The key to what you saying is the married part, right? Yes. With the right construct. If I walk out the house right now, babe, come on, with a certain tone, you know what I mean? Conviction, she coming.
Yep.
She understand. If I get to that point, don't tell me to stop. None of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that we understand. And let's be clear. If I see a certain fire or feeling in her eyes, I'm locked in. Whatever we need to do at that point, we're gonna do, right? Because like you said, we agree, you know. If she has an issue and she need to call me there to do something foolish, I know that's not her modus operandi. So something got to be wrong. Like you got to be lock and step. You got to understand. And Mike, the key construct is that nuclear portion that you mentioned.
Yeah.
let's say we lived in the same neighborhood, right? Mike come knock on my door and say, I need your help, and he got fire in his eyes. I'm going outside because he need that type of help, because I understand the construct of which he submitted to and buys into and etc. All that shit gotta matter. That's why they can go down to City Hall and one person can talk and everybody agree.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is ill. Joseph, you've been trying to get in. What's popping?
Oh man, I probably forgot my point, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I was gonna ask a question. Go to someone else until I can think of.
Sweeney, what's good?
What's going on, fam?
What's popping?
Hey, it's a trip because Trigger Mike stole the thing I was gonna say.
It happens.
He does that.
He been a thief like that all his life.
Well,
Peace and love. I'm out of here.
I'm Nigerian, right? OG. I know the end of the joke.
You'll be
I know
back
the
in
end of
about
the
5
joke.
minutes with your crazy old ass.
I was just about to say the same thing. That why do we think that we need women's cooperation when it comes to the things that we as men need regarding regarding the system, right?
You want to
And I
answer?
said this several times. If we really want to change a lot of the things that we're fighting against, all it takes is us. We hate the way the courts is treating us. We have to take the fight to them because there ain't no use in arguing. Who expects women to give up their privilege? All of the things that they have that they gain from us is all privileges. Child support system. Child support system is a privilege. The way that they sometimes default to giving them the children is a privilege. I don't expect them to give that up. I expect us to fight for it. But and that's pretty much how I look at it. I know you said you don't want to go back to the whole pregnancy thing and all of that shit. That's the reason why I don't argue that specific perspective, is because the only thing that I ever argue regarding the birth of a child is a father's rights to a child. All that don't want to be a father, abortion laws, all that bullshit I don't care about. Because the only thing I care about is whether a father has his rights to be a father or not. And that's the only thing I ever fight for, or the only argument I ever have. And I don't care what kind of woman you can lay it down with the booger wolf from hell for all I give a shit. That don't mean that you don't have a right to be a parent.
Yeah, and that was that law that you actually cited back in Tennessee that actually did get passed, where she can't, if she names him the father, he got to get his rights to be a father. Yep.
Ham, could I ask him a question on what he just said?
Yes, sir.
Sweeney, so what do you think? What do you think men can do in order to improve that? On that last point that you made, as far as not being able to be involved in the lives of their children.
The first, I mean, the tripped out part is, fellas, is the number one line of protection is marriage. Being married gives you rights right off the bat.
Yeah, we said that. We mentioned that earlier.
That's the first line of protection. Now, outside of that, you need to get real familiar with the laws of your state regarding, for instance, in the state of Indiana, there's specific guidelines to visitations depending on your proximity to the child, how old the child is, things of that nature. So you have to be real familiar with that, because if I'm a father and I want to be in my child's life as much as possible, then the first thing you want to prevent is one of y'all moving out of state or getting too far away from, preventing you from being too far away from your child. That way you can make the argument, I live right around the corner from my child. There's no reason why they should be away from me. Another thing is, now this is a little tougher. This is outside of voting and shit. This, we understand that you got to go out and get bills passed and all of that. But like from a man to man, father to father perspective, another thing is, it's a lot harder to do, but making sure your child doesn't leave the house.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are a father and your woman wants to leave you, you want your kid to stay with you. You can leave, the kid stays. Why? Because in those instances, she leaves, you leave, you're out the home. There's more and more time that passes by of you not being there that she can leverage in court against you. As far as you not being in a child's life, that's more leverage. So, and now, granted, that's very hard to do because it's hard. You know what I mean? Oh, I got it, man. That's pretty much it.
I mean, and that's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier.
You out?
When you got certain women that would do nasty shit like that, would get EPOs out on men just to get them out of the house. So now they got the leverage of having the custody of the kids.
We talking about kids again?
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. You right.
God
damn. My bad, man.
But hey,
y'all
you
keep-
did. God. Go ahead, Joseph. Sweeney did it, Hank. It wasn't your fault, Hank. Sweeney did it, Hank. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, but before we put this to rest for the final time, I've been on the front line about men's rights. You know what I'm saying? I've been a strong advocate. It's gotten to the point where I've been ostracized. I almost got kicked out of college because my views
You breaking up, Joseph.
so strong. But
There
you
you
know
go.
what? For the most part, oh shit. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead. God damn, man. Yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think we haven't answered your question. Do men want reform or they want to complain?
Yeah.
I think they want to complain.
Okay.
Wow.
What have we done all day?
I would say
Fight with HQ in Cali.
It was a complaint. Nobody's come up with a valid fucking plan.
Gunny gave some solutions, right?
Hey, don't throw me in there, man. I came up with a couple solutions too.
Yeah, at the very end, I sat here for an hour and listened to everybody complain about fucking child support, the laws, the Asians. You want to know what a plan looks like? Tell these young niggas, beat your dick. Stop fucking women.
That's the plan.
You want to know another one? You want to know another one? You want to affect laws? Run for office. I'm not going to do that. I'm no politician. But you know what I will do? I'll help somebody who wants to run for office.
I
don't know if you can see that. Go run. I'll help anybody on this panel runs. I'll come help you. That man won.
I think I'm.
You know what else? You know what else?
I'm running for city council next year. You put your
My
information.
man, there you go. What city? What city?
I ain't telling these people where I live.
I'm gonna leave my email in the back chat.
Fuck it then. All right, Aaron, I'm gonna run too.
I don't think it's either or. I don't think there's one solution. I think it's several things back to back that has to happen
There's a
in order
shitload of
to
solutions. It's a shitload of solutions.
Yeah, because there is no magic bullet. There is no one thing that's going to solve everything. It's going to be a multitude of things.
We're mining out. Are you complaining or are you looking for?
He's
reform?
complaining. I'm going down a list. I never said it was going to be one thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You
Aaron,
said you didn't hear any solutions at all. That's why I'm pushing back on.
Huh?
You were saying you sat up on the panel for hours and didn't hear one solution at all. I mean, I always give mine, which is by default the custody should be to the father. He's a protector. He's a provider.
How you gonna ensure that? How is that a solution? How are you gonna ensure that?
Oh, that's laws.
That's
insulting for you to
That's
say,
legislation
Aaron.
and laws that have to be changed.
Run. Get in office. Change it yourself.
It's a
Don't
solution,
rely on somebody
right?
else.
But is it a solution?
Don't rely on somebody else. It ain't a solution until it's a solution. Listen to me, EBD. You can change the law if you're the damn politician.
Yeah. Okay.
So run. That's the solution. Run, get in the office. Then affect the change.
But that one
So,
thing
hold on,
is not going to solve everything.
We're talking about custody and parental right. No, don't have children. That's the, you know what I mean? Like you don't decide where you want the snake to bite you.
Yeah.
You throw the snake in the fucking grass or cut his head off or something.
Yeah. Don't have children out of wedlock. We can agree to that.
So why are we complaining about child custody and all this other stuff?
Because we want solutions to a problem for our community.
Okay, you want a solution to that?
We
I got a
also
solution
got
to
to
that.
think is
You ready?
not
Wait a minute.
everybody's dealing with kids out of wedlock. If you're a man who gets divorced, you're still dealing with custody. That's still an
There's a
issue for
solution to that.
men who gets divorced. That's not just men who having kids out of wedlock. So let's
Okay,
stop
there's
making
a
it all
solution to
about
that.
kids out of wedlock.
There's a solution
And
to that.
to be fair to the show, what we're doing right now is establishing a standard within the Black community that there are certain things that were once tolerated that are no longer tolerated. On a small platform like this, I know that it's a small platform that's growing, but we're at least establishing a standard amongst the group that certain things need to change. And
I think
it's multifaceted.
Gunnery Sergeant, I hear you. We've been doing that forever.
We have. You're right.
Standards are established. The ink is dry.
Aaron.
You're right.
Aaron.
That's not
Yes,
actually.
sir.
That's not necessary.
I was gonna say the same
I
thing.
think it's actually. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well,
I think it's actually insulting that you sat up here and you listen to us, and then your only conclusion is to say that we're complaining. This is a platform where men have been saying, and nobody has listened. Now we in the area where this is actually supposed to be a man's space, but you have women coming up here trying to derail the conversation and throw cold water on. He can't run for office. I would love to run for office, but I can't because I have a felony. I would love that to do that.
So do something else.
So
I am doing something else. I'm giving information. This is education for me. This is education for people who drama like Love and Hip Hop.
Just to be clear,
This is education. We're making progress here.
This is a space for people. I cater to my people specifically, but people are welcome to join and have the conversation. But that includes men and women. It's predominantly men here, but when women come, they're welcome. The opinion, we need to hear it so we can understand it. If we need to refute it, so be it. If we need to agree, that needs to be an option also. The problem is I think the issue is we are at a level, and I'm saying we are choosing not to agree. That's the problem I have overall. Aaron, go ahead.
I'd like to piggyback off of that. So here's a solution I have for you, Joseph, that maybe you can effectuate a change in your life. Maybe use a bit more diplomacy, discernment, discipline, and cool when you are addressing women. When you're talking to them, talk to them the way I'm talking to you now. Try to remain relaxed because after all, you're the leader. You have to lead their emotional state, and you have to do that by example. That way you can have an open and more honest dialogue. You keep them from moving into their fight or flight mode. You keep them out of survival mode and a little more open and honest, and then you start to have the conversation. At that point, you can expose their soft underbelly and see exactly what soft targets you need to hit. She's more willing to move to the tune of your drum. I was going to conduct an experiment earlier that was going to completely expose them, but I couldn't even get in because you pretty much waged war with HQ. And I think it completely derailed your point after waging war. And that's the point I meant. Like you know what I mean? So try that. It's a solution.
Yeah.
I'll second that. I agree with that.
The work is hard, man. The work is harder than the talking.
It is.
And I would almost push y'all to go to church, even though I can't stand fucking church. But the lack of structure, and I'm talking to men, that we seem to have and be able to provide bothers me. I'm just referring back to when we were most married. We also went to church every goddamn Sunday for 10 hours. At least a semblance of something. Some level of accountability seemed to help us somewhat. And now, I don't even use some, but I'm just like, yo, and that's not my path. That's not my path, but it's just like void of fucking guidance. Now, I would venture y'all come outside with us. That'd be much better. But, you gotta crawl before you walk, but it's just like, damn, man. Because even when Aaron just real quick, even when Aaron's presenting the solutions, we deem them extreme because how dare he say we don't have sex? And when he said, I'm like, yo, he bugging, but he also right.
I said that when I said it.
You know,
You're not going to conquer biology.
See, that's that.
There you go. There you go.
Hey,
There you
sorry.
go.
If
There it
AC
is.
Green can do it, we can do it.
There it is.
Go ahead,
Like,
Joe.
could you imagine telling a woman like, "Hey, for 7 days you need to control how you feel and how you talk and how you deal"?
Can you imagine firing the rifle at yourself in a war?
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't get it.
Can you imagine dating somebody for 4 years and not having an oops baby?
Dating somebody for 4 years without a oops baby?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Can you imagine
accomplishable.
that?
Yeah.
Right. It's not hard either.
I don't know about hard or difficult when it comes to that scenario, but but having a baby and having unprotected sex is a two agreement type of deal, not the one or the other.
Y'all funny.
Right.
Y'all funny. I got a solution. I
But
got
it's
a
not a
solution.
difficult thing.
Got you. Calabella,
Hold
I got
on,
a
it's my
solution.
turn, man.
How about, but you go left all the time. I got you, Joseph. So my solution is, fellas, learn your family laws in your state. Whatever state you reside in, learn all your family laws. Learn your rights. Find out what you need to do and what you can do in order to do what you need to do as far as the kids. That's my solution, because I can't tell them stop fucking. And I know it sounds good. They're not going to. These motherfuckers have a problem with putting on condoms and wearing condoms, and they won't depend on the woman to make them wear a condom. I'm not putting my first of all, my livelihood and my health in a woman's hands. Fuck her. I'm not going to. I'm gonna put it in my hands. I don't want none of you dirty ass efforts to give me the STD, and especially some shit that penicillin can't cure. I definitely don't want that. So, fellas, learn your family laws. Whatever state you in, learn them. Get to know them. Educate you. And find your fellow man and that you know who's dealing with this shit. Teach them.
Yeah.
Get a collective group together and talk about it.
And Hank, if I could just sprinkle a little bit on that, there are law schools all over the place. Partner with your local law school, because those law students, those law come on, man. Those law students at those law schools, they are itching to give out the most information that they can. So you can get a lot of information from a lot of those law students. So you can gain a lot of knowledge, that way as well. So
facts, man. Real shit. And they be that's what pro bono is.
Yes.
And
absolutely.
Listen,
they take
man,
on a lot of cases for free.
Hank is right. Don't depend on these heifers, man. My wife was supposed to be on birth control. I looked up, I had 2 more kids at the same time. Fuck that shit, bro.
Put him in the fucking
Hey, which one of y'all said the pull-out method ain't effective?
It's decently effective until you miss.
That shit, the
Hank said
pull-out
that,
method
Sweeney.
is, first and foremost, you're supposed to pair these things together, like preventative methods together. Like, she's supposed to be on the pill, you're still supposed to wear a condom. She's on birth control, you're still supposed to do the things you're supposed to do. Hell, I pull out with the condom on.
Stop the cap.
No, all bullshit aside, my pull out game strong.
I believe
my wife ain't been on, like, my last son was born in 2011. We've worn condoms sparingly between then and now. No babies. When you adamant on not having children, you don't have them. And I think old school said something. He said when you learn their cycle, you pretty much know when and when you can't do stuff.
That's
you know
the
when your
part,
woman ovulating or not.
That's the part, though, Sweeney. That's the part.
With your wife, though, Sweeney, there's a difference.
We going almost
different chicks.
We going almost 10 years. We going like 12 years strong over here. I ain't been on birth control since 2012. I ain't got no other kids.
It's a consistent thing, though. Like, y'all, if niggas
Don't
just
y'all
out,
see that the consistency is dealing with one person? Because when you start fucking around with multiple people, you start creating issues for yourself. Because then, how do you learn a woman's cycle and learn when she's on and when she's off, or when she's ovulating and when she isn't?
This is some bullshit.
You are missing economics 101, bro. Risk and reward go hand in hand. This is not just smashing one chick if they can help it.
Well,
Right.
then that's what the problem is. Then this is what comes with it.
Facts. All right, go ahead, Joseph.
I want to respond to Aaron. You know, the things that I say come in a
You know Aaron's not here, right?
because okay, well he can still hear me. Like fucking derailments, man. Fucking interruptions. Anyway, like I was saying, I say things in justified anger. If you try to break it down elementary Barney style to these women, they still act like they don't fucking get it. You understand what I'm saying? There have been times where I've witnessed people in my family classified as boogeymen that get classified as things that they're not just because they have a strong opinion about it. I even been ostracized for certain spaces. I damn near got kicked out of college because of my views. There were people that came up to me and said, I like what you were saying. Somebody needed to say it. So I don't give a fuck about no fight or fight response. We're all adults here at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? If they can't take it, but y'all been coddled so much that nobody can't tell y'all shit while blaming everybody else for y'all failures that y'all implicitly and explicitly caused yourselves. That's the point. So that's the reason why I get frustrated and I curse. This shit has been going on too long. And as far as solutions, there's a lot of barriers in place. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to keep fighting the good fight. And I don't give a fuck about what anybody thinks or has anything to say in the chat.
You good?
That's my time. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, man. I guess we have to assess when you give it information and they continue to fail to receive it, do you give it in a different way? That's all. I think that's what they were asking. You know, Scam, what's popping? You on mute?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You on mute?
On mute.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the men want reform, they want to complain. The majority want to complain.
Okay.
The rest of them, some want reform, some want free form. As in free form, they just want something to miraculously just happen without actually changing themselves. We can't control everything in the world, but we can control ourselves. Just like I say, we control your diet, you control your attitude, optimism, and your relationship skills. Bad relationships end up as bad relationships, and everything else is aftermath. All the conversation, the dust, the court, the mob, all this stuff is after the fact, where the people who are actually handling their business had their relationships in order in the first place. Some of those that fell apart maintained a good working relationship with the spouse or ex-girlfriend or whatever, don't have the problems. Or some having the problems, you're still going to need to work in fixing yourself.
You're using some too much, Scam. When relationships fall apart, would you speculate the minority or majority can keep a cordial working relationship for the sake of the children? And you like realism. Be realistic.
I'll say the majority no.
Yeah. Okay. Which makes sense though, right? I mean, kinda.
But I've known people who had bad relationship with the person. Yeah. They worked on themselves, later became and developed a good working relationship.
Yeah.
The same thing that they're going to need for the new person, if they go get a blended family or a future spouse or girlfriend, whatever, they're still going to need to work on themselves anyway. But those are preventive measures to keep from getting into the mess to begin with, as well as during and after the fact. But that's the things that people can control, or they can blame it all on the system, the white man, the government, the attorneys, and everything else. And I do agree, change needs to happen. Is everything fair? No. Is there a problem? Yes. Are people a problem? Yes. But there's no magic wand and the tooth fairy ain't coming to save nobody. The men's or the women's, nobody. It is what it is. That's all I got.
Okay. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I ain't staying here all day today. Anybody got anything else before I close this motherfucker down?
I'll just say that I mean, where we are right now compared to where we were. I mean, I hope you do a show on this. Maybe you'll do one of your shows on this. But as a community with single mothers, are we better off with single mothers raising our children, or do we need fathers back in the community? Do you think that's better? I mean, I'd really like to get like a deep dive on it, because a lot of these women will claim like we don't need men, but yet will complain about these ain't shit men, ain't doing what they supposed to do, da 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 da. So kind of both sides of their mouth. Well, where are the men? There are no good men. Then all of a sudden, they raise children. We still want you to protect and provide long after the relationship is over, but we get no access or we get no benefits of the said ended relationship in return. We don't even get to see our children.
Yeah, man.
There's a solution for
that. What is it?
Briefly, until the problem is fixed, don't discourage stepfatherhood. Reserve that for very capable fathers. If you're an extraordinary man, you're up to the task. Get a man in the home.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. I get so sick of hearing that rhetoric about stepfathers or simps and all this cornball nonsense. Thank you for saying that.
Well, my daughter had her when I was 36. Two stepsons.
Make a big difference. They make a big difference.
Can
two boys.
Can two things be true? If the definition of simp is you don't get the same return as you do invest.
I've said that. I've said that in the chat. I've said that on here. It's a major simp move, but you know what? It's a martyr move. It is. Yeah. It is the biggest. Look, that's G shit for real. That's big. That's jumping on the grenade. That's balls.
Yeah.
That's for the community. The return, the ROI ain't for me. It's my little part to give to the community. So.
And I love my kids. I love my kids to life. But when they get older, they only call you when they. I'm talking about men. I'm not talking about the mom. I'm talking about the dads. And you're gonna see they call you when they need something. So it's your kids, it's step kids. That's how kids are. You that's how it is. That's the life of a man. And you accept it.
You know my motto, man. Fuck them kids, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Tease me with a good time. Leave me alone.
I agree.
So y'all was talking about stepdads, huh?
No, man. We weren't talking about stepdads.
No, we wasn't. We were talking about men standing up and actually doing for the things that they're asking for or articulating or voicing their frustrations on. Are men actually doing the work or trying to do the work or looking for ways to be effective? Because I venture to say talking only goes but so far. And when men are saying, yo, we get right to it. Men, there's always a low-level threat of violence. Prove it, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But niggas don't want to go to the hood and give back because it might get violent.
I think
you know what I'm saying?
When it comes to men, when they
Jay Prince, you didn't say hi to nobody.
Oh, my bad. Hey, yo, what's happening? Shout out to him. Shout out everybody on the show.
Go ahead, JP. And
I think when it comes to men talking and stuff like that, I personally believe just men already know what they have to do. Society is not going to allow them to not think about what they have to do, right? So I think a lot of times it just, when they come on here, it's more of a healing type of thing. What I be hearing from these dudes is a lot of open wounds that they never got the chance to express or even talk to the people that resemble like a black woman, stuff like that, resemble the women or, even men that did something wrong to them. So a lot of times what they expressing is pain, hurt. So the more they talk about it, the more healing they got. Like for me, when I first came on here, I was extremely hot on what I was talking about. Now it don't really affect me as much. So I do believe that it's like this type of stuff is more of a healing. Also, when you talk about the
JP, question on that real quick. Did you get numb or you got over it?
It's like I got over it now.
Okay, go ahead.
And then like when you talk about how men talk on here but won't because of the low level threat of violence, I truly believe that's a black man thing, right? And the reason why black man has that concept be ready to fight based on what somebody say about him, because that's the only thing that we have to make us feel like we are masculine and powerful. So what these platforms have shown us, it taught us how to handle it taught us how to handle verbal situations, right? So by us being on these platforms, we can't just go swinging off, but it's a teaching moment within inside of that, right? Because we done argue with plenty people, and now even after all the arguments, some of us done got real cool. Now imagine if we was on the streets, it would have been way more violence. A lot of us probably would have ended up hurt, dead, or in jail. And coming to find out, man, that was a cool nigga. So after you get past what these platforms have shown is that um to look deeper than learning not how to react and act off impulse, and in some way building up your confidence. You don't have to always have to fight. To me, fighting is the emotional thing. When you get in, somebody say something you don't like, you get in your feelings. Now you want to get violent, and I see more of black men reacting like that than other men. So you can't just because you can able to knock a nigga out, that do not make you masculine. That just make you more feminine. You got in your emotions, just like your mama and them do, and what your mama and them will do. She will fight. It's just that you more powerful than the women, but it still is the feminine thing.
Really?
I think so. Fighting is effeminate.
Well, every time I got in a scrap, JP, I think I would say the 50% of them I wasn't upset. It was just necessary.
Yes, see that's I think with black men we was taught that fighting is necessary and stuff like that. Like when especially the stuff that we fight over, right? And then the people who we fight, right? Think about that. The people who we fight. If y'all on one conversation y'all talking about that black men and he started competing with people, and the only people that I see black men competing with is another broke black man, another feminine black that was raised from a feminine concept black man, another weak black man. I don't see black men competing with other races of men. I don't see black men punching a white man in his shit for running his mouth. I don't see black men competing with white men on how to rule the countries or whatever. I don't see black men competing with Mexicans on how to take over neighborhoods, buying up houses, supporting their race, owning jobs and giving only to their black people. I don't see black men doing that. So the only thing that black people compete with is the lower class of black people to make them feel elevated.
Make themselves feel better, huh?
Yeah, when they pick on the low, it makes them feel elevated. Because the only people that black people can defeat is less unfortunate black folks. I don't see them compete with nobody else.
What's the temperature where you at, JP?
They feel like it's about 80 degrees outside. It's about 60 something.
I know it's only about 40. So what made you do the do-rag with the glasses and the wife beater?
Well, this is for my dreads. With my wig, I be wigging it up, and I like these glasses. Make me feel like it make me look better a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It make me look like I'm young. I don't like people looking at me in my eyes like they staring into my soul.
No, you still ugly than a motherfucker.
See that? There y'all go. So who is cute, King?
He can't answer that. He can't answer that.
I'm ugly. I ain't hear you call no other man ugly, so you must think these men on here is attractive.
No, I think Calabell is cute.
See, that's that low key DL shit that I'll be talking about.
I think Calabell is cute.
Yo, but JP, that's interesting. You agree with him, Chi-Town? Why?
Hell yeah! Like I got a question for the panel. Do anybody up here own a gun?
Yes.
Yep.
Why do you carry your gun?
To whack a nigga.
Nigga, because I live in Texas, and that's my right to have me a pistol on me. To bear arms.
Look, the question
fuck whacking a nigga. We whacking whoever. Hi, the chat.
I don't fight no more.
But
to defend myself from other black people.
Yeah.
To defend myself against other black people.
Chi-Town.
That's why we have guns.
Chi-Town said, to fairly answer the question, when you was young and you was outside, right, and you had to do what you need to do, and you come back inside,
Every single bullet in that gun is for another nigga. 100%.
Facts.
You don't wake
That's
up
what I
think
was
I might
going.
have to cap a white boy today.
Right.
Man, you
That's
crazy.
what I was getting to.
Man, you
That's exactly
crazy,
what I was
him.
getting to.
Yeah.
Because look, the thing I face when I walk outside this house, I'm not worried about like no white man doing something to me crosses my mind other than the police.
Yeah.
Other than that, I gotta worry about I gotta worry about if I'm gonna get robbed by a nigga. I gotta worry about if I'm gonna get shot at by a nigga. I'm gonna worry about if a nigga gonna break in my crib. I gotta worry about if my motherfucking safety, if I can just walk with my son to the store. I never ever in my life been worried about, other than a police officer, another race doing something to me other than a black person.
Yeah. And now to be clear,
mindset right there.
well, not it just
We hate on our own. We hate on niggas. We hate on our own.
Let's just clarify it. Nobody's saying anybody can get it that given day, right?
Anybody can get it, but 90% in my mind, I'm thinking it's gonna be a person like me.
Yo,
we think twice when it comes to white folks. We're not gonna be so quick to think about whacking the white folks before the black person. I think what you're explaining is that black folks is living in I think what y'all explaining that black folks living in an animalistic environment where there's no resources, so they have to rob to steal.
You sound like a goddamn.
What type of white people do y'all live around, bro? Y'all sound like y'all live around docile ass white people. The white people I live around are robbing niggas shooting each other, shooting us. Like, bro, what is y'all talking about?
And it's just and that's the problem right there. And that's the problem right there.
Guys. If you guys misunderstand the point, the point was regarding mindset. Do white boys need to get capped that time? Sure, we're not saying that. We trying to say for the majority of us, our threat looks like us. Proximity matters. When people talk about black on black crime, oftentimes it's based on proximity. People do crime where they live at, and oftentimes people live around people that look like them. So that's just for everybody. Not saying you guys anecdotal examples of your 10 white neighbors. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about generally speaking the mind of our people. That's what we saying.
I personally think that we was raised to look at each other like that. I personally believe that we was raised to see each other.
Everybody talk at once. It makes sense. Yeah.
Nah, go ahead.
Real quick, y'all. I just got up here.
What white people do around me?
Real quick, Shaitan, I just got up here. I want to say something real quick. I think the language that we use, I'm gonna whoop a nigga up, I'm gonna beat a nigga up, I'm gonna shoot me a nigga. And so that's right there is we is raised to and taught to look at other black men as an attack or an enemy. Right? We don't say I'm gonna whoop me a Mexican, I'm gonna knock a white man out, I'm gonna whack me a white man. We don't say none of that. We say I'm gonna whoop me a nigga. Maybe because we have this mindset. No, maybe because we had this mindset because in the environments that we was growing up in, a lot of people had a disdain for a black man. And so they didn't respect a black man. So that's probably where that concept come from. We just didn't, when we was younger, we didn't realize that we was gonna become that black man that everybody hated.
So do you feel like you got a trash bloodline for your family raising you up to think like that?
I was raised to look at a nigga as a threat.
Watch this. Hold on. Hank, question. Where you from growing up? Was it like you would get clowned if you lost a fight to a white boy? Did y'all have that sentiment?
Yeah.
Cause you know why? Cause you thinking just like us. That's why. They not even a threat. If you get beat up by a white boy, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. We all grow up like that.
But that ain't got. But
it's levels to it, of course, Hank. No question, right? But just saying, we all grew up with that rule almost. You know what I'm saying?
But him. If you play D tackle, bro. You play D tackle.
You not. He talking about we was raised to hate our own people to the point where we kill them.
I wouldn't say hate, but you
that's what JP said. JP said his family raised him to hate.
No, I said we was raised to look at each other like a threat. If we had to get violent with anybody, it would have to be the black man. Like I remember, like what Hemp said. If you pick on a white man, the people they look at you like you're a bully, and other motherfuckers, other black folks will come in to help you and help that white man against you. Then why you pick on that white man?
That's a fact.
You won't pick on no nigga like that.
So
the whole mission was to look at each other, and I think look if you had to view it from the opposition side, the opposing side, it's a good technique. You turn them niggas against each other. That way you can walk around peacefully.
That's a
Because
fact.
black
What
folks
the
not going
hell
to,
are
a
y'all
white man can
talking?
walk down any neighborhood in
So
America,
him,
won't have to
All right,
feel
let's
no
hold it
so
down.
lab.
him. Let me
All
say
right,
But look
something,
how
bro.
go
far
Let
ahead,
me
we
say
have
go ahead,
something,
fallen.
bro.
D-Town. Go ahead,
Look
D-Town.
how
So
far
him,
we
when you
fallen,
when
man.
you play ball, you play D-Tac. I'm sure you was on the line, right?
Hell no,
When
nigga.
you
I
what
was
you
in
play?
shape.
Linebacker?
I
What you
was in
play?
shape, you
What you
dickhead.
played? I'm asking. What you playing,
You
bro?
ain't asking. You.
I'm
He told
trying
you
to
he played
see.
no
You
tackle.
I was
you
only. I
you
was
lifting?
only. What an
So you
asshole.
linebacker?
D-Town is an asshole.
Well,
I.
I didn't mean I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry.
You know.
I didn't
You
mean
know
to
I'm
do that.
sensitive.
And I am too. I'm
Yeah.
sorry about that. So
I was
you
only.
played linebacker?
Yeah, I was only 215 in college. I played like
Okay.
down, like in the box safety.
Okay, so like a rover, like a hanging
Yeah.
linebacker.
Yeah.
Okay, but this the thing though. This all I'm trying to say, man. When you had that white boy tight end come out there, or Mexican tight, whoever, fam,
Mm-hmm.
did you think you was supposed to beat him at everything he was supposed to do?
Yes.
Okay, so
White
what
boy
does
tight ends be good.
right? But
Yeah.
it's just so that's the same scenario as you saying if you fighting a white boy, if you fighting a Mexican, you just feel like you supposed to be better than that person, bro, as a race. Period. That's just what it is, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing else. So I say that to say this, bro. If you grabbing your gun for anybody who this apply to, if you grabbing your weapon, grabbing your gun, loading your stuff up, talking about I'm trying to protect myself from another black man, you stupid, bro.
No,
You
bro.
dumb
D
as
time.
fuck.
D
That's
time.
a
D
fact,
time.
bro. Because
D
look, let me
time. D
just say
time.
this though. Let me just say this, fam. I got a gun, I got pistols, ARs, all type of stuff, bro. When I'm walking around with my gun, when I leave the house, it's about protecting my family, and it don't matter what color come
Now,
up to me.
D-Town, you're right.
Who are you
Now,
more likely to die
Come
at the
on,
If I
man.
had
hands
to
of?
choose somebody,
Come
the
on,
first
man.
person come to my mind is a black man.
And
Who
that's
are
what
you
I
more
and that's what I
likely to
and that's the
die at
rhetoric
the hands of?
and that's the rhetoric I'm
Hey
fighting
D.
against
Hey D
right there.
time. I got a. Hey, I
Who
got
are
a
you more
question. D
likely to
time.
Come on,
die
man.
at the hands
come
of?
on, y'all. God,
That's
all
that
right.
self-hate right
Let
there.
me get out of here, man.
Definitely self-hate, bro. That's what it
Everybody just
really is,
talking at
man.
once. No, this D-Town, you had to understand the context in which I painted it was when you was outside. Do y'all use that terminology? So, do y'all know what I mean
Yeah.
by when you was outside?
When I was kicking it, when I was doing my thing, when I ain't have no wife, when I ain't had no kids. Yeah, I got you,
But
buddy.
no, I'm talking about outside, like when
That's
you was in the
him.
trenches, right? And so
Yes, sir.
the
When you were
mindset,
destroying your community, yes, we
yes,
understand.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were destroying the community, that mindset, every time you loading it up, that's who's in your mind. Cause that's who you're around. That's who you got smoke with. Now, when I go out the house, 100%, it's my family. I'm looking to see. Every time I go to the store, I think about Buffalo. If y'all remember what happened in Buffalo, you know what I'm
I
saying.
got you. Right.
But now, right? But I'm saying when niggas was outside, that's who pops in your head. That's all that we arguing. Not to say everybody, there's exceptions, but think about the mindset. That way, for the majority of us, now we can properly assess it and maybe address it.
So
That's all.
so I live in a predominantly white folks neighborhood, and most black people that move in a white neighborhood, they don't even carry their
Me
guns
too.
no more.
Me
I
too.
put my guns in the storage because I feel like I don't need them. Only time I carry my guns is when I'm around number black folks.
Nah, you wilding
Right.
now. You wilding now.
That's
I'm
what I'm saying.
serious.
That's the rhetoric
Now
that I'm talking
that
about
part,
right
okay,
there.
I see where
Crazy,
JP
bro.
and I divest a little bit, but
Come
That
on,
has
yeah,
man.
been
nah.
gentrified. He gentrified
Hey,
now.
I
God
stand.
damn.
I stand. I
crazy.
stand. I stay in the predominantly white neighborhood too. 87%.
Hey, JP, that
Yeah.
mindset is why, despite black people being superior, still can't win against them. It's that
Facts.
mindset.
Yeah,
That's a fucking fact,
that
bro.
part,
Hey,
JP, we
Aaron.
gotta
Want to know?
fix that one. Go ahead, Shatta.
Want to know something funny, Aaron? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I don't agree with the not carrying your gun because I just feel like that's just protection off the back. So I don't agree with JP on that point. But I can say though, I can literally, because I did it before. I can literally leave my doors open, bro. Walk out my house
If
without
you
no
can leave your
worries.
doors open, you don't need no gun.
What I'm
That
saying
means
is
I
that
think we trust white folks way more than we trust black folks. That's a
what I'm
fact.
saying is when I grew up in Chicago, south side of Chicago. Everybody in the world should know it's black on black crime like a motherfucker out there, gentrified. So what I'm saying is that it feels good. As fucked up as it sounds, it
feels good to live on the other side, and that other side just so happen to be predominantly white, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna sit up here and sugarcoat it. Like, if I had a choice to stay around between niggas and black people, if I could stay around more positive black individuals, but
Yeah, your mic going in and out, Chi-Town.
you
Go
gave
to
me
the
that.
range. Go to the firearm range. Fire your weapon. Become proficient. Desensitize the mind to target black versus white. Just see a target.
Yeah.
Identify a threat.
No.
Target.
I agree with that. I identify a threat. I don't give a fuck what color you is. But what I'm saying is that the environment I grew up in, to leave that motherfucker. I couldn't wait to get away from around them niggas, man. Because all I knew was destruction.
Yeah.
Destroy our communities, destruction. So every old as I got, the more money that I've been able to touch, I say I can't get it. I can't wait. Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't stand going to clubs with a bunch of niggas in them. I can't stand it. Stand being around a bunch of niggas. If somebody tell me like, hey bro, let's pop out, and I know it's 90% niggas gonna be there, I'm good, bro.
And then we're not keeping it all the way thorough neither, because white folks realistically don't be paying us no attention. We not no real threat to them. A lot of times when we get around white folks, we don't even act the same way. Like we know for a fact that we see a group of white folks standing on the street, we can walk past. You is not gonna walk past no group of niggas without, especially in the ghetto, without something gonna pop off. Either you gonna cross the street or you gonna have in your mind that you finna have to scrabble.
You know why you're not a threat? Because you ain't educated. Because you're an ignorant motherfucker. Sit there with that self-hate shit, man. That's why you're not a threat to them.
You the brightest person. You look more like a white man than everybody on this damn panel. You gonna tell me
but I'm not scared of them. I'm not scared of them. I'm not scared of
like
y'all. I'm not scared of them.
I
don't run from y'all. I know how y'all act. I deal with you.
So when you and a white person, so when a black person and a white person is walking on the
no, self-hate.
Black person, that's all I got a question for the panel. If a black person and a white person is walking on the same side of the street, who will move first?
JP.
Just the whole
What do you mean?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna look at the black person like he a threat.
I'd rather be around black people.
That's what I'm saying. Like this
black
remedial
people,
y'all
not separating the two.
I mean, Hamp in certain spaces, yeah.
I understand this with you. You don't want to be around us, but you have no problem with taking our black dollars, though.
No, I'm talking about in certain spaces, like where the women gonna be at, you know. And you gotta be real. And you gotta be real careful when there's a lot of black women around, especially wherever the women is at. That's where the niggas.
Jay Prince, I'll fuck with you, blood, but on my mama, you
gun.
sound like an Uncle Tom, bro. I'm not fucking with it.
Man, you can call it Uncle Tom all you want to, but he's valid though.
He's Uncle Pookie. He's Uncle Pookie.
Man, y'all
Hey,
niggas
what's
don't
wrong
live
with
in
being
the
Uncle
hood.
Tom? What's wrong with being Uncle Tom?
No, I'm not Uncle Tom though.
You should be an Uncle Jamal.
You mean being a
Why not embrace being Uncle Tom? What's wrong with that?
He looks more like a Benedict Arnold. You right.
Gunny, don't do this to me, bro. I agree with 99%. Don't say what's wrong with being an Uncle Tom. The whole term itself. But that's what's wrong with it right there. I don't have an Uncle Tom, bro.
No,
there's nothing wrong with being an Uncle Tom.
Yeah, you gotta know.
No, there's nothing wrong with being a civil. There's nothing wrong with being a civil individual. There's nothing wrong with having respect. We don't have to be a
Sambo, brother. That's what you don't want to be. Uncle Tom was the actual hero of the story.
Yeah,
that's
no, but I'm the hero of my story, though. We are the heroes of our story. Fuck Tom, my nigga.
No, you don't want to be Sambo. Is the
you don't want to be Sambo?
I understand what y'all saying, but y'all speaking literal now. What I'm saying is,
no, we just correct him.
I ain't even gonna say that until Ham call my name. I'm gonna cut out, bro.
All right, go ahead. He knows. Let's do this, man.
Right.
Go ahead. He knows, and then V-Ben Israel's popping. Go ahead.
Men, I feel like because we hold the ultimate responsibility given from God, we complain the most, because no matter what the situation is in society right now, we are the leaders. No matter what they say, we say, no matter how we look at it, it's just nature and we can't change it. Men complain the most. Now, what we can do is, like I believe Aaron was saying, and a few of the other brothers, there are to two different kind of sets of men. You're either a man who's running your household how it's supposed to be, or you're a Pookie or a Ray Ray who's fucking these bitches. But if you get up here on YouTube complaining about women, but you're also actively participating, like I said some months ago, the standards. I tell my little people, my younger homies, I've been to the Pinta. I know what the other side looks like. I express to them, bro, I love you. You doing your thing, get your money, but bro, you're not doing it right. That's not the righteous way you're supposed to be living. Some of them look at me weird. Some of them kind of hear me, but it doesn't matter because it's about me at the end of the day. I'm setting a better example. Maybe I'm biased because I have daughters, but at the end of the day, we're responsible, which means everything that we say up here, if we're not setting a standard in our personal anecdotal life, you are complaining.
Question he knows. You said, what were they doing to get their money?
Whatever it takes.
Why would you tell them it's okay? Do you get your money?
Because I wouldn't have had a better path right there in the spot. Right there on the spot, I couldn't explain to him. I probably was too young, or any of my cousins, but I know I'm still figuring it out. I don't have a better plan, but I know that it's not the best way to go. At the end of the day, when they get to your age, Hamp, and my age, they're going to see they're going to see something better. They're going to realize, like, damn, I don't have a 401k. I don't have no retirement set up. All this shit is quick money that come with slow problems, bro. My kids is getting older. They need shit, but I legally can't go nowhere to do nothing. I can't travel to another state. I can't purchase nothing for real legally under my name. Where I'm from, that's another thing. You guys are more scared of where I'm from. The white boys are just as vicious as the niggas, bro. There ain't no, when we talk about gangs, Bloods and Crips, that's Mexicans, whites, Pakistani, black. Where I'm from, I guess I'm a little biased, but how I was raised, my experiences, bro. I got shot by a Mexican, stabbed by a Mexican. I'd have been jumped by white boys. I've only really had to run fades with niggas on some personal disrespect shit. I don't have no funk in the streets. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, I'm worried about all men, bro.
Can I ask you a question? He knows
of black people. Yeah. 87% of black people are murdered by other black people.
I mean, I respect that. I'm not going to dispute it. I'm not going to dispute that. Like I said, I'm biased. Where I came from, I don't see that. Where I come from, it's a crab bucket for everybody.
Let's do this.
Ask you this question right quick.
Well, let me get V-Ben Israel and we're about to get out of here. Go ahead, bro. V-Ben, go ahead.
First, that number is true when you compare it any race. Whites are killed by whites, Mexicans are killed by Mexicans. That goes to what DJ M said. You live, but you're more likely to kill who you live by. But I wanted to say something earlier about somebody made a comment about Mexicans are doing what we should be doing. The fact is, they're doing what we did because we're on a different migratory path than them. So if you start back 100 years ago, we were gentrifying neighborhoods. We were building communities. We caused white flight. So if you start in New York, Chicago, any city, and start drawing circles outwardly, as black people moved in, white people moved out. Mexicans learned how to do it from us. We forgot how to do it. But that's a generational problem.
Can I ask this question right quick?
Yeah. All right, I gotta go, man. Look, tonight the show is about a woman and her dreams. It should be interesting. Gunny, any final thoughts? And I'm gonna read these super chats.
Salute to the panel. Y'all have a good one. Good conversation, brothers.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Shottown, by the way. 79th and Woodlawn here, brother.
All right. Well, please stand up.
Hank.
Man, shit. Black man, do what you got to do to survive. Be the best you can. Educate yourself on these child laws, man, so you don't have to deal with these issues.
Hell yeah. Callie?
Try to use preventative measures. If not, at least try and come to at least an amicable agreement with the mom and everything. Don't move away too far from the kids. That way, you know, you can have more access to the child. And definitely, when the custody orders are not being abided by, go ahead and dial that number and call the authorities and get your paper trail started.
Word. Aaron?
Gentlemen, develop momentum. Get out, go, do. And as you move, lead. That's simple.
Word. That makes sense. V-Ben, any final thoughts?
Yeah, man, I appreciate your show as always. I just popped on for a minute. We need to get our vocab together. Tom's from Sambo's, wealth from money. We need to start focusing on the right vocabulary so we know what we're talking about.
Word. I like that. D-Town?
You know, shout out to the panel, shout out to you, him, man. Everything you do, we love it, bro. Like I always say, this for the youngsters. You know what I'm saying? If you over 35, you out the game. This ain't for you, okay? Everything that we talking about right now, this is for the young people. You know, 23, 25. You know, don't make the mistakes that we making, and we are changing. We are changing something out here, but you know, just stay up. You know, love y'all, and y'all keep going.
Word. Town.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out OG Ham. Shout out everybody on the panel, man. I definitely rock with y'all. Learned a lot from y'all every time I come over here. Even though I just want to say to the people from my environment, man, prevention better than the cure. The best thing I ever did was get out my area, and I traveled, and I seen different stuff, eat different foods, experience being around different people. Your hood is just a box square. Square, especially where if you're from where I'm from, Chicago, it's just a box square. You're in tour with this person around the corner, that person around the corner, and that person around the corner. It's a setup. Get out your hood, travel, go experience different foods, different cars, different stuff to give you that motivation to get out that environment that you're in. I'm telling you, it worked for me, man. And again, I'm gonna keep on hammering on this. Work on your credit. Credit will save you when money can't.
Word. Jay Prince.
Shout out to him and for letting me on, and I want to clarify something right quick. When they were saying I was reaching when it comes to that, you know, in Milwaukee last year when I had my hot dog cart, it was 7 people got killed at Juneteenth. Then a little bit after that, 20 people got shot down at the Bucks game. Every year, Summerfest or state festivals, where there's a lot of us at, somebody gonna end up dying or get shot in a collective amount of blacks. So I'm not just reaching. I'm living this, and I have experienced that. I got a family member that died at a Summerfest ground. He was 14. So when people be telling me like I'm reaching and stuff, I know this shit real life. But shout out to you, OG. I just wish that black men, black folks, would stop looking at each other like a threat. If you're gonna get violent with the ops. Compete with somebody that's worth competing with instead of each other. We in the same boat.
Yeah. Word. He knows. Hell yeah.
You know, big shout out to the panel. Thank you for having me on, DJ Ham. I'm basically gonna say like the other brother said to the young cats, man. Stand on your square. You keep your pivot, you get yourself together, everything else is going to naturally gravitate to you. You feel me? Ain't no reason to really stress about all of this if you keep a clear mind and stay out the way. Get your money up, get your body up. No days off. You keep pushing that, bro. You're going to be good in the end. You feel me? Outside of that, ain't really too much more to add for men.
Word. Yeah, man. If, you know, we say we care about each other, we care about, you know, this is, you know, men speaking up for men who don't have a voice, speaking to our women, telling them, hey, this what is going to help us most if we align in these ways, right? So just do your best to do what you can to show it. I have a small business. Everybody that I hire looks like me. I don't know if that's against the law or not, but it is what the fuck it is. And I've been able to hire black men, young men, and allow them to grow past what I can do for them and help them be successful. That's all you can ask for. So do only what you can do, what you have control of, and you'll be surprised how much reform that you can make. You know, because I can imagine where some of them brothers would be. You feel me? And I can imagine where I know. You just had a final thought. You want to interrupt mine when I want to. You know what? Fuck my final thought. Nobody gonna give a shit tonight. 9 p.m.
It's important.
Yeah, you know what? He knows they didn't care, V-Ben, so I don't care no more.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck them niggas.
I wanted it because so I didn't get to say.
Nah, you good? You had a whole minute. Nobody even breathed while you was giving your final thought.
I'm gonna email you, Ham. I'm
in the middle of a final thought, JP. He just said, "Fuck Ham, nigga." Boring talking ass nigga. I seen it because I got a cold. My voice fucked up. Fuck this shit, man. I'm out. I see y'all tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern. A woman in her dreams. He knows the asshole. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend. Oh shit, I got these read these. See, he almost had me. Steppenwolf with his $5. 2 kids at state minimum of $250 a month for 19 years is about 139,000. Ham. That's the number. Damn. John Lover with $5. If they is 50-50 custody, both parents have to split the cost of private school. Okay. Steppenwolf with the $5. Last time I checked, they do have female condoms. Yeah, but have you seen one on, bro? Carlisle Tom with the $5. Again, Gunny, sit your $5 ass down, man. Carlisle Tom with the $5. Again, when the ship's sinking, will women give the last seat to the men on the life raft? Shout out to Vito. He was trying his best to get on with the 2 euro. Said, "Hey DJ Ham, I'm sorry, internet good again." No, the internet was trash all day. Lauren Mack with the $2. Men avoid accountability like they avoid condoms. Damn. Matt P was popping with the $2. Married niggas winning. Can't say it enough. Kelvin Cook with the $5. If I'm 8 years old, how do I act just like my daddy? And why can't I live with my daddy? Oh, that might mess your money up, huh? Hello. That's funny. Tony Golden with the $5. Funny y'all having this combo. There was an online Discord today about suburban blacks being afraid of hood blacks. AL with the $2. No one on the panel is taking Brock Lesnar. Yeah, Brock Lesnar, big ass white boy. AL with the $5. Who has lived in a poor white hood? I have, and I taught in one, and it's bad there too. Stop acting like they live better. I used to live in a trailer park. Matt P with the $2. Quit dwelling over the past. We all doing better. Okay. She Black with the $2. JP is right about the club part. No, I can't go to a one white club. I can't do it. OG with the $5 says, when I said there's no white privilege over here, what happened? Just a joke to get some silence. If I had to say it, no black, the black privilege laugh. AL with the $2. We didn't cause white flight blank. We didn't cause white flight. Banks did on purpose. All right, man. 9 p.m. Eastern. A woman in her dreams. That should be
white, right? Black people did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man.
Hey, JP, next door neighbor, Milwaukee, man. Be safe out there, man. It's crazy, just like
be
Chicago.
safe out there, man. And
yeah, man. And shout out to Chicago. We love Chicago from Milwaukee too.
And let this be a lesson to you, man.
Chicago.
Let this be a lesson to you. Don't go to jail and get your tattoo. This the result.
You gotta go to prison and get your tat. You can't go
like,
to jail.
Subscribe, tell a friend, and we out.